have time for games. Or do we? We have time for all the games. Welcome back to the channel, Torgo here. You're watching Torgo Entertainment. Something different this time around. We're gonna start doing some tier lists. This is an idea we've tossed around for a couple years, and we finally decided now was the time to start working on these. Maybe we have the bug because we like working on those best and worst songs lists at the end of each year. I'm not sure. But we're gonna do a bunch of different topics, not just DJing related, not just trivia related. We're going to do general entertainment topics, and this time around we're going to be tackling pricing games on The Price is Right. And you'll notice at the beginning I have my webcam showing while I'm discussing some things and it disappears really quickly. There was some sort of encoding issue with the video that recorded that way, but I decided to move ahead with the video because I don't think seeing me necessarily is terribly important for this kind of video. We've recorded this on Discord for the first time. Normally we talk about things off camera on Skype and then we record things separately. This is the first time we've done it all as one unit, besides some podcasting we did on Skype about 10 years ago. If you want to chime in with your opinions, not vocally, but if you want to enter the chat, you can enter the Discord, link in the description of this video. Feel free to hop in on that. That's something we've just started. And I hope you enjoy this video. Let me know if you want to see more of this type of content. Enjoy. Hello everybody. Welcome to the first of these. This is Torgo Entertainment, and we are doing a tier list this time around because we like to be perpetually 10 years behind the times. And we've decided to do a tier list of something that many of us that you've seen on this channel are passionate about. Price is Right, specifically the pricing games, and we're going to do a tier list of all of them. All the games. There are 112 games on the show, past and present. When you watch this, there are some terms you're probably not going to know that we may bring up. A grocery product game is something that uses grocery products. A small prize game is something that uses prizes between like $10 and $100, although it can be a little bit more than that sometimes. Although to be fair, if you looked up a Price is Right pricing game tier list on YouTube, you probably already know this stuff. The criteria that we have for this, what makes a pricing game allegedly good? Because obviously, like most tier lists, this is subjective. We need to determine a couple things. I'm going to pop myself up on the screen, and there's the little bug right there. First off, The Price is Right is a game show. Is it a good game? It is something that you would want to play should you make your way up on stage. Some of us have had the opportunity to do that, or at least one of us has had the opportunity to do that. Some of us came close. Secondly, it's a game show. Is the presentation good? I think the presentation is not going to be nearly as important as the game itself, but we have to admit that it will absolutely play some part in that. Third, it's usually going to be the most popular iteration of the game that will qualify. If there are games that had some rule variants over the years, we'll bring it up. We won't ding a game too hard if it made some changes over its lifespan, especially for the retired ones. So we have a lot of games, and obviously I'm not handling this by myself because no one wants to watch a one-person tier list. That is just essentially like a blogger video. So I'm just gonna go through the names that I have alphabetically as I have them listed in the voice channel on the Discord. You can check out the Discord link in the description. Davin is here. You've seen him on the best and worst list videos that we do.
Hello, everyone.
We also have Jordan, also a member of those videos, and also a member of the Contestants Not Appearing on Stage podcast that we used to do roughly a decade ago.
And I hosted one once. We don't talk about that.
In the same vein as Jordan, also a former member of Knaus and also appearing in the Torgo Entertainment videos on YouTube, JJ is here.
And your favorite game show is?
I'll say Wheel of Fortune.
I'll say Wheel of Fortune.
Hello. Glad to be back.
I know, it's like a reunion, even though we all talk like all the time. Former member of Knaus and appearing in the videos, we have Kev.
Hello, everyone.
Fifth verse, same as the first four. Derek is here as well. Derek is the member of this call that actually made it on stage. The Price is Right. And played a game.
Well, now I don't have anything to say other than hello, but it's good to be here.
And lastly, we have Randy. Randy does not appear in the videos for Torgo Entertainment, but he was a member of the Contestants Not Appearing on Stage podcast back in the day.
Hello.
Chris will be joining us probably a little later on, but I think that's enough preamble. And we're going to get started ranking all 112 of these games. And we're going to start off, by the way, these were randomly ordered. I put all of them in random.org, and it gave us this order. We made a couple executive decisions regarding the order, but we'll cross those bridges when we get there. We're going to start off with my favorite defunct supermarket chain of all time. That would be Super Saver. Grocery product game, it's now retired. 6 grocery products. Most of them have prices listed that are less than the actual retail price. You need to pick 4 of them. If you save $1 or more, win the prize. I am tentatively putting this in A. That's my thought. I really like Super Saver. I love the set. It lasted about 10 years, and I think that it had a creative premise. I think that it had enough tension because you could still make it over $1 as your target, and you can still lose. Because some pricing games, I feel like once you reach the goal, it makes the rest of the game rather anticlimactic. But I feel like Super Saver does not have that, and I really like the red and cyan color scheme that it had.
The only reason I probably had Super Saver in B more than A is that maybe this is just me. I feel like Super Saver hasn't aged as well as some other old games from the past. Never been a huge fan of that color scheme. It's not bad, but it's not amazing. It is very 90s. It's perfectly okay. I wouldn't call it amazing by any means. I would probably have it in B+, but I don't feel like I would put it lower than that.
I would also agree that it is a B. I think it's a fine concept, but I feel like it does run a little bit long for a game that ultimately you make 4 decisions in. And so it's just, I'm not getting a whole lot of bang in my buck there. So I would say the concept is still solid, but being long puts it kind of solidly in B for me.
I would definitely go with A on it. I can see the reasoning behind B, but I definitely feel if the game still existed, if the game hadn't been retired for reasons, which Torgo can get into if he'd like, that I think it would still be around today. I think it's a great grocery game, not too long, not too short. I think it's a great grocery game.
And he actually brings up something I did want to kind of talk about. If there are anomalies in the game, like Losk is probably the one that Price is Right fans know, where the win-loss display made an error. People really like to hammer those kinds of things into the ground. That's not anything that is really going to affect the placement of the games too much. Yes, thank you for bringing that up.
Well, I was actually bringing up the reason that it was retired, which was because Bob forgot to mention that the product that was marked up, if you picked that, you could still win. And the contestant said that caused them to lose, and that's why Bob had the game retired. I think had that incident not happened, the game would still be around today.
Yeah, it's a good point to bring up with these retired games, the reason why retired, if we know the reason, and obviously we know the reason there, so.
It's definitely an A for me. It's probably my favorite turntable grocery product game. I agree with Randy. If there hadn't been that incident, I think it would still be around today. I love the set. I love the gameplay. It's definitely gameplay, a mechanism that you don't have, I think, in any other game as far as I know. And yeah, I will say it is interesting to know. I don't think the game was adapted in that many countries internationally. I don't really know why. I think it's a very American game for multiple reasons, but definitely an A game for me without even having to think about it.
We are specifically talking about the US versions of these pricing games. If there's something that is international that does not appear in the United States, we will not be talking about it.
I agree with A. The reason that I like it in A is because if you think about it, this is something you would do while grocery shopping. You're trying to save as much money as you can. And I feel like, again, it's a very American concept of, okay, how can I save this much money? What items do I need to get? And I really like that unique aspect of it. And I think that combined with the set, and just it makes it a solid A-tier game to me.
I like that point. I feel like there are some other games that also do that a little bit better. It's kind of mimic the concept of grocery shopping here in America, and we'll get to those games when we get there. But
Well, they do. They mimic other aspects of grocery shopping. This one specifically mimics trying to save money. And it's basically, you take a newspaper, you see the sale prices in the newspaper, and now you're trying to remember, well, is that the original price of this product? That's what this game is. It's like, what is the original price of this product? And you're trying to remember that. So I think it's a fun guessing game, and that's why I also agree with it being an A.
I think majority rules, we're going to go ahead and drop it right there in A. Got some coupons, and we're playing some Super Saver. Next up, we have a game that's not going in A. That is Secret X. Still on the show, you're playing tic-tac-toe. You get 3 X's, you get 1 for free, you gotta win the other 2, then they reveal the middle X column, and if you make tic-tac-toe, you win the prize. I think this game sucks. I'm putting it in D. I hate this game.
I think this game sucks. I'm putting it in F.
Really? That bad? I wasn't gonna be that harsh on Secret X.
Listen, and I understand that we can only have so many F games. I understand that. I understand that every game that sucks can't be an F. Some are going to be D. But and we'll get into this further as we go along, any game, and again, I know this is why other games were retired and stuff, any game that you can do all of the pricing correctly and still lose, I don't think belongs. And I feel like just deciding, did the producers decide to put the X up top or in the middle or in the bottom, shouldn't be how you win or lose the pricing game.
I don't think that it's a big factor for me whether you can do everything and still lose in the game, because there's going to be plenty of those games where I'm going to put an A or even S. I feel like, yeah, it's not the greatest game in the world, but it's quick, it helps things move by, and it helps make time for other games, and kind of fills the need of being a small prize game. Just so everyone knows, they always try to do most of the time about 1 small prize game a show, so it fits that need and allows to play for longer games. So I see value in it, and that's why I put it in C, personally.
I just hate enough games where I wouldn't put this in F. I do have this in D. One of the things I cannot stand about Secret X is how unintuitive it is without explanation. You have to explain that you have to use the middle, and you basically have to explain that you can only put your X's in the corners. You should not have to use a skill other than pricing to win a pricing game. I wouldn't call tic-tac-toe a major skill, but it's a skill other than pricing. And again, while I hate games more that does have me put this in D, I think that is a major hit against it.
I will just a counterpoint real quick, Jordan. You don't necessarily have to explain to people that you have to put the X in the corner, because you don't have to put the X in the corner. And we know people who have not put the X in the corner. You might not win, but you don't have to put the X in the corner.
I mean, to that point,
let's see if it pays off.
The only playing of Secret X I've seen in person was played by someone that didn't understand the game, and they put both X. They won 3 X's and put their first 2 in the middle, and so that was all they could do. And of course, the X was in the middle, and they won. But yeah, it's a C game for me. I don't really care for it, but going by one of the criteria that Torgo mentioned, is this a game that I'd want to play on the show? And I would say yes, because generally it's a very easy win, and they don't generally put the X on the bottom just to fuck over the contestant. And usually when they do that, it's usually for a car, and it's easy to predict. So it's not a great game. It's kind of meh. And I wouldn't say it's a terrible game, but I would want to play it because generally it's going to be pretty easy to win. So it's a solid C for me.
We have some C's and some F's and some D's, so I think it's going to end up averaging out to D. I think that's the compromise we're going to have to make. Next up, we have one of the larger games on the show, Triple Play. Surprisingly not baseball themed, like the other big game that we'll talk about later on. 3 cars. You essentially get to play 3 little games. The first one, you get 2 prices. You want to pick the price that is closest to the price of the car without being over it. You're correct. You go on to the second one. If you're correct, you go on to the third, except you have to win all 3 cars. You can't win 1, you can't win 2. It is an all or nothing game. There is something unusual about this game that I don't like, and that is that you don't really think about the game so much as you're thinking about the fact that you can win 3 cars. I feel like the actual gameplay is not remotely as important, which is why I have this in D. I also, since you have to play for 3 cars, I don't want 3 cars.
I think on that note, I definitely agree with you, Torgo, is that I don't have a need for 3 cars. I understand some people, if they have the money in that, they may have more than 1 car. I have 1 car, gets me from point A to point B. That's all I need. I'd rather play a game than I can just win 1 car easier than 3 cars that I don't need. And people talk about, well, I can give it to my friends or my family and all of that, but you're still going to have to pay the taxes on that. I'm still going to rank this game a B, simply because it does get the audience excited, and I'm sure it gets the home audience excited, but I don't think it's very practical to win 3 cars.
I would also agree with B, and just to kind of counterpoint a little bit is, I think it would be worthwhile to win 3 cars because I don't have to accept all of them. Spoiler alert, you don't have to accept all the prizes on the show, so I'd pick the one that I'd want and then decline the other 2, or even take them and just sell them. So I think there is practical that I now have a choice of a car that I would want instead of having to take all 3 of them and use them long term. And I think the fact that it is a big spectacle game, I think that there's a lot of pomp and circumstance to it. It can be very exciting, and so that's why I have it as a B, a low B, but a B.
Yeah. I feel like the spectacle isn't enough, considering it's using the whole it's using the whole stage, and yet I feel like it's not using nearly enough stage, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I'm right in the middle. I have it as a C. I see the arguments for having it as a D because winning 3 cards is kind of dumb. The pricing game is kind of dumb, but the presentation is the best thing. One of the best presentations on the show. It excites people. It would excite anyone just tuning in. I can't give any game with that presentation less than a C, so I'm just kind of solidly in the middle there.
I'm kind of waffling between C and D as well. It's definitely my least favorite of the big 3. I agree with the impracticality. I think one of the other frustrating things about it is that, well, I can't really say it's bad that it's not played that much anymore, but it's not played that much anymore, and ever since Drew's become the host, it's only been won a small number of times, which I think is really disappointing as well. And obviously that's a characteristic of big 3s to begin with, but I think it's a little bit more noticeable with triple play for some reason. I don't know if it's because of the 3 cars or just for some reason. I'm going to go with a C for me, but
I can be swayed.
I could see it as a D as well.
I can be swayed. We have some B's and D's. I think C is where it's going to end up going. The spectacle does win out for triple play. Speaking of spectacle, let's talk about Shower Game. You might not know what this game is. This is one of the hidden games that we didn't have any videos or photos of for quite some time. Here's a car. Here's 6 prices. Each one's above a shower stall. Get in the shower of the price that you think is correct. Hope you win.
And
I
that's
would
why
say,
I think it's a B.
I'm going to say F because it truly brought nothing to the table. I mean, it's essentially a 5 price tags ripoff, and 5 price tags does it much better. And I guess the 2 cool things are the set and the fact that no one can truly lose because you're guaranteed to win at least $100. But that's not enough for me. I just don't understand why this game was even created.
The set is way too big for what you're actually doing.
Yeah, it is a huge set. I wonder if it's the largest one of the. I don't know.
My main issue is, like, the theme of it. Like, why are you taking a shower? We'll talk about how some other games are themed around the carnival, some other themes around entertainment in some way. Here the theme is take a shower and win a car. Why? I have it in D, again, just because I think some games are more god-awful than this, but the theming just really hurts it for me.
I agree with Jordan. I would, rank this as a C, actually. I prefer, and we'll get into this during more games, like the pure pricing versus guessing the last number of cars. This one, at least, you're down to the 1,000 digits. But like Jordan said, this game would never make it today. It's just weird. Like, why are you getting into a shower on TV?
But
I saw on D because it's the fact that I feel like I can only put a game in F if it is completely and utterly broken. And there's nothing like broken with this game. The concept works, but it's boring as heck. And the shower concept does not make sense.
And it didn't last very long on the show at all.
10 playings.
So where do we end up putting it? I mean, I personally had this in D.
I would say B.
I had this.
I think we're all kind of solidly mostly a D.
I'd say D.
I do think Secret X is better. It's not going to be easy for us to keep track of it, but generally, moving forward, the game on the left of each tier is the highest of that tier, and then everything else just kind of follows. It's like reading order, essentially, or for the viewers. Next up, we have Clearance Sale. For easy as 1, 2, 3. You want to make it a little more convoluted? We have sale prices instead of just blocks with numbers on them. Essentially, you're just going least to most expensive. I have this in a D. I think it's dumb. I think there was no real reason to have it. The set I found really garish with all the balloons and all the yellow that was just kind of around, and it lasted way longer than I thought it needed to.
The set was actually one of the cool things about it.
I'm borderline C and D as well. I'm going again. I'm going to go C again, just on the point would I want to play this on the show. And I really do not like easy as 1, 2, 3 because I think it's a major ripoff of Most Expensive and not in a good way. And I would prefer to play clearance sale over easy because you have more information with the prices. I wouldn't say that made it an easy game, but it made it easier sometimes. And I think generally, for me at least, it was a pretty easy game to win. So I'll go C, but it's borderline for me.
One reason I have it in D is because the reveal can be super anticlimactic. If you pick the wrong one and you put the lowest sale price on the highest price and then that gets revealed, you basically know you've lost, and yet there's still 2 more prizes to go. And so that combined with the copycat nature, I just couldn't do higher than D.
I'm going with D as well for the same reason, except the opposite there, in that if you get the first 2 right, it's obvious that you've won before they even reveal it. And I don't like games that you've won before they do the final reveal. I just think it's anticlimactic.
I think that means we kind of average out to D. I think it's better than the shower game, but I think Secret X is better than that. Next up, Hole in 1 or Hole in or 2. It'll be like putt-putting.
I would say B for me, partially because I'm colored with how it has been set up for like the last 10 or so years. It seems very obvious to me that they don't want the contestant to ever putt past the first line. The grocery products are set up insanely hard, and that has ruined a lot of it for me. The other is that they generally like to play this game for the cheapest cars they have available, which also sucks. I think they think that the golf aspect and the spectacle and the history is enough to keep this going. And yeah, it's also a super long game. So I'm going to say B, but personally, if I wasn't amongst people who are going to rate it really highly, I would probably say a C or a D for me. It just has lost a lot of its luster in the Drew era for me, and it's because of how it's being used on the show.
Yeah, I really like Hole in 1.
Before we continue, Torgo didn't explain the game, I think, so...
Sorry, he did not.
I think it's one of those where, like I said, it's mini golf. You know what this is. I'm not going to sit there and give the rules of mini golf. Make sure you have your little golf pencils and your cards, and make sure you know what your handicap is.
I think the only thing to point out is the concept of the least to most expensive ordering of the grocery products, where the better you do, the closer you can putt. But I think that's important to note. But I would also agree with Derek that it's a B. I try to avoid thinking about how they're using the game now, but I definitely do agree with the fact that it has lost a bit of its luster. This was a game for Bob Barker to basically stroke his ego. He loved playing golf, and so he loved doing the inspiration putt and kind of roaring up the crowd and making him feel good. And it's just not something that Drew does. So I feel like it's a game that has lost a bit of its meaning in the era, but the concept of golf and the spectacle of watching people putt is still good enough that I think it's in a B.
I'm going to get possibly a nuclear hot take here. I'm going to go C for Hole in 1. I really am. I think this is one of the harder grocery product segments of any grocery product, which I think takes away from it. Again, I have a pet peeve of pricing perfectly and not winning the game and specifically need another skill. Again, I wouldn't call putting a ball a major skill, but it is a skill other than pricing. I call it the on-the-nose problem, which I'll get to when we get to on-the-nose. But for quite a time, half of the game was the inspiration putt and everything around it, and not really anything about the game itself. So I am playing it in C. I honestly considered it for D. I really did.
At least if you price perfectly, it's almost impossible for you to not just sink in the putt that close. I know some people have done
and
it,
you
but
get a $500 bonus that everyone forgets about.
Exactly.
I would say one thing that would make this game better for me, and again, it is super long and they just don't have the luxury, would be if they went back to how it was originally played and made it a luxury car game with one putt. I think that would make it. I think that would be more appropriate for how it's being utilized now. Of course, I don't think they'll ever do that, but if they went back to that, I think that would make me feel better about where the state of the game now.
If they're too scared to give away any kind of card, if they set up the grocery products as they do from the back line for an $18,000 Mitsubishi, they're not going to play it for a luxury car. Unless they want to give away a luxury
I don't think
card.
they ever will, but I think that would be more appropriate for, playing it 6 times a season and, having them putt from the first or second line.
So
I feel like I'm in the minority here. I had it an A. I really like the spectacle of hole-in-one.
Well.
But I also really like mini golf, so I think that's my bias showing. And the split screen that they have when they showed the putt, and you see it rolling down towards the hole, is like one of the greatest camera shots.
But they don't have that anymore.
I know they don't do it anymore. That's the thing.
Well, I know that this is, counterpoint to what I said earlier about perfect pricing, but I still call it an A because the better you do, closer you're getting. And again, I think it was Davin that said it that if you basically get to the line, I know a couple of people have lost from that front line, but you've basically got it, and now you have 2 putts. So it's almost like it's perfect there.
I think we're going to average out to putting it in a B. I'll just have to swallow my pride on that one, but hole-in-one's going to go in B, second chance or not. Right, it happens. Next up, we have one of the newest games, Back to 72, 73, 74, Back to Life, Back to Reality, however you want to call it, it's the same game. They have small prizes that they had on the show in 1972, 73, 74. You have to get the price right within range. You have a total amount that you're allowed to be off for the entire time. I am so torn on this game because I don't think I've actually seen it more than once because I don't really have the chance to watch the show anymore.
I think it's a solid D, and I will say, and my reasoning for it is because it is not a pricing game in the sense that you're not pricing present merchandise. You're pricing past merchandise, which is a completely different skill set entirely. Therefore, I don't feel like it's a pricing game. I get some people like the spectacle of seeing the old prizes and hearing some of the old cues that they used to have, music cues they used to have on the show, but I just feel like it's kind of a time dump or something that is not really a skill that they should be testing. It's a D.
I mean,
I'm going to say no. I'll let JJ go first, but I'm going to say I totally disagree.
I don't think that that's a problem with pricing old things. That's fun. It's half the reason you play now or then in the first place. But also, the game is cliffhangers. And the thing that they do here is that instead of $25 to work with, they give you $50 to work with. And I think that's because they realize, hey, these aren't current products. Maybe you don't remember this. I also think that there are plenty of people from 70s who are still around who might remember these products. So I just don't see it as that big of a problem. So I would put it as a C because it's still a Cliffhanger's ripoff, but
I am inclined to drop it down to C.
The question I have for you, JJ, is didn't they do the 50 because it was season 50? Was that why they gave you $50? Is because it was season 50 versus making it easier?
I didn't think of that, and if that's the case, okay, but I think it also works out to being okay. Here's the $50 range because these products are so old and inflation has changed, and you might not remember how much they used to cost.
Right. It's just going to be a one season and done celebration of the 50th anniversary, kind of like how the Boy Scouts brought back 4 retro merit badges for their 100th anniversary, and everyone was just kind of okay with it, and then they went away. I don't know why this is lingering around. After all the efforts that the show has made to bring itself up to modern times, I feel like this show is backpedaling super hard on that, and it kind of comes at odds with the demographics that they're going for now.
So I'm definitely in a minority in this group. It's definitely an A for me. Part of it is because I just think it's a nice tribute to the show as it was, and they really have gone all out in doing that. Part of it is because it is a Cliffhangers ripoff, but I think it's more interesting than Cliffhangers, especially because Cliffhangers is so boring now. I mean, they literally haven't done anything to it in like the last... how it's set up in the last 25 years or more. So it's more interesting in that way. And also because it's incredibly easy. There's really no way that people should be losing this game. and the win-loss record is incredibly high, which reflects that. I do think if they only gave $25 to play with, I think it would be probably too difficult, even for people like us. I do think 50 is generally too easy, but I think 25 would be way too little for the average person to work with. The only downside, I would say, it is a Cliffhangers ripoff, but again, given how stale Cliffhangers is right now, I would much rather play back to 72, even though that would be giving up a guaranteed win to have a slightly less guaranteed win, but no, just the whole package is definitely an A, even though, again, it is a huge ripoff of Cliffhangers. And generally, I don't like ripoffs, but this one works for me.
Maybe it's stale to you, but I don't know about anybody else. I can listen to 10 hours of On the French's Mountains. So give me Cliffhangers every day.
Yeah.
I'm sure Derek and I are going to love talking about Cliffhangers later. Anyway, in a good way.
B or C, where do we end up putting it? Was Derek's B enough to bring it up to B?
Not for me. I mean, I disagree with the whole thing about, but you can price old stuff in Now or Then. But the difference between this game and Now or Then, which we'll talk about later, is because you can know prices of new items and still win that game and know nothing about prices from the then time. Here, you only know about the then time. It's a completely different concept. I still am on the D. I most know I'm not going to hit that thing, so if it's between B or C, I'd have to go C.
Oh no, it's a C.
All right. I'm going to put it ahead of Triple Play, though. Next up, we have Make Your Move, and I'm just going to go ahead and drop it right there, and we're going to be done with it. Cool. Make Your Move is fantastic. It's a two-digit prize, a three-digit prize, four-digit prize. All 9 digits are lined up. You have to slide the corresponding prize to the digits that represent its price. Nothing overlaps. Fantastic set. The set makes the game. No other game plays like this. It looks great. It has persisted. They haven't needed to change anything at all, really. I think this is an S-tier game.
I agree with S. It's just so unique. I mean, we don't have Hue 209A introducing it every time anymore, so it loses a little bit for that. That music was a big part of its charm, but the puzzle aspect, I do think it's worth mentioning that the game used to be overlapping. They used to have 2 3-digit prizes and 1 4-digit prize and overlapping numbers, and then they realized that sucked, and they fixed it. And now we have an S-tier game.
I understand that everybody likes it as an S. I honestly would put it as an A, and the reason being, I don't like the fact that you can price one correctly and then you lose. It looks awkward to me. Well, you priced the 4-digit prize correctly, but since you didn't do the 2 cheap ones, you lose.
Well, speaking of that, Randy, at least the Australian version was played so that you won any prize that you priced right. It didn't matter if you got them all right. If you priced the 2-digit prize right, but you got the other 2 wrong, you still won the 2-digit prize. So at least one version has noted that, but that is never.
Add a kangaroo to that Make Your Move and put that in the S, and then put the American version in the A, because that would make it an S for me.
See, I think American is still
This is America.
It's probably a B or a C. Part of it is, I think...
Hate crime, Derek. Good lord.
I've never really been... I mean, the main thing for me was, as Kev said, the ritual with a Q and the setup. It just, was a ritual for a long time, and now that that's gone, it's lost a little bit of its luster. But I think the other thing is it is an inflation-limited game, and I think eventually they're going to have to figure out sooner rather than later how to deal with that. But... yeah,
pull 3 switches and add another digit on there.
It's just fine. It's just so for me. I do acknowledge that there are a lot of unique aspects to this game, and I can see why other people are viewing it higher, but it's never really been a game that I've really been particularly attached to. And it is kind of a weird game because of what the prize structure is. So yeah, it's I'll say a B- for me, but I can understand why others have it higher.
I like all the points that everyone else has said, but I don't. It's not enough for me to put in an S. It's an A for me.
I very rarely think a set complements a game. I love the relative bright simplicity the Make Your Move set has. I don't like overly garish sets, but I like the fact that the simple red, the simple yellow, and the simple green are throughout. I like what they add to the set, and I don't think it's overly gaudy the way they do it.
For a set that is very, very 90s looking, it is still a top 10 set on the show. I will definitely give it that.
It's going to hurt me to drop this down to A. It really is. Sorry, Make Your Move. Some of us still love you. Moving right along to the next game, we have Poker Game.
Go ahead and drop
This
that
is where
to
you
the
want to talk about games that are affected by inflation. They have three
Wow.
digit prizes, 4 3-digit prizes. You need to make a poker hand using 2 of the prizes, and you get to determine whether you're going to keep it or pass it to the house. If you get a higher hand than the house does, you win all 4 prizes. I guess it's more Yahtzee related, kind of, than a card game. If that sounds confusing, that's because it is kind of difficult to explain what's going on. Tentatively, I will withhold my opinion for right now, but I want to know who is most passionate about poker game.
Me.
Oh, excuse me. Go ahead. You are very passionate. Go
Yeah.
ahead.
It's a A- for me, but I also acknowledge that the show made a very bad decision in not trying to retool the game instead of retiring it. So for the last, I don't know, probably decade of the show, the game's existence, it was tied with Clock Game as being the cheapest game on the show because of the show's limitations on it. And I can understand why people in our age group would hate it because it was a cheap-ass game played for really random prizes. But it's definitely a really unique game. There's a lot of strategy involved. Unique staging, a unique set. I like the set, other people probably don't. It is kind of crazy looking, but I really think there was ample opportunity to use 4-digit prizes or have some kind of bonus, either a cash bonus based on the hand or just a bonus prize in general, and instead they just retired it, which I think was totally lame. And I can understand why others would hate it, but I think there's a lot of unique aspects. I like poker. It's absolutely an A game for me, but I think I'm going to be in the minority.
Yes.
Yeah, I have poker in D. So
I do too.
Yeah, I have poker in D because it's not a pricing game. It's find the prices with 9s in them and hope you win the 50-50 game. And I mean, I can respect that it's still 50-50, so it's easy to win, but it's just not. It's not a pricing game, and I happen to think the set's ugly, and it landed in D for me.
Yeah,
No,
I agree. I think
it's
it's
large.
Yeah, I think set's large for this game. I think that it is. I agree with Kev. It is absolutely a D. I think that it's like I said, it's not a pricing game. The only reason that would prevent me from putting it straight in F, because I have a lot of games in F that really aren't pricing games, is the fact that it did last 30 years on the show. So there is some longevity, so there was some staying power with it. Because it clearly means something worked. But also the reason it lasted 30 years is because apparently the only one person who was willing to keep it around was Bob Barker, and he made all the final decisions. And as soon as Bob Barker was gone, so was Poker Game. So yeah, it barely gets itself out of F and into D for me.
I do think it's F. I really do, because I think the whole pricing aspect is a pretense to the fact that this game literally just is a coin flip with some pricing added in for a little bit of spice. And I found the set kind of ugly. Though I'm just completely opposite Derek here. I think this is my first true F.
I have it in D just because I wasn't as interested in it. I absolutely think it's a pricing game. I know that people come into this game not knowing how to play it, and so they just randomly pick prizes. But if you know that this fridge is $8.99 and you know that this other prize is $4.99, then you're going to pick those two to make the best hand possible if you know how to play poker. It is absolutely a pricing game because if you know the prizes they put in front of you, you know which 2 prizes to pick to make the best possible hand for yourself. It is absolutely a pricing game. It is not an interesting pricing game to me that much, but I get it. We'll talk about it as we keep going. For whatever reason, they like the carnival stuff, and I think that the Price is Right was meant to be a carnival, but for whatever reason, someone on the staff had a hard-on for card-themed games, because we're going to come across a few more card-themed games in this set. So we'll talk about it, and Bob obviously liked poker, and it lasted so long because people do play poker. I'm sure they thought that it's relatable to people because people have card nights and go play poker. And again, it's still a D for me, but it is absolutely a pricing game.
We have some really big fans of poker game. We have some not fans of poker games. So I'm going to go ahead and put you right in the middle. I think that's the best. If you don't like it, you can always pass it and hope for a better hand to try and win. Next up is Plinko. At one point, the most famous game on the show, so I won't really go into how to play it. I don't. You want to talk spectacle? It used to have a sign. Not even it just advertised the game. It wasn't even part of the set of the game. It had a separate prop advertising. Guess what, bitches? It's Plinko time! And I'm
Soon to be
gonna
at the
go
Strong
ahead
Museum
and
of
put it
Play
as
in
tentatively.
Rochester.
I don't even like watching Plinko that much because I've seen too many playings where it just ends up with really low totals because of the randomness of it all. I love the small prize pricing aspect of it. No other game does that. The colors work great. The crowd gets super hyped over it. It is an institution on the show, and I really feel like even though I'm not that high up on the game, I feel like putting it anywhere other than S might be doing it a disservice.
I feel like people put history and prestige into their view of this game rather than viewing what this game actually is. It's not bad. Yes, the pricing component is really fun. Yes, it uses spectacle in an interesting way. However, if you compare to other pricing games where again, perfect pricing can actually win you the whole game, I don't like the fact that it is really down to dump luck. And the fact that the only way you could win it is to literally rig it. See the fishing line incident from like 10 years ago. I can't put it lower than B, but I think it has substantial weaknesses that people don't want to talk about. And you said it yourself, Torgo, you don't like watching it. Does that
that's because he doesn't like. That's because we're fans. You know, there was a period of time where all of us were watching The Price is Right every day for a few years, and so when they play Plinko 20 times a season, yeah, for us fans, it's going to be like, oh, I don't like watching it that much. But for the average Joe who doesn't pay attention to that kind of stuff, they're not going to notice. And I think the biggest thing with Plinko is that it's just fun. Like, it's necessarily the game I would want to play on the show? No. But I can understand why people love it so much is because it looks fun. I mean, they have a Plinko arcade game in places where you can drop your own chips, and it's fun watching your chips drop, the anticipation, trying to see if you can win this many tickets. And that's the same thing people love to watch when they see it on TV.
Plinko to me is the game that is probably the most encompassing of what The Price is Right is supposed to be. It is supposed to be fun. It's supposed to have a little bit of pricing, but it's ultimately supposed to be fun and having to win something. Yes, I know it's almost impossible to win the max prize, but I think that's not really what the point of The Price is Right is to be. It's to win something. And frankly, prior to this, I created my own little tier list just so I could have a little bit of like notes to kind of go off of and say where I think games should go. And there were only 3 games I put in S, and this is one of them. Largely, the games I put in S are the games that I would, if I was going to show this to a regular, average viewer, at their best, these games at their best to show them and get them sold on The Price is Right. This is absolutely one of the games I would absolutely have on that list.
I'm going to say it's a B for me as well. It's more of my personal feelings. I hated Plinko as a child because it was played so often. And as someone that came incredibly close to playing it on the show, it's made, I don't know. I've appreciated it more as I get older. I do agree that it's a great ambassador for the show. I do think it's another game that has been neglected by the staff a little bit. I think they're kind of going with the fact that, it's, an institution, whatever. I do think it is overdue for the money amounts to be raised, especially the lower amounts. I think that 100, 500,000 are way too low now. And I do think, I agree with Torgo that like 8 times out of 10, the game itself is pretty boring. So it's a B for me. I fully understand why people would have it as an S. But for me personally, it's a B.
It's not the greatest game, but it's just because it's Plinko, I'm giving it an A. And I know some people will disagree with that. That's not a reason, but that's my reason.
I also had it an A, but I think it's a good game. So
I've said that you can't spell Plinko without A. You can't spell Plinko. Well, you can't spell Plinko without any of these letters, really.
No,
it just doesn't have any of them in there. You have a bad tattoo? Cover it up. You'll be okay. They have a 5-digit prize of a car. All the numbers are wrong. Cover up the first digit with 1 of 2 options, second digit with 1 of 3 options, and so on and so forth. If you have at least one number right, you keep moving forward until you either keep getting them right or you don't get any more right on your next turn. This is a pure pricing game. I think the set is efficient, and it does exactly what it needs to do. Having seen this game in real life, it's actually, you think that the set would be flush, but it's actually at a very strange angle that doesn't have anything to do with the set. I just thought it was very interesting. I would like to put this in S personally. I think this is one of the best card games on the show. It does get used a lot, but I also feel like it's rewarding to people who know the hints that are involved in the game, but they are not hints to the point where if you don't know them, it's going to hurt your chances at all with the game. I think it's fun. There's never really a point where I dread seeing Cover Up on the show. I think it's a relatively fair game because you can't really set it up too mean, and I really can't see anything wrong with Cover Up, so that's why I'm inclined to put it in S.
I mean, for the folks that like pure pricing, I do think it's an S. You know the price of the card, do it. Price the card, and if you don't lose automatically. So it's a great game.
Listen, you can't pull Cover Up without a C, and that's what I'm ranking this.
Really?
And I'll tell you why. And I didn't just do that for the pun, although that wouldn't be past me to do that. I don't like, and you say pure pricing, and you're going to say, yes, this is pure pricing. I don't like games that you have to name the last number in the price of the car. Or the fourth digit, because I don't think that that's pure pricing.
Oh, it
True,
is.
but you also have multiple chances to do it, potentially.
Yes, but I shouldn't be the most excited to see the game to see what fancy images that they're going to post on it.
It's cute dressing, but it's not enough of a set dressing where it affects my view of the game at all.
But that's what I'm most excited to see, is to see what they did, and that's the only reason I'm excited to see Cover Up, and that shouldn't be a reason to see a game.
So I actually, when I looked at my notes, I actually apparently had it as a B, but as a high B. I kind of looking back on it, I was like, I kind of feel like I should have maybe put it in an A. It's not my favorite game on the show, but it's certainly a very, very, very solidly built game. And like I said, for all the reasons everyone else said. So
I have it as an A, but it's the highest on my A list, which means that it almost made S. It was almost S because, again, pure pricing. I also like just there are so many different ways that it can play out, and I like games that have lots of different potential outcomes. I like how sometimes the strategy plays a role and sometimes it doesn't. I think it's one of the few games where Drew hosts it better than Bob, who was just like, hey, cover up these numbers. And he didn't give those hints at all. I think it actually works better when the contestants get a chance to reason through and be like, oh, hey, maybe I shouldn't get the second digit right away if I know it. I love the strategy. I love the pricing. And, of course, the fancy images are cute, too. So, A, but almost S.
I guess it's going to go an A then.
Yep. It's a solid A for me. It's not a game. The strikes against it for me is that it's generally not played well. And I don't think it's a game that I'd really want to play on the show.
I can understand. It is a little on the more difficult side. I get that. Speaking of car games that are a little more on the difficult side, hello Pathfinder, the Nissan-sponsored game. You got a 5x5 board, you stand on it, it represents numbers and the price of the car. You have to walk either vertically or horizontally. Well, actually, no, it's not vertically. You're not, like, scaling a wall or anything. You know what I mean if you're listening to this. It's just forward and back or left and right, no diagonals. If you make a mistake, you can win a second chance with one of 3 small prize pairs. I like Pathfinder. The set is fantastic. Something about this game bugs me, and I can't put my finger on it, which is why I would personally put it in A.
Pathfinder is one of my favorite games on the show, but I also agree if it's an A. There is something, it can get long, and it can also kind of flame out really early, too. If it can get past the first number, or second number, I guess, it can get really, really exciting. Certainly one of the more exciting games on the show, so I would say a solid A.
It might be B. I love Pathfinder. If this is Jordan's favorite pricing games, this would be S+. But in terms of quality of pricing game, it could be set up so ridiculously tough that I feel like it's not enjoyable. I also have a bias towards small prize stuff just because I am very bad at it. But in particular, I find it pure pricing. I do find it kind of arbitrary at times. I love the set. I just wish it was executed maybe slightly better than it was.
Well, somehow three of us have mentioned this game, and none of us have mentioned the sound effects yet. And yeah, I think those are part of why it's an A for me. It's not S because it can just yes, perfect. I agree that the flameouts happen, but the set combined with the sound effects, combined with the number of times that it does get exciting once you do get past those first couple of numbers, solid A.
I have to disagree with Jordan in the fact that I think that the small price portion of thing is probably one of the better concepts of the game. There's not very many games on the show where there's a second chance sort of element to it. So I really like it for that reason. And like I said, I completely forgot about the sound effects. That makes it a really exciting game. I also don't really try to think about difficulty of the game too much unless it was insanely impossible. And Pathfinder can be hard, but it's it also can be one too.
I'm gonna say it's actually a C for me. I really do like the set. I like the uniqueness, and especially again, this is another game where I think it's gotten worse in the Drew era. Is that it just seems incredibly arbitrary. The setups, it's like they're telling the contestant, "Fuck you, you're not gonna even have a chance." Right off the bat, and it seems like it's set up like that 9 times out of 10. And I will even say the small prizes are. It's not as bad as in like the early Mike Richards era, where it seemed like they really, really did not like the contestant. But it just seems like the difficulty of the game is generally set way too high for the level of card that they're offering. That really ruins it for me. And it's just like with Cover Up. I'm like, would I want to play this on the show? And I'm kind of leaning towards no. Again, it's a game where I like it, but I think the execution of it really ruins it for me. So it's a C.
I would go with B on this. I do not take into account how difficult games are set up and not, because I understand that fluctuates based on producers and all of that. I do agree if the second digit was not a 3, 4, 5, 6 option, if it was 0, 3, 6, 9, I think it would make it a better game, but I usually don't take that into effect. The one weird quirk about this game, which doesn't really take anything away but is worth noting, is that you can play the game and not win all the small prizes, and you could make 3 mistakes and win all those and win the car and win more than playing it perfectly, which is just a weird quirk, but it doesn't necessarily take anything away.
I can understand that. I think that means it averages out to B for all of us.
Yeah, to B.
Can't wait to hear what Randy has to say about Money Game then.
We'll get there, but I can't wait. You might be waiting, because guess what, everybody? We are 10% of the way through the game list, and it only took us an hour in real time.
We haven't hit the quickies yet, so don't you worry.
Yeah, it's a very front-loaded randomized list. And I think this next one's going to be quick. Similar to Shower Game, which is one of the 3 games we did not have any footage or stills of for quite some time, Telephone Game is another one of those. It was played very rarely. Wink Martindale hosted it. I'm getting there. I'm trying to build up to it. I'm trying to build up to the fact, okay, fine, it's going in F. It sucks. It's one of the worst games on the show. It makes no sense. It has 2 halves. It's one of the few games where, like, sense matters more than it should. It's very disjointed. Why are we doing the game with a telephone booth in it? If you watch it on YouTube, because that's the only way you can really see it, it comes off as a mess.
There is a reason they only played this game 3 times.
So if I rank this game as a B, that would be considered a hot take then?
I think it would be a hot take.
Yeah.
I think it's a cool concept. Thank you. I think it's just a cool concept. I understand the whole point of, like, you can wipe out the first part of the game and then not get to play the second part, but I think it's a unique concept. And I'm going B.
I'm with Randy. Not as high as Randy. I would say a D. I think it was a unique concept, not only just the set and how it was played, but also the fact that it was a grocery product car game, a niche that there wasn't much of. I just think it was executed really badly. I can see why people hate it.
Crafted together, and the sum is not greater than the parts.
I'll put it this way: if I, as a fan who's watched the show for many years, had sit and look at a game and I do not understand how it is supposed to be played and or why we are doing the thing, it's an F game.
The reason it remained buried as long as it did, I think. I know some of you like it. I understand that. But I really don't think we can justify as a whole, as one collective unit, putting it over F. I really don't. I don't think it's the worst game the show's ever done. But I do think it's an F tier game. Now, if you want to talk about a game that I think we're going to vary a lot on, that is Lucky 7. It's another one of those iconic games on the show. The set is just a wall. Car coming out is pulling so much of the heavy lifting in this game. You have 7 $1 bills. Guess all the numbers of the price of the car, besides the first digit in the 5-digit era. And if you're off by 1, you got to give Drew $1. You need to have $1 remaining at the end of the game to quote-unquote buy the car.
I have this as an S game, and again, it's one of those 3 games where I feel like at its best, if you show this to a thing, it's going to turn them on the show. The rolling out of the car was one of the most fantastic shots that has ever been created for the show. And I get it can be a very hard game. Difficulty to me doesn't matter. Watching those doors open up and a contestant flailing around and watching win the car is one of the most exciting things on the show for me. And I think that is solid, puts it solidly in an S tier for me. I know I'm going to get bumped down.
I'm going with A just because figuring out like the 10 digit and the 1 digit, particularly towards the end, really does get a little arbitrary. You do get the strategy with the $7 bills and how to use them, which I think saves it a little bit. I agree with you that it is a relatively unique reveal with it, driving out to a wall. You've had fun little bits about the models driving the car too close to the wall, which adds a little fun to it.
But all the fun is incidental that
just
you're mentioning. That's the thing. It's not part of the game. It's just like you meet little incidental quirks.
I want to clarify.
But I think for Lucky 7, the rolling out of the car matters a lot because, again, this is a television show. There are some little incidental quirks that we like, but the rolling out of the car is something that I don't think is very incidental. It's very much a part of the presentation and a way to sell the game up.
But my curiosity, Davin, you ranked it an S, correct?
Yes, I did.
But you only talked about the reveal that I heard. You didn't talk about the gameplay itself.
I didn't, and maybe I should have done that. I think it's a very solid concept. I think it's a lot like cliffhangers in the fact that you have some leeway, but I think it's a better version because I feel like it's difficult, but the reward is justified because you're playing it for a car. And I feel like there's ways to like Jordan said, there's ways to strategize it. So if you know where it's kind of coming up and there's probably going to be a bit of lower and higher numbers to go, if you can get through that, then you have a real easy shot of winning it at the end if you can make it through there. So I love every aspect of it. I think it's an S game.
I had this in C because I'm also biased because I've seen 2 tapings of The Price is Right, the second one being the one where I was a contestant. And this was the only game that repeated twice, and it was miserable both times, simply because the game was set up so difficult. It's either guess all 5s and win, or you are not winning this game. And I feel like because it's got such disparity and such extremes in difficulty, like, yeah, it's been around forever, the set's not great, yes, the car coming out is wonderful. Spoiler alert, there's another game that we're going to be talking about later where the car comes rolling out onto the stage, and I don't think that helps that game at all either. So yeah, I think all the great parts about Lucky 7 have nothing to do with the gameplay itself of Lucky 7, so I think it is a perfectly serviceable average game.
It is,
I
but
know
Lucky 7,
it's going to get bumped up, I have a feeling, but...
Lucky 7 is still a... I hate to say it too because I like the other game enough, but Lucky 7 is still a much, much better game than the other game where they roll the car out. Plus Lucky 7 was the first game to do this, and it was for the long time the only game to do this. It was very unique in that aspect. I think that does help it. I don't have it in S because I do think that it can be too difficult at times. But to Jordan's point again, and what Davin said, listen, if you know the price of the car, at least to the hundreds digit, and nail those first 2 digits, you're probably going to win the game. Not necessarily, but probably. So I know that it can be, and again, it's a knock. Difficulty I do take into account. I know maybe some people say we shouldn't, but it's a hard game on its face, but it just feels like it's not as hard as it could be. I know that currently it is, but it's not as hard as it could be. So I would put it in A because it's a good, pure pricing game with a fun presentation.
So do we want to meet in the middle and go with A or B? I think it's either low A or high B.
It is better than Pathfinder.
Yes.
Right, I guess I'll concede to low A then. Next up is gas money. This is where the car is just kind of on stage, and we have 5 prices. Pick all the wrong ones. You keep getting money. You can bail out at any point, but if you make a mistake, you lose everything. Or if you win, you get the car and $10,000. I don't know about this one, guys. Something about it, again, it's literally just, it's 5 price tags without the fun.
Remember when this used to be deal or no deal for the first season?
Well, it was literally 5 price tags in its first season. I would still put it in B or C. I think that it doesn't have exactly the same fun as 5 price tags, but it does have some of the suspense, because sometimes you'll get a person who racks up, $7,000-8,000, and now they've got to make this decision. Yep, that's a lot of money, but if you really want a new car, here's your 50-50 shot at a new car. So I think it does have that good suspense element to it. I know
This
it's
is also
another
the
one
first
of
bailout
those.
game we're talking about.
Right. I know it's one of those games that is also affected by difficulty because of the current regime. I don't know. I like the idea of reverse 5 price tags, which is what this is. So
I have no real kind of feelings about this game, and so that's why I kind of put it in C. It was a high C, but a C.
yeah.
That's where I tentatively have it as C as well.
I
Yeah,
have
I
it
give
in
it a
C. You mentioned the suspense. Like the problem that for me is that sometimes the lack of suspense. Sometimes the game just dies when they wipe out, when they pick the lowest one or the highest one right away, and very often the lowest one or the highest one is the right answer. So it flames out a lot.
The other thing is that the bailout at times, I get why it's necessary to kind of build the kind of concept of it being called gas money, and it is nice that you get cash along with the car. But oftentimes it just feels unnecessary too. And every time something bails out of the game, it just feels like, why did you bail out there?
I have this game as an A, and again, this goes back to me, like, pricing games where you don't have to price the last digit, and to me this feels like more of a pure pricing. Is it 24,000 or 25 or 26,000 versus is it 24,385 or 24,387? So based on that, I'm going A.
I can understand
In
that.
theory, in practice, you've seen like a 23,200 or a 23,800 setup, which I know is not as hard as what you're talking about, but it is a little more arbitrary than I think you're letting on.
Most things, especially when it gets up to cars, are going to be really, really difficult to price anyway, because you're probably not going to know the price of the car down to the penny, because they can decide, oh, we're going to add options to the car to change the price. So that $23,000 car could very much become a $24,000 car. So I don't know if pre pricing to me helps it as much as it does others. I feel like
I would say
I'm moving
C, but I'm fine with B. It's just the
If
fact
you
that it doesn't
use-
didn't bring anything to the table, and 5 price tags is an S game for me. And
Oh, you wait till I get to 5 price tags. You're going to love my opinion. If you want to go with a C, that's okay. I'm okay conceding it a little bit to a C, but I wouldn't go
C-ing,
lower.
okay. I think it's better than the other games in C. It'll be the gatekeeper of the C tier. Next up is a retired game, Add 'em Up. All the digits are different. They give you the sum of all the digits, and you need to pick all the digits. Get one for free. Yep. Sure is a game, isn't
and
it?
you get one mistake too. So
You get one mistake. Ooh.
I feel like it is a concept that looks really, really good on paper. In practice, it was probably a little difficult for the contestant and not as great on the show. So I have it as a low C.
I think the
You gotta go with
play-along
a D on
factor
that.
of this game is fantastic. I think if you were watching it at home, especially for kids, I could see them being like, all right now, Bobby, they need to get to 9. What 2 numbers make it to 9? I could see that playing into it well, but something about this game seems so dry to me. I don't enjoy watching Add 'em Up. It just seems to go through the motions. I have this as a very low B, high C.
I'm going with D on this one. Again, going back to the anticlimactic, you have 1 digit left. Unless you're bad at math, the answer is obvious at that point, and I feel like that takes a lot out of it.
I mean, some people are bad at math.
I would say it's an A game for me, but I again realize that a lot of my opinions don't fit with the rest of the group. I think it's a very unique game. It's interesting. The math aspect is really interesting. It's an aspect you don't really have a lot of games. I think it was generally pretty easy if you knew the basic strategy. I wouldn't say on the level of Hit Me, but generally for most people, it probably would be very hard to lose. I will say the negatives are the anticlimactic nature, which very true. The fact that it was played horribly, and also the fact that I don't know what they would have done with trying to adjust it to 5-digit cars. So the timing was pretty sucky. It would have been a lot better if it had been introduced in 1976 instead of 1986, but that's not a point we can have any impact on. So it's an A for me, but I could see it going anywhere from A to F, really.
I think C is where it's going to go. I think it's better than Gas Money.
Piggy, honey, you can take the solo.
Yes, my love.
Here we go.
I know.
The Muppet Glee Club, Temptation. 1 and 2 and...
Temptation is another bailout game. They wheel out 4 prizes, and they all have 2 different digits in the prize. Like $59.95 is a very high-priced example. And whatever one of those 2 digits is the next prize, the next digit in the price of a car. And you're given the option to make changes at the end, and if you win, you get the car and all 4 prizes. You can bail out with all 4 prizes if you are inclined to do so.
I give it a B for birthday.
Oh, kick Kev off the call.
No, I do in fact give it a B. I love the presentation. I love the music when it was the music. I love the suspense. However, I think a game that just is only one like every 3 to 4 years, I just can't put it in an A. Like, I just can't do it. It's just, I don't know how it survived this long being one as rarely as it is. It's a B for me.
Well, I think it's because of the fact that even if you don't win it, if you can still win almost like $5,000 in prizes, that's still pretty dang good. A lot of people are going to put 3 strikes in there, and that sometimes can take a couple years to get 1 too. I really like the good presentation. I really like the concept. I think it is a very solid game. It's just fun to watch, even if it can be a bit downer at the end. But sometimes even those downers can be really, really nail-biting and exciting too, especially if the contestant like bails out and they realize they might have had the car price correct. That can also be like, oh man, but it still releases a lot of emotions. I think it's I almost put it in an S. I didn't. I'm going to put it in a very high A.
It's an S game for me. It has so many cool aspects. The history, the set, the constant stream of prizes, the pricing hints, the bailout, the possibility of a pretty big payday in general. The fact that you can walk away without having to do anything, I think is kind of cool. It's not a great thing, but it's cool. I can see why people wouldn't like this game because of the fact that it has gone incredibly long. That streak is not active? Is that streak still active?
It got one in the COVID year on a buried episode. So
okay, yeah, no, it's an S game for me. The one thing I will say is that this is unfortunately a game where Drew does not host it anywhere nearly as good as Bob did. I think this is one of Bob's best games. Even when it was very obvious that the contestant had won, he just brought so much panache. I was going to say gravitas, but I don't know if that's the right word.
I'll be very brief. I have this in A as well. Gordon brings up something in text. He likes that this is one of the few games you can change your mind. You're not locked into a decision, and you do have that option at the very end before the bailout. I do think that the bailout option is perfect for this game because you should not be that swayed to get the prizes. The prizes are there to tempt you into going for the car, which is why they don't offer prizes all that high. There were years where they offered additional prizes that were just too expensive. And I really like the pressure and the decision making that has to be made. Contestants really seem to try to figure out what it is they want to do, and they have like this little moral quandary, and I really like that. So I do think it's an A tier game.
I still have to go with probably D, and it's just for the simple reason the game's been won once in 7 years. And I don't...
Plinko's never been won.
Well, I was going to say we'll get to that when we get to Plinko, but we're already past that, aren't we?
We're going to go back to that, Randy.
But again, I don't. Does it matter? I mean, yeah, you didn't win the full prize, but again, going on the Price is Right is about winning prizes. And even then, if you don't win the car, but you decide to bail out, you still walked away with a bunch of nice prizes. So,
is it also the easiest bailout on the show? I think it might be.
Yeah, I mean, all you have to do is win the game, and then you just get a ton of prizes, and you can walk away.
Bail out, you have to do literally nothing. You could pick numbers at random, and boom, you can still bail out.
Again, looking at the game, it's not exciting to me when I see it because I know it's going to be lost.
And I do credit the fact that it's in the modern day, by the way, that they don't cheap out on cars in Temptation. You're usually playing for a pretty nice car too. That's even tries to sway you tempter to try to go for it too. So. Oh yeah, absolutely.
I'm gonna put it as a low A. I think that's where we one away. 5 digits in the price of the car. They're all wrong, but they're all off by one way or the other. Make all 5 choices. Find out how many you have right or wrong. Make additional changes if needed. And if you have all 5 digits right, you win. Of course, the mighty sound effects lady is there to let you know how many numbers you have right or wrong after your first guess.
I'm gonna say it's a B for me. I've never really liked or disliked this game, but I think I'm going back to something Davin said. I think this would be a really good ambassador game for someone that you're trying to introduce the show to, and it's a game that Bob and Drew have hosted very differently, but I think both ways work just in different ways. And I think there's a lot of really, really, really not necessarily good, but there's a lot of interesting playings. There's so many interesting examples this game is 40 years old this year, so there's a lot of interesting examples to bring. And it's not I don't think it's a truly special game, but I think it's one that can be very exciting. And I think it would be a great introductory game for someone that didn't know the show very well.
Yeah, I have this in high A. I almost consider this for S. First of all, I like it in its simplicity. Sometimes simplicity doesn't work. I think this set works in its simplicity. I happen to like the red and blue for the higher or lower number. Very rarely do you see a game involve the contestant as much as you do for One Away. In either the Bob and the Drew version, actually getting them really involved on the microphone, and I think that's a nice little treat to see. And even though it is a luck-based game, I don't think it's super hard to at least do well on if you know a little bit about the price. This was really close to S. I think this might be like top 10 for me, in all honesty.
I mean, I'm surprised at everybody. I thought this was a clear S game. Again, we can say that again, because yes, you have to do the fourth or fifth digits, that you're not going to know the exact price, but it still is a pure pricing game. Guess the price of the car. I thought this is a really fun game. I mean, it is nothing without the gimmick, and so when it first started, they tried to, they had to figure out how to employ the gimmick, but Bob eventually found his groove. Drew found his groove, changing it up. To me, this is a fun game to watch because it's fun to see how the contestants react to having to say this to the sound effects lady or the ladies. It's exciting to wait to hear the horn. There's suspense there as they wait to like, is it, you're thinking to yourself, are they going to honk the horn? Is it too long for it to be right, or is it too long and it's wrong? You got to wait to see, and it's very thrilling when someone gets 4 digits right, and then you're waiting to see if they got all 5. Like, this is a excellent game in my opinion. So I
could argue that the silence after getting 4 right and not having 5 right is one of the best sound cues in the game, and that's no sound at all.
The thing that I would kind of counter to that, and I think it's also the fact that that portion of the game helps it a lot and also hinders it a bit for me, because it can kind of drag on sometimes. It's like, can we move on to the game? And I like having as much time on the price as possible, packing as much time to kind of decision making rather than a little bit of the blasé. That's why I kind of have it in A.
I feel comfortable that we put this as the highest of A right now. One S, we have a bunch of A's.
I just don't think we're going to get a consensus on an S game. The way things
I feel
are
like
going.
whatever's going to be in A at the very end of the highest, we'll just have to throw up an S or something like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we'll look at it at the end, in 3 days when we finish this video. Next up is Bonkers. It's a timed game, 30 seconds. They give you an incorrect 4-digit prize, and you have little paddles. You put it, whether it's higher or lower, you got to run back and forth, hit the button. Very fast-paced.
Well, I'm going to say something about, again, I'm viewing games in a certain way. And I'm kind of going off of Randy's point, I think it was Randy, that I don't really feel like this is a pricing game anymore because of the way, again, I'm going off a lot of it is how they were setting things up, but they have a very consistent pattern going back 5+ years for a lot of these games. And for the last, I'm just going to estimate, 7 years, this game has not been a pricing game. It has been whatever the odds are, you go with the odds, and it's right every time. And I never really liked this game to begin with, and I really don't like it now. I would say it's a D. I would say it's better than a lot of the quickies, but it's still a quickie and not a particularly good one. So it's a D.
I have it in B. I think it's fun to watch the contestants race around and sometimes either get it right away or clearly you can tell that they're not going to win the game. I think that is a fun part of it, but I don't think it's going to go any higher than B for me.
Originally, I had this in A. I think it's exciting, but I can put the merit in dropping it down to B?
I would definitely have it as B. It is exciting. I know that you're saying, go with the odds and you'll win, but first of all, 80% of the contestants don't know what the word odds mean. So it's still, to the contestants, they're still, trying to figure out the game. And all the games have strategy. I mean, sometimes it isn't the odds, but, you should know that you have to anchor the first digit because, at least you should know, hey, if this is a trip to a nice location and the first digit is 4, well, of course, hell yeah, it's going to be higher than a 4. Keep it above 4 and figure out the rest. And so, I still think there's strategy there, and not every pricing game has to be, purely we want you to know every digit in this price to the nose. It's fine that it's like we'll give you some leeway. So it's a fun game to watch, and so that's why I would put it in B.
And rounding out the first 20, we have Bonus Game, one of the OG games. 4 small prizes. Tests if the price is higher or lower than what's listed. One of the 4 prizes has the bonus attached to it, which is the grand prize. If you correctly identify that one, win the bonus prize. For something that's been around since the first, I wish it was more exciting than it is. Something about this game I think is a little boring. There are other games that mimic it very closely that do it better. I'm kind of surprised that they're around along with Bonus Game, so I think this is perfectly average in C.
I agree with the C rating on this. I feel like Shell Game is obviously very similar to this. The main difference is that in Bonus Game, the producer pretty much determines, not always, but pretty much determines whether it's going to be win or lost, or at least has a huge hand in determining that versus the random chance of Shell Game.
I've never liked Shell Game as much as others, and I've liked Bonus Game a little bit. Can be boring, yes, but it's solid, and it's also often easy, too. So it's a nice way to get a little win. I like it a little better than I think most, and I would still put it in B.
So this was my favorite game for a fairly long time. It's not anymore. I have a very hard time thinking about this without bias. The one thing I will say is that I think the only reason Bonus Game is still around today is because just the backstory. So when Shell Game was introduced, Bonus Game was essentially retired on the daytime show. I think the only reason why it was brought back was because the show went to an hour and they really needed more fee games, and they brought Bonus back. It wasn't a consistent pattern, but eventually they brought it back full time. And I think a lot of people like Shell Game better. I fully understand why. There's a lot of reasons to prefer Shell Game over Bonus Game. I'm not one of those people, but I also realize it's fully illogical. I think if I had to think about this game impartially, I would probably say C. Yeah.
I think the highest part of C is where it's going to end up.
Yeah, I hate it because it was my favorite game, but it's just not. It's not as good of a game as Shell Game, and a lot of the luster has been lost because of the changes that have been made during the Drew era, which is sad, but it is what it is.
I mean, even with those changes, it's a C. It's a standard game. I do think that the reveal is still great because it's still, it's still suspenseful. You're waiting to see if the board lights up with the bonus. So it's still a fun game with the reveal. It's a standard game. It's a C game. And Derek's like, they need more fee games. Hell, they just needed more games when they went to an hour. We're gonna get into this. We've seen telephone game. We've just seen shower game. Sometimes the reason that we see these games come up, and we'll see it when we talk about Professor Price and Hurdles, they needed games. Like they had numerous weeks where they would play some games at least 3 or 4 times a week. And so they just needed games, period. So whatever they could throw at the wall, that's what we got. That's what we got some of these retired games that we're going to get to. And that's why Bonus Game came back, because they needed games.
All right, next game we have up is High-Low. Speaking of fee games, 6 grocery products. Pick the 3 highest priced ones. You do that, you win.
This is a pure pricing game to me. It's straightforward. I give it a B. Pure pricing.
I would say C. And again, it's a game where they've made some changes and taken away the specialness of it. And I also think it's a game where it's often set up very difficult. I would absolutely not want to play this on the show. I would say a solid C for me.
I don't like the set. I'm sorry, I don't.
It's had worse. High-Low's had a lot of set changes, and they were all so different from each other. I guess I'll concede that I'll concede that it's not A.
Yeah, it's a B.
Move on to half off. Talk about games I'm not terribly excited to see. Cash game. It's Deal or No Deal, but it came out before Deal or No Deal. So who's copying whose notes here? 16 boxes. Pick the box that has the money in it. Win. You can narrow down the boxes by half by small prizing 3 times. You can narrow it down to 1 and 2 if you play it perfectly. I still don't like the fact, and Randy touched upon this before, this is one of those games where you can play it perfectly and still lose.
See,
I think the $1,000 bonus, and people may disagree with this, I think the $1,000 bonus helps that.
I do. I do agree that.
I do agree that. And I think the presentation of it is kind of what puts it up into B for me. The fact that when the contestant wins and they lift up the box and all the dollar bills fly everywhere, it kind of adds a lot to the game for me. So,
well, the reveal is fantastic at the end with the box full of money. I do think that I would put this in C as like a high C, maybe the highest of the C's that we have. It's a cash
I'm still on
game.
B, but if no one else is on B, I'll be fine with it. So
needed more cash games. I get it. No other game plays like it. That's where it's gonna go. Next up, the old tried and true money game.
Okay, Randy.
Pick the first 2 digits. Pick the last 2 digits. We give you the middle digit. You win some money.
Listen, you can't spell money game without M, so I'm rating it L. I can't do that.
Randy's always M for mature.
I understand my Pathfinder comment earlier about it being, you play it perfectly and you win less than if you didn't play it, and I do think that is a little weird still. So I am going to take a little bit out for that, even more so than Pathfinder, but there is the strategy. Do you go for something you know is wrong, or go for the first the last 2 digits first? But I would honestly, if the pure price, with the last, I don't know. I'm going C.
I will go B. I think it's just this very solid game. There's a lot of history, interesting tricks. Again, unfortunately, another game that I think Bob hosted a lot better than Drew, but whatever. There's not really a lot of strategy. I mean, we kind of say there is, but there really isn't that much strategy-wise. And the set is very polarizing. I like the set. I don't love the set. I would be pretty disappointed if they redesign, which I'm sure they will at some point. But yeah, it's a solid B. I would have rated really lower as a younger person, but I think I've come to appreciate it more for what it is, and I think it does what it does pretty well.
Yeah. We haven't gotten to any of the quick games yet, but I'm going to give a lot of the quick games C. I'm going to give this a C, just because it serves its role. It's not interesting, but it helps move the show along. It's a confident game. Somebody wins or loses a car quickly, and you move on. That's a C to me.
Yep, it knows exactly its place.
I'm okay with that. I had it as a low B myself, but I am perfectly okay with putting it at the top of C for right now. This is Double Cross. It's the first kind of quick game. 2 4-digit items. Prices across. You gotta select the correct pair of prices, and you win with a pretty neat sets to go along with it. It's quick enough. I think the set is doing most of the heavy lifting in this game. I really like it. I know I'm higher on it than most by having it in A. I know it's not going to stay there, but I think that it is a game that it's a nice, different 2-prize game that we didn't see that kind of aspect of much on the show besides what was already there.
I agree with you ranking it an A. I feel like it's a needed 2-prizer, and it's different enough. I give it an A.
I think it's a little hard for the average person to kind of look at and kind of explain the rules. Once you kind of figure it out, it's good. But I mean, sometimes I look and it's like I don't find it enjoyable to watch this game, and sometimes I do. I think it's just right there in average to C.
I get in B.
I think it's like right there. I think that's a good place for it compared, because I had these in A to begin with. I think Double Cross is perfectly slotted right there. And now we have some thoughts about cliffhangers.
Where is the money?
I think it's above average. I have it at B.
It's deceptively simple, despite a complicated set. I don't hate it for that. Obviously, some of the most iconic music in the game, one of the more iconic characters. I think because it's deceptively simple, I think that's why it's like a B+ for me.
I think it is just kind of a solidly a B. Watching the mountain climber go up is fun, but there's something wrong to me about watching a game that is more interesting to watch the contestant lose rather than win. Because it's a lot more interesting to watch Hans go over the mountain and fall off the cliff and hear the crashing thing than here going up just a couple steps and then ding, 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 you win.
I'm going to say C. It's a solid game, but it's probably the most overrated game on the show. And
I don't disagree.
I would absolutely play it for sure, because it's a guaranteed win. But yeah, it's so overrated, and honestly, it's 9 times out of 10 pretty boring.
You're boring.
Well, I know that, but I don't think they know that about.
I think
All I
here.
will say is that Janice Pennington's husband thinks this is F tier.
I was going to say
F for
Janice.
Fritz?
Janice is invested in people winning the game, so.
We're going to move on to another card game, a polarizing game, I think, for some people. That's too much. They give you 10 different prices of a card, but you don't see all of them right away. The first time you see a price that is higher, just over the price of the car, you yell out, "That's too much." I mean, the game set has an exclamation point in it, and if you are just over the price, you win.
It's not going to stay there, but I'm going S. Pure pricing game.
Whoa.
Woo!
F. It's an F. F.
Are you kidding? It's a pure pricing game. It's the thousands digits. It's based purely on your knowledge. You don't need to know the last 2 digits, even the last 3 digits. It's a pure pricing game. I'm going S.
Nope. I totally disagree.
Well, I think that's wrong to say that you need to know the thousands digit because they have differences that are within 1,000, and car prices can vary based on options where maybe one version of a car is 27.6, but another version of the car is 28.5, and they've had small spans before. You might not know exactly what options need to make this car this or that price.
I think it is a game that it's a lot like Money Game. It knows its purpose. It's a hard game, but it's meant to be a solid enough game to be quick and let's move on. And I think that's why I think I fell right in the middle between the two, and I think it is solidly a C.
I think it's a B.
I also think it's a high C. I like the audience participation of them. Can they actually say that's too much, or do they not know how to read the sign? I don't love that it's kind of a 1 in 10. Although I do appreciate the simplicity of the pricing. There was a time where people thought this was like F tier consistently, and I feel like that's just not true. I think it has strengths. I think it is fun.
It's biased. There was, again, for all of us fans who've watched the show every day for years on end, there was an entire season where literally like 90% of the time the game was set up where either the second price was correct or the 9th price was correct. And I'm not using literally incorrectly. I'm using it correctly. There was a period of time where at least over 75% of the time the game was set up 2nd or 9th. It was not fun to watch. It really ruined the game's reputation, unfortunately, among a lot of fans. Taking that out and taking out how difficult the game can be, it's a fine game. I would put it in C.
The thing about this game, I'll mention it briefly. Like I said, I had it as a low B. Bob hosted this game so much better than Drew. Like I said, there's an exclamation point in the set because the point of the game isn't the game. The point of the game is the crowd work and trying to get the contestant to yell out, "That's too much." The practice run, hearing the yell at the very end. That's the whole point of the game. And for someone like Bob, that's something he excelled at. Drew tries, I think he tries to honor what Bob did, but I think that this is one of those games where that is the exciting part of the game, not the game itself.
I think it's changed in the Drew era to the now being just, it's a quick game, let's move on to more interesting stuff. Yeah. And that's fine. It knows its purpose now.
I think the lowest of B is a good average for us. We had some S, we had an F, we had some people in the middle. I think that's a good place for it. If Drew didn't have it, I think it'd be a little higher, but we're trying to consider that the rules of the game haven't really changed. I think the potential is still there. I do think that good place for it. I don't want to turn this into a Bob versus Drew discussion. We're going to move on to the hardest to read placard.
Right.
It's got the Union Jack on it. That's what that picture is. Double-decker buses are lined up with some prices. You have to either bump it to the left, so those 2 prices are there, or bump it to the right. It sounds really simple, and I think they knew it was simple, so they decided to sexually charge the game, if you will, by having the models on each side. And if you pick the model, wind up the hips and dance a little bit, and then move the buses where they need to go. I know that I'm going more about not the rules of the game, but unfortunately this is a game that's remembered more for the models than the gameplay itself. They wanted to try to dress up a quickie. I don't know if this is the way they should have done it.
Yeah, and I think, honestly, they dressed it up way too much, that it's way too long for a game that's ultimately one decision. And much like the cups, I'm going to go with D.
Like, first of all, Devin, Diane was a C. So we're going to go with C. It's a fine theme, and I don't have strong feelings in this game, so...
Honestly, the fact that it was very sexualized is what brings it down for me as well, too. I mean, otherwise it would probably have it in C, but...
I appreciate them trying to make the game more interesting. I don't think that's the way they should have done it. I think the lowest of C is a good place for it. Considering we have an entirely male dais on this, I don't know if we should really belabor the point regarding that. I apologize to all women who are listening to this. Next up is Vend-O-Price. It's a game with with 3 grocery products, and there's a vending machine which opens up horizontally, apparently, and you have to determine which shelf is the most expensive shelf with varying quantities of each item on the shelf. This game takes way too long for what it is.
I mean,
it does.
Drew's presenting a story.
It's a dumb story.
But I think, honestly, amongst the games, this kind of starts coming from an era where they're really, I mean, all pricing games are kind of built based on need, but I think really now they only just do pricing games based on need, and I think they wanted a quick grocery product game, and I know it takes long in there, but it's, you know, it's a fun concept, and I think, honestly, amongst all the games that have debuted since Drew has been the host, I think it's the one with the best solid concept, and it's still good enough of a presentation that it doesn't take it down for me. It's not the most exciting game that's debuted in his era, but it's the most solid concept, and I think it's a B.
I don't get it. I don't understand the concept. Like, what is the point? So Drew's buying you lunch, and I understand that this is a game show and I shouldn't analyze it, but that's what we're doing here. Drew's buying you lunch, so now I pick the most expensive shelf. Well, that doesn't connect to me. Why am I picking the most expensive shelf? Because that's what Drew's buying me? I don't get it.
It's a humble brag.
Right. Like, yeah, get everything you want.
You get a Drew dollar for 5 seconds, and you can put it in the slot for some reason. I'm not sure why. I think the whole coin op thing is completely unneeded.
It's weird. I have this as a high B because I do like certain ripoffs when they're done fun, and I like the ripoff of most expensive for grocery products, so I like it.
I have it as an A. I mean, I can understand B, but I mean, it's a one-decision grocery product game, but they make it entertaining. It has replay value. It has a lot of play-along value at home. It involves multiplication, which not many other pricing games do, so I have it at A.
I would call it a better version of Hit Me, a game we'll get to, but it plays very similar, but it's a much better version of that, and that's also a reason why I have it in B as well.
Now, you may notice something weird about this next game, in that it's not an error on my end with there being Balance Game on here twice. There are 2 different games called Balance Game, and the colors represent. We have Balance Game, which debuted in 1984, and Balance Game that debuted in 2006. They are very different games, although they have the same name. We will deal with Balance Game 84 first. You have to tip the scales and get them to balance with the prices of 5 different objects, and if you're off by just a little bit, you are given some Barker dollars that you can help weigh the scales evenly. I know some of us are very high on this game, but I feel like it is a little complicated.
This game is very similar to Add 'em Up to me, in the sense that it's a very solid concept on paper, but in practicality does not play well on the show.
I mean, I'll take some time. I think they're both C for entirely different reasons. The reason why I think Balance 1 is C is it relies a little too much on the Barker dollar for my liking. Again, I'm a little negatively biased towards small prize games, so I think that automatically must sit down for me. And I never loved the set of just like log.
I mean, I think part of the thing is like there's some strategy with the game. The problem is that whenever Barker had to host it, it was always okay. You've got this number on one side. Now try to find something that matches it. And one, it's complicated, and I feel like Bob also kind of struggled with the game itself. And I feel like if they wanted to have strategy with it, I feel like it's just there's so much to it that it just kind of gets lost in trying to explain it.
It's strategy that's too complicated, I think, for the average contestant, personally.
Mm-hmm. This is just a plain C game for me. I love watching it, but it's boring, which sounds counterintuitive, but it's just it just doesn't do much for me.
I think there is where it should go. The first Balance Game. Second Balance Game is a quickie. It's essentially triple prices, or like a pick a number kind of situation, where you have to determine the price of the item with the first 2 digits by taking some money bags and putting them on the scales. It's got the visual flair of Balance Game 84, but it's a completely different gameplay style. I also think it's a
JJ.
C, which I think Jordan mentioned as well. You get the Barker dollar for no reason in this game?
JJ, can you get your woo ready? Because here's a hot take. I think this is an S. Let me hear that woo.
Woo!
There we
What?
go.
Are you a Libra?
For a quickie game, I don't know. I would consider this a quickie. Maybe some people wouldn't.
Yeah, it is.
But for a short game, how about that? A short game that is a necessity of the show. It is interesting to watch, and the reveal is fun. I think it's an S.
I have an A. It's quick, but it does all. I mean, the set, the prop, the reveal, everything is as interesting as you could possibly want, and it's triple prices, but dressed up in just the way I want. It's an A.
That is why I would definitely bump it up at least to B, because it's great presentation. You don't know it's triple prices because of the way they present it to you.
It's a C for me. There's really, I think, only one quickie that I could place above a C, and this is not it. It's solid. There's nothing wrong with it, but there's nothing that great about it either for me.
There is dressing aspects of it, but again, I think there's quicker games that have dressing aspects that are similar to it but better. So that's why I kind of had it in C. But it looks like it's going to go in low B.
Is it the only lavender colored game? I think it might be.
I mean, half off was for a long time, but not now.
Yeah, but then it got ugly. Okay, let's have some fun. Step up with Channing Tatum. You are given 4 prices. You have to arrange them from least expensive to most expensive, but you're given a bailout option of $500 additional every time. If you mess up at all and you keep going, you lose everything. This game sucks.
I don't think it sucks, but for how long it plays, it's a fine concept. But for how long it plays and what you're playing for, it doesn't really help it much. I think it's a C.
I think it suffers the same problem as the first balance game. Like, it's really complicated, and I mean, it's easier to describe, of course, but yeah, it is just a long, kind of cumbersome game, and seems like it ended early a lot of the time, and
I also played it very rarely. This was the one game where when I was actively watching the show, like high school, college time, I did not know this game existed because I never saw it.
Because they didn't really need a game of 4 prizes and $3,000. It took up almost half the show in a time where commercials are taking over the show.
This was the one game as a child that I did not understand. The concepts confused me. The cash, I didn't understand why they were getting 3,000 instead of 500 and then going up to 1,000. I didn't realize it was a cumulative total. I'm putting it as a C. I mean, it's okay, but I didn't get it.
I would say that this would be a much more fun concept if it was a total pure cash game and you just had small prizes you played with instead. And so if you made it a cash game and had a much higher prize value, it'd be much more worthwhile to watch. But with what they were playing for, that kind of really hurts it.
I had this in D personally, but I think the bottom end of C is not the worst place for it. And that means we have a second line. It's blackjack with grocery products. So you have to determine what card is hidden with each one, and you have to beat the house. I personally love this game. I think it's an A, but I also thought this set was super cool. I loved the blues that they had going on there. I love the strategy of trying to find I also really like blackjack, so maybe that's bias coming in, but I thought this was one of the better grocery products on the show, and I thought it was silly that contestants just could not figure it out.
Yeah, I would put it in B, baby C. I love this game. Like you said, I love blackjack. I love the set. I think it's a great game. But it wasn't a great game for the common man. And I understand why, because multiplication is hard, and we talked about, Super Saver earlier, how you had to figure out what is the price of this product, and all you had to do is figure out what's the price of this product and whether or not this is cheaper than that. This is now, what's the price of this product, and how much does it multiply to get to this number, and it's just, I understand why it was confusing. And so I would bump it down to at least a B or C.
And there are games on the show that you do use multiplication, but not in the way that Hit Me did. If you don't know blackjack, you don't know multiplication, you're screwed. Unless you get somebody who knows, hey, just find the thing with the same price and find something that's multiplied by 10, and in that case, you're barely actually playing the pricing game, and that's not really fun to watch. So I think it's a D.
This game is tough for
me as well. I wish the contestants knew that there was always an ace and always a 10, because I think it would let them play a little bit. I also hate the fact that you could play this game really well and just get, for lack of a better term, shit on by the way the deck shuffled. I also just hate the way the blue and white work together.
The problem with your statement, though, Jordan, is if you played the game really well, it doesn't matter if the house has 21, because so do you, so you win. Now, I loved blackjack, and I still love blackjack, and the game wasn't confusing to me, but like I said earlier, the common man, unfortunately, it's a very confusing concept, so that's why I'm going with a B, even though I personally love the game.
I think if Vend-O-Price is in B, I don't think it should be going higher than Vend-O-Price, because like I said, it is a better, Vend-O-Price has hit me, but better. At least maybe some might agree, but it's better for the common. Definitely better for the common man.
It's better for the common person.
But I understand where you're coming from, so I'm okay with putting them next to each other.
It's an S for me, but I know that I'm very alone in that.
Yeah, we're higher up on it, Derek. But I think if that's the argument we're going to make. I think that's a good place for it.
And speaking of S, here comes 5 price tags.
You can sit right down. I don't think this is an S game at all.
You can sit right down, because this is an S game, and this game's not going any lower than an S. This is the top pricing game for me. And I'm sorry to interrupt your introduction to this game, but I'm very passionate about this game.
Thank you.
Thanks, Randy.
I think it's a B.
I would like to know what people don't like about this game, because I really think there's very little to dislike other than maybe getting annoyed about contestants saying false over and over and over again.
It is a meme with just 10 cents a day. You too can pick true for once. Something about it I just think is a little dry. Like, it doesn't have a real set, kind of, so it's just kind of, it seems like they're just playing it.
That's why
in front of a door.
They're not playing it in front of the door. They're playing it in front of the prize. And that's what I love about it. They're playing it in front of the car, just like you do for Lucky 7, where, again, and that's the point of Lucky 7. Like, it's a wall, but you're also playing right by your prize. And the same thing for 5 price tags. It's 4 little price tag stanchions, but you're also playing directly in front of your prize. The door is framing it. I think it is one of the best looking games on the show in terms of presentation, because it just looks nice.
Listen, for pure pricing, this is the S tier. The better you do on pricing the small prizes, the better chance you have of pricing the car, and you don't have to price the last digit, the 4th digit, etc., etc. This is an S tier game. Everybody else,
by that logic, you can still play perfectly and lose.
Well, you can't, because if you're going to play perfectly, that means you know the price of the car too.
I mean, I have it in B. I've always found the angle a little weird. Again, my small price bias, but also I find that I feel that they can intentionally go for deceptive small price combinations to try to get people infected with falsitis, which I kind of think is what they want.
When they do.
You say that about any game.
Yeah, but I mean, that's why I can't put it in an S. Also, I think the way they group the prices close together, I think even if you get all 4 right, it's not the easiest to get the right price of the car, so I can't put it higher than B.
If you can't get the car in 4 tries, you didn't know the price of the car, you don't need to win it. Simple as that.
I think here's where the tiebreaker kind of falls for me, and why I put it in B is because I think in terms of just pure pricing, I think 5 price tags and Pathfinder are kind of right at the tag next to each other. But in terms of a TV product, Pathfinder kind of wins out to me, and that's why I kind of had it in B.
No, it's at least A.
I'll put it in A. I think it's
I think it's A.
If you're putting that in A, then we're not going to have an S tier game, because there is no game better than that.
We'll get to that, Randy.
We'll see. Next up is Spelling Bee. So fun fact, I don't know if I've talked about this with any of you. I'm a 5-time New York State Spelling Bee contestant. I lost 5 years in a row, so I'm a little biased towards this game. I have it in A.
So you're saying you're the Buffalo Bills of the Spelling Bee? I have it in B. There's something that just, the small prize pricing is just, it's a little like mini cliffhangers. It's not like the Supermost novel idea they have. I do love the idea that you're trying to spell car. I love the visual presentation of that. something about the small prize game just isn't absolute top tier to me. So B is
I do like
where
that you can get all three based on regardless of prior performance if you exacta one of the prices. I do like that.
You can't spell spelling bee without B. I think the 1 in 30 is a little much. I honestly might have made it 20. I actually don't love the fact that you could get all three by perfect, just because I also feel it renders the whole section maybe slightly useless. I don't hate it, but I don't love that aspect. I think it's good. It's not great.
I think what kind of brings it down for me a little bit is the bailout portion of the game, where you actually get more money at the start of it, and then it kind of goes down. Most kind of bailout games on this or other game shows is that usually your bailout increases as you go along to make it more tempting. Like, you really want to go for this because it's going to be down to either all out or nothing. So we're going to offer you more money to walk away, but you're actually going to get less money when you walk away in this one.
And that's why I like the twist. It's a risk reward situation where it's like, well, if you really, really want this car, then you're going to be willing to lose some money to get it.
As it goes on.
Yeah.
This is one of my favorite games. I'm going to rank it an A. I'm not going as high because, again, you can do every pricing correctly and not win, which, as I said earlier, I don't like. It's a fun game, so we have to rank it an A, right?
I think it's going to go here.
It's not an A game for me, but I understand why people feel that way.
Oh, here comes Derek with the F take. All right,
No,
Derek.
absolutely no. It's probably a C+ for me, but it's.
Okay.
Speaking of games that I have opinions different than most.
Disney's Blank Check. Now playing at a theater near you. Check newspaper for showtimes.
Check Game is the one quickie that I would have above a C.
Oh, actually, no, I agree with you on that. I have it as a B.
It's a solid B for me. I would love to say it's an A, but it's really not. And it's another game where the way they're setting it up and have been setting it up really bothers me. And also the fact that they fucked up the ranges twice in the Drew era. But anyways, let's Torgo introduce Check Game.
I mean, it's Check Game. You know, you're given a prize, and then you have to write a check for a different amount. And the price of the prize and the total of the check combined have to equal between $7,000 and $8,000 now. It used to be different before.
It's $8,000 to $9,000 now.
B. Oh, okay. Well, again, I haven't watched the show in a while. I have this in B tier. I think it's above average, but I don't think it's terribly exciting. I don't get that much enjoyment out of watching people fill out a check.
No, but I do get enjoyment of people getting a giant check no matter if they win or lose.
It used to mean something, 30, 40 years ago when people wrote checks regularly to watch someone fill out a check. And yeah, I just like the concept of the game. I like trying to think about, okay, I think this is this much, so I'm going to do this. And so I like the puzzle aspect of it. It's definitely a B for me.
Yeah, Check Game is one of those games you don't have to think about too much. It's just kind of...
Which is ironic because Bob Barker spent 20 years making a joke out of the fact of how hard the rules were. Which is
Bob Barker also spent 20 years intentionally making the explanation of his game really hard because he thought it was more fun for the contestants to be super confused about it. And that's why I like Drew's hosting better of it, but I know I'm in the minority on that, so...
Yeah, I zoomed out a little bit just because we were getting multiple rows on here. 3 Strikes, another one of the big 3 games. You have to draw the numbers in the price of a car and place them correctly. If not, they go back in the bag. There are 3 strikes in there as well. If you pull 3 strikes before you correctly price the car, it is game over. And this is always played now for luxury cars.
This is the most exciting game on the show when it comes down to a full count. You're down to 1 number or 1 strike. And when you get that number, it's so much elation. Again, this is one of those 3 games where it's like, if I show this to a contestant, they watched it, they would get sold on the show. This is an S tier. It will be my last S tier game for me.
I was about to say, you all go ahead and put this where you want. I know you're not going to like it because it's luck-based, because it can end early when you draw 3 strikes, because it's too hard. I don't care. It is a very exciting game. It's S for me as well, but you all put it where you want to put it.
It's S for me too. That's 3 of us. It's my favorite game.
Games. This is absolutely an S game. It might be objectively the best game in the whole show. I love the set. I love how simple it is for the baseball theme. I actually never hated any of the rules for the strike distribution. And I know some people would take that to hurt. As Gavin said, the full count, that is one of the only times on Price is Right I have actually felt tension and suspense. And that I think says something about the game. Pricing knowledge helps. I don't think you have to know super strict pricing knowledge as long as you can follow your own track.
Derek, can you help me out here? Because
It's a B for me. This is absolutely not an S game. Sorry, it is not.
Thank you.
I'd be fine with an A, but saying that this is an S game is absolutely
I'm
crazy to me.
him. I again, we just talked about it.
We're thinking that this is better than Plinko?
Full count 3 strikes.
Oh my gosh, there's no way.
Full count 3 strikes is the best of the prices right. There's a playing of 3 strikes when it hadn't been one in a long time, and it was down to full count. And I literally jumped out of my seat. I'm not going to get that with any other pricing games. I'm not.
We're not ranking full counts 3 strikes. We're ranking 3 strikes, which can end in 3 turns.
And Plinko can have 0 on 5 chips, and 5 price tags can have someone get all 4 and still get it wrong. And Pathfinder can flame out on the first digit where no one moves and walks the path in the first place. Those anomalies don't take away from the fact that they make the game exciting with a car that is played for. Again, if we're counting the last 25 years now, where they've always played it for an expensive car, and usually the game at least gets off the ground. Usually people don't draw 3 strikes on the first pull. The game gets played more often than not fully. We talk about how this game takes so much time to edit because people end up actually playing the game at least and drawing numbers. I'm sorry, and it's an exciting game. Even when it doesn't get down to full count, it's still exciting trying to see them pull out the number and see if it's not a strike. It's just a really exciting game. I'm sorry you all don't see it that way, but it's very exciting.
I go with B. I would be okay with ranking it an A, but it's B for me.
Yep, sorry, it's a B for me too.
Well, that's 2 B's versus 4 S's, so I'm sorry. I don't know what to tell you.
That means an A.
Let me say this about this game. If you want to bring up the whole The Price is Right as a carnival thing, it's 3 strikes versus Plinko. The problem with Plinko is even if you have 5 chips, as soon as you hit a 0, the wind kind of gets let out of your sails because there's no possible way they can bounce back from that. They can still win a lot, but the top prize is now completely impossible. And if you go to a real carnival and you see a Plinko-like game up there, whenever I'm at a fair or whatever, whenever I see that, I'm just like, well, that's rigged or that's impossible to win. 3 strikes, yes, it is frustrating when they get all 3 strikes, but it is about potential. You can always bounce back from 2 strikes and still win the game. We've seen it happen. It's not 4 versus 2, it's 5 versus 2. This game is the best show because of, like you said, it is a nail-biter when it comes down to it. This game had just as much tension and just as much excitement when it was played for regular cars, and it's the only Big 3 game where I get that. Spoiler, if you play Golden Road for a Mitsubishi Mirage, no one cares. If you play 3 strikes for a Mitsubishi Mirage, it's still exciting. I personally had this in A, but you've convinced me to put it in S.
All right, Derek, let's go make a tier list of our own.
I just want to say one thing before we move on. This is difficult to comprehend.
Yes, this is very difficult to comprehend. I hope you all are happy.
Why don't we make it easy as 1, 2, 3 with the next game?
Nice RJ.
F.
Get out.
I'm joking. But I would say a D for me. It feels like I don't understand why this game was created. I mean, we can say the same thing about clearance sale, but I don't understand why this game was created. It's much more difficult than most expensive. It's more difficult than clearance sale, not as difficult, but it's a game I wouldn't want to play.
I mean, I wouldn't want to play it, but is it that difficult? I mean,
relatively.
I mean, I know nowadays it's tough when you got like a no-name TV that could be anywhere from $600 to $3,000, and then you got some shoes that could be anywhere from $1,000 to $5,000.
But that's hard any game, though.
Context: JJ and I visited The Price is Right last year and witnessed a playing where the contestant that played the game was literally the only person in the studio who would have won the game, and they won.
I'm about to say, I get that. I do like the concept of rank these prizes. Go. Like, I like that.
I have it in C. The music is fun. Kind of playing with the blocks. It's a good theme of the game, but yeah, you're just ordering up for prizes most least expensive. That's all you're doing. It's a C.
Maybe I'm biased from the music, but I'm ranking this an A.
Oh, that's true.
Again, it's a pure pricing game. It's just ranking least to most expensive. Fun music. Love the concept, A.
Okay, Randy and I are no longer partners because A is not a defensible. A is absolutely not an accurate ranking for this game.
Be like B or C. So
I had this in B personally. The dressing does a lot. I like the child's playroom aesthetic, which really helps with the game. I think that
which
does
they
a
don't
lot
have
of work.
anymore, pretty much, because they've destroyed so many, or like removed so many of the set pieces. So now it just looks very bizarre.
They still have the blocks with the 1,
They
2,
still have
and
the
3 on
blocks,
there.
but the effect is kind of weird now.
You have the backwards S in the logo. I think it's still apparent what they're going for with the dressing, and it does help. It is a motif of the game that does not take away from the game, and I also think it's a very easy game to understand.
I just want to say if this game is ranked higher than most expensive, then we are all delusional.
I think this is the bottom of B.
I think this is considerably better than most expensive, but we'll get there.
All right, next up is card game. Card game is going in F. You're gonna have a very difficult time convincing me otherwise. Card game is the most boring game to watch on the show. They wheel out the card now, which, yeah, sure, whatever. And then you have to draw a range out of one of 7 cards from a deck. And then they give you a different deck of 52 cards. They give you a starting price of $15,000. You slowly but surely increment your way up to get a price of the car. And then you have a little range, and then you can't be over. And there's nothing exciting about watching a contestant sift through a deck.
I know I'm going to get a lot of people that are not going to want to get it sifted up higher than D, but I have it as a C. It's going to be very, very hard for me to convince the game that is still on the show and has been there a long time and has been played as much as it is an F, because I get it, it can be boring. If it has been around for that long, it's doing something correctly. I feel like they've actually done some work a bit in the last few seasons to make it not as boring. The fact that the range is now no longer fixed and they can kind of start it wherever they want means it's usually only done in like 5 or 6 cards. So there's not really a lot of card picking to do from now. But it's basically just range game. It's a more kind of fun range game for me to watch for me too, because it's, you know, you're playing for a car rather than some.
But if you get an ace right away, this can take forever.
If you say that, you know, usually we only draw 5 cards and there's not much card drawing, what's the point then? Isn't the point of it the card drawing?
Well, and I mean more so to the fact that there have been times where it can go like 13 or 14 draws, and that can get a little long. It needs to kind of hit a right balance, you know, rather than that, or making sure everyone picks an ace right away. And I think 5 or 6 is pretty much right where it needs to be. So
part of the reason why it's an F is because, to your point, Davin, it's like, yeah, you know what makes the game better? Less game. The less you play a card game, the more exciting it is.
I mean, I like it because I do think it is exciting to see, you know, how close they are getting in your mind to the price of the car. I think the presentation is great. Even prior to them driving the car out, it was still great with them having the car behind them playing it. So that's why it's a D. The problem with this game is that it is difficult. It was difficult when it first started. Maybe not as much because cars were only 4 digits, but still, you only had up to $1,000 to to be in the range of the car. Nowadays, the biggest problem is it's not a fixed range, which is great, but they have cars that they specifically put in the game now that are exactly $5,000 or a little bit more, so that unless you draw the $5,000 card, you're going to have to draw some cards to win this card to get above $5,000 past the starting point of the range. And it seems like almost no contestants do that. Some do. The game is still won, but this game has become anticlimactic to me now because most of the time contestants are going to be like, oh, okay, I've made it another $2,000. I'm going to stop now. And it's obvious that they've lost the game.
The game actually, with its adjustable range, has actually become easier, at least from what it said. It used to be kind of one not very often because they were using those more expensive cars or moving it far away from the range. But now they've kind of figured out kind of the system to do it. It's kind of now won about half the time. So, I mean, it's not... I don't think it's as wasted a game as people.
Some people are definitely like, oh, maybe, the range is so high, I do have to go higher. But it's still a situation where every car that they put in that game never falls within $5,000 of the starting point. I know part of that so that the game can be played, so that you can't automatically stop if you draw the $5,000 card. But it pains me to watch people play this game.
Yeah, I have one quirk I want to point out with this game. It's why I couldn't put it higher than C. Back in the day, there were scenarios where it was impossible to win this game. You could draw the $500 range card and say you're at 9,000 and the price is 9,700. Well, you've lost, and then you draw a king, and then you still lost. And so because of that, I couldn't put it any higher than C because watching those playing just really irks me.
But luckily, that's not the case anymore. So
this is the only game that has the without going over aspect kind of grafted onto it randomly, and I think that's a weird archaic thing that's just kind of hung around. No other, maybe like that's too much and stuff that kind of dresses it up a little bit, but the fact that this is the real game where it's like without going over, they emphasize it, and I don't understand why all games has that just kind of lingering around with that rule. I'm not saying it'd be much better without it, but
I will say one thing as well. There's a couple games in the show that I really feel like need to be retired because inflation has made them kind of a crapshoot or pointless or whatever. And this is one of them. And it's really maybe the only one where they've actually tried to adjust for inflation, and it still doesn't make much of a difference.
Someone on the staff loves this game.
Yeah, I mean, one of my favorite games that is probably controversial, but Walk of Fame is one of my favorite games, and it was retired in 1985 because inflation was making it too hard to win. And yet card game is still around.
And it was gone for 2 years and came back. And I feel like that's the reason, like, okay, they do find some value to this game. And the fact that, I have this weird thing where if the game has been like played at least like 1,000 times, you're unretireable at that point. And card games hit that point. So if you played it that much and stuff like that, clearly it's not broken enough for them to warrant them being around. I'm sorry. There's no way I could ever convince of putting an F. If people are going to be in D, that's fine. But I think it's a C. I can't believe I'm arguing this much for card game,
to
but
the bottom of D. And maybe it's better than shower game.
Right.
Yeah, it's definitely better than shower game.
Now, if you're going to play pocket change, you have to have some pocket change. There's some pocket change. 25 cents.
You're given all the digits plus a fake in the price of the car. Pick them one by one. When you do, you get to pick an envelope off the board. If you have the price of the car in your envelopes, win the car. But every time you make a mistake, the price of the car goes up by 25 cents. I think this game is an A. I think it takes way too long for what it is, but I love that risk reward where the worse you are at the game, the harder it is to win, but it's not impossible to win.
I agree. I think it's actually the best game coming from out of that era. I think it's designed, but it's not S worthy, but I think it is an A.
So, I'm going to say it's a C for me. And I feel like I really should like this game because I do like games where there are strategy and you kind of, I wouldn't say it's necessary, but it's often good to think ahead when you're guessing to maybe not necessarily guess numbers that may be more logical or make more sense later on in the car price. I've never really gotten much love for it. And I think, again, I'm colored by how it is set up on the show. And I think for the vast majority of this game's existence, it just seems like it's generally not intended to be won. And that is really hard to watch when contestants then do struggle with it. And it's generally not played for that expensive of vehicles either.
That's true, but I think what helps it is that they give you a pool of numbers to pick from. And I know like not every number is in the price, but it does help for me that, hey, here are the numbers and the price of the car. Just pick from here. And then, if you don't do well in picking the numbers exactly, here's the second chance for you to still win. So I would put it in A.
And some people think that the second chance part of that thing is sometimes a little hard. And yes, it's a lot of nickels and dimes, and it's probably not going to win you the car. But it shouldn't be also a freebie either. I mean, you should be trying to just price the car. So I mean, it's just a way to kind of win the game if you start kind of pricing badly.
I think A is a good place for this. I'm going to put it. I think it's better than Lucky 7 and everything behind it. I do think these games are all better. Speaking of stuff that goes in pockets,
here is another pack of jack-offs who ought to be strangled in front of their children. People who pay for inexpensive items with a credit card. Take my word for this, Raisinets is not a major purchase. Get some fucking cash together.
you are given 5 prizes and a credit limit. You have to pick 3 prizes whose prices totaled are below the credit limit. It's a really convoluted way of saying pick the least expensive stuff. I think it's perfectly average.
I know we're not trying to compare international versions, but I do think the Bruce Forsyth version did it better than the American version. So in that version, if you won, you only won the 3 prizes that you picked. You didn't win all 5. You got whatever money was left over on the credit card. And then it was set up so that there was more than one way to win, which I think is a lot more interesting. Obviously easier, but it's a lot more interesting. I have a lot of nostalgia for this game. I really like the set. I thought as a kid it was really cool because it was the only 5 prizer. It is kind of a meh game though, and it often could be pretty cheap. So I would guess I would rate it objectively a C, even though it pains me to say that. I think there were some things that were special, but I think it just got a very bad reputation amongst fans because it was cheap. Unfortunately retired because it took too long to play, which understandable.
Part of its reputation of being cheap is the fact I feel like it's because you had to pick the 3 least expensive prizes. And I know some of us here don't like the Shopping Spree, it's a game we'll get to, but it's basically reversed. But at least with Shopping Spree, you're picking the most expensive prizes. You're trying to intrinsic value, and credit card doesn't exactly do that. And it has one more prize, and it takes longer. But it's still a pretty solid average game. It's a C.
Anybody not think it's a C?
Nope.
Yay, we agree on something.
We agree. Hooray. Credit cards in the middle. Next step is the game Derek played on the show.
Oh no. George, during the description, he was hoping for Bullseye, because that's the original Bullseye game on his shirt. And then he said, come on, coming or going.
Yeah.
That's not it. And said, pushover. Then he goes, oh.
Give you a bunch of blocks. There's a little blue window, and you gotta push the numbers of the price of the prize within the window. And if you do that, you win. It's a quickie. It's pretty easy to explain.
I mean, I'll tell you right now, Trish has an F.
Really? Yeah, it's fine. It's not that exciting. I was very lucky that when I played it, it was a really easy setup, and that I was either going to win and it was really easy, or I was never going to win because it was not a price I would pick. So yeah, I mean, I'm very happy that I got to play it. I'm happy that it was a layup. It's fine. I also think the current set is kind of ugly.
I don't like the color.
I somewhat appreciate that there is an action that the contestant does. That I actually don't mind the action of the contestant pushing over the blocks. I also think the difficulty of it is very fair, and that generally it's not a slam dunk, but there's usually only 2 or 3 real choices. And I think that's how the difficulty of a quickie should be. And I feel like it's really hard to overly mess up a game like Pushover. It's not amazing. It's solidly B.
I think we're already spending way too much time for a game that is just a one decision quick. Let's move on. It's a C.
I think it's either top of C or bottom of B for me.
Top of C.
I mean, I played the fucking game and I say it's a C, so put it in C.
Who ranked this as an F?
No, I said Tris ranked it as an F.
Why did Tris rank it an F? I'm just curious.
Tris, you're here. Why is it an F?
If he's not here, I'm joking. He would only rank it as an F because he has been to the show and he has seen Pushover 18 times. He is sick of seeing it.
What's number 2?
Solution: go to the show less.
I don't know. Right?
just in case anyone wonders, Tris has been to the show over 60 times. So
I mean, I've only seen 4 episodes and I've seen Pushover twice now. So
yeah, it's just bad luck.
Pick a number. It's a quickie.
Puke a number.
There's a number. It's missing in the prize. Here's 3 options. Pick it. You win.
Pick the wrong Gooey, and Louie will sneeze, and his brain will go flying. It's Gooey Louie.
It's boring. It's a D.
F.
It's a D. The set is ugly. It's a D.
It's a C, guys. It's a 1 in 3 game. It's fine. Let's move on.
There's no reason for this game to have survived the 90s.
Let's say, Torgo, is a question. Can you add another tier to this list? I think we can all agree that this should go in ugly. So let's just put it in ugly. And I'm just kidding. Don't worry.
I'm surprised they haven't changed it.
Like, I don't hate the colors too much, but the colors with the who said let's just throw numbers on it? There's a cacophony of numbers. I'm like, it's so ugly.
I also think
it's
the
funny.
orange and red of the options is hideous.
The cacophony of numbers is fine. I think it's the colors. I think if you less pastel, it'd be fine. I think it's a C game. It's just a 1 in 3. Pick a random number. Pick a random number, a 1,000-digit. It's fine.
That's not always the 1,000-digit, Daffin. If it were a consistent digit you could pick every time, it'd be C. So sometimes it's the thousands, and sometimes it's the hundreds, sometimes it's the tens, sometimes it's the ones. That inconsistency annoys me.
It's almost always the thousands now. Like
it's
maybe
the
once in a blue moon it's the 100.
It's never the ones. Let's get Big John out of here. On the show, it's never the ones.
I never mentioned that. We are only talking within the confines of the show. No Ludia games, no Big John fan games, just within the confines of the show.
In Jordan's defense, the show used to use tens and ones digits, and I thought, as I've mentioned earlier, that was terrible. But now it is thousands and hundreds. I would go with a B, but I understand why people want it as a C.
I just think it's very boring.
Yeah, but a lot of these games like that are boring. I mean,
quirky by nature is boring.
Yeah, but Balance Game does it better. Balance Game and Pick a Number are essentially the same game, but Balance Game actually gives it dressing and a fun set, and it has an interactivity where you actually have to move the bags.
I still think it's the C, but what does everyone else say? I think we kind of need to kind of reframe what everyone said.
I go with B, but I'm okay with calling it a C.
I think we're gonna.
I mean, I have it in D, so C, but I'm okay with C.
Yeah, I'm okay with C.
Secret X is not a better game than Pick a Number?
I mean, I don't think Secret X should be in D either, but
I don't understand why Pick a Number was created, because at the time they didn't really need that many quickies, and yeah, it should not have survived the 90s. It's not a good game.
But it's not a terrible game.
No, but it just the set and no. Let's move on.
I do agree that if I was on the show and somebody asked me what game I played Pick a Number feels just wrong.
Next up is a game that some people really want to play, Race Game. You have a little jukebox timer of 45 seconds and 4 price tags and 4 prizes. Run over there, arrange them correctly, run back to the jukebox, pull the lever. If you're correct, then you win. If not, it tells you how many you have right. You gotta keep going back and forth in the 45 seconds to get all 4. Win whatever is placed correctly at the end of the game. I think this is an A. I think this game is super fun to watch.
This is absolutely fun to watch. It might be, there's one other kind of game that it could be better than it, but it's a solid A.
It's an A for me too. The set's great, the music's great, the watchability's great. You got pure pricing. You got the chance to switch your answer if you're wrong. You got the tension of, do I look at the audience? Do I not look at the audience? It has a lot of things going for it. It's definitely an A to me.
I would agree with an A as well. My only concern is that it's not accessible for everybody, and I don't know how I feel about that some people can't have the chance to play it due to physical disabilities or they're older, things of that nature.
I do understand that. They will not get called on down until after Race Game has been played.
Or they'll quickly get Take Two at the ready.
It's absolutely an A for me too.
I'm going to put it here. I think that's a good.
Is this the only game that we've absolutely agreed on every single ranking?
Here's 2 prizes and 2 prizes. Are they correct? Or switch them. That's it.
I mean,
That's it. This is bump without the controversy. It's a C.
I'll take B or C. Great concept, and that's it. Yeah.
It better be ahead of one right price. That's all I'm saying.
That's why I was putting it in B, because it's a great concept.
Yeah, I have it in B because I can't put all quickies in C. I like the concept. I do enjoy the entertainment value of the models almost running into each other even now. I
think the reveal is
a quickie
super cool.
plus. It's a B.
I love the reveal on Switch with the rotation. And I think that saves it from C. I think it is going to go in B. So it's a fun music cue, even though it's the end of the Switcheroo cue. You have like the interaction with the models. Again, someone said it's better bump. Yeah, it's going to go in B. I think it's a good place for it. Speaking of quickies, coming or going? Tilt the lever one way, there's the 4 digits. Tilt it the other way, it's the 4 digits in reverse order. One of those is the correct price. It's a quickie.
You can't throw coming or going without C.
I will say it is fun to watch the models fling the price tags when they're in the audience. That is kind of fun.
Yeah.
It is a game I'd absolutely like to play, though.
Right?
Yeah, because of the hidden trick.
Because of the hidden rule.
Anything of this next game, anything other than F.
We're talking about Professor Price, and let me tell you what, this professor did not make tenure. It's an F.
I know we talked about games where it's like, this is not a pricing game, and this is not a pricing game.
This is not a pricing game.
It is a pricing game. It is a pricing game. It would be a G for me, but
it is in quotation
that.
marks. I'm sorry, it relies too much on not pricing and not enough on pricing.
This is the second worst pricing game of all time. We'll get to number 1.
I don't know about second, but it's not the worst.
I like Derek's D. I'm going with the D.
I appreciate the novelty because, what was it, 73, 74 that they introduced this game?
77. It was a lot later.
Oh, God.
Well, this is 77, though. It's 2 years into the hour-long era. So, again, this is one of those things where they're spitballing ideas, throwing them at a wall because they need games to fill an hour. This was just not one of the good ideas.
Actually, I'm gonna say that a telephone game is worse. I appreciate the novelty. I mean, I'm a trivia guy, obviously, so, I get it. Professor Price was played, twice?
Twice. The least played game ever.
Well, asterisk. But I appreciate the novelty of it. The set is fun. The win reveal is kind of nice with the clock going crazy and the owl flapping its wings and everything. The gameplay itself is pretty trash, so it's an F for me, but I do think it's better than telephone game.
Torgo's trying to get that brand synergy going.
Yes, that Professor Price, I have a feeling, is going to become a very popular fellow.
Next up we have Pick a Pair. Grocery product game, 6 grocery items. Pick 2 of them that have the same price. If you make a mistake, then you get a second chance.
D.
No.
It's no. Pick a Pair.
Yeah, no, I hate
Ferris
that game.
wheel apologist, get out of here.
No. My main problem with it is that it's set up horribly. It has been set up horribly for, I wouldn't say its entire existence, but early on they were like, okay, we're going to have a 2 10-cent gaps between the 3 sets of prices, which just have contested numbers between 1 and 6, essentially. How grocery products are priced, it just feels like too much of a crapshoot, even with $1 or $2 difference between the 3 sets. I just don't like this. I like the set. I like the current set. I don't really like the carnival set.
I'm going to take a hard left turn on that and say that this is actually one of the easiest games on the show. There was once a season where it almost made the whole season without ever getting lost. But unlike with cliffhangers, it's actually still fun to watch this thing. But it is what it is. It's still a quick game to try to get a quick win. But I think it's a fun little carnival set. For the wheel apologists out there, the original set of the thing is a Ferris wheel, and I think that game took too long. I think the set they have now is perfectly fine and suits the game well, and I think it's going to be a B for me.
I had this in B for a long time, but my biggest problem with Pick a Pair is I keep forgetting it exists. Preparing my notes for this video and everything, I was just making a list of all the games when I thought about them. Every single time I try to do this and just list all the games, I keep forgetting about Pick a Pair. And I don't know why. The gameplay is fine. The set's fine. There's nothing wrong with the presentation. For something about it just lacks the ability to stick in my mind. I think this is maybe the highest of C is where I would probably put it.
I think it's probably sitting in the same thing as bonus game for you. It's simplistic, yet it gets won a lot, so that's where I get the appreciation for me for it is. But
next game is one of the strangest games the show's ever done. It's optional. It gets played for 2 cars. It's the exact same model of car, but there's 2 of them, but the difference in price comes from the options, and you have to correctly pick the options that make the less expensive model price of the more expensive model. This game is weird.
I have a question for Davin on this here. You made the comment about triple play and that, you choose the car you want. What do you do here? You just choose the car with the better options then? Because it's the same car.
Unlike where I kind of argue for AAA, I kind of argue against it here. And the fact that, it does seem like it could be a spectacle of watching two cars, but then you have to watch a very boring little race of a car on this little like puppet track sort of thing, and this is not a fun game to watch. It's a D.
It's a C for me. I like the spectacle of it, and I think the fact that the win-loss record was really high says something. I think it would be a very hard game to exist now just because of how cars are built. But I think for the time that it relied, I guess I would say, on common sense and logic a little bit with what options to be picked, which I don't know, is not necessarily a common trait in games, I guess. I mean, I like the strategy aspect. I don't know, there are just certain aspects. I mean, as Davin said, it was kind of boring and it kind of crapshooty as well. So I would like to rank it higher, but I think it has to be a C.
Yeah, I haven't C also. I haven't C because it's actually exciting to see contestants win this game. I don't know what it is about it. It should be stupid. The options are stupid, but the fact that you can logic and piece yourself together to winning a $10,000+ prize on that era, which was pretty big. C.
And it's probably a big reason why the game doesn't exist anymore, because why would the show want to give away what would now be at least $40,000 on a very easy game?
I'm surprised it lasted as long as it did.
I have this in D because the whole novelty of two cars is fun, but then you realize that one of the cars by default has to be worse than the other car. So it's like getting two cars is not that exciting when one of them is unequivocally worse than the other. So really it's like one prize is okay, and it's like, hey, you're getting some spare parts in case your car breaks down on the side of the highway. Look, here's your junker and your actual prize. Also, I don't remember what website had this. There's the whole, you don't know if the options you pick to win are actually what are going to be in the car that you get. And I don't like that because you still don't know what you won potentially.
No, we do know. We do know. It was never explicitly stated on air, but the contestant won the car. They won the cheaper car with the options that they picked, and they won the more expensive car with the options that the show put on it.
Yeah, but still, the fact that the show doesn't tell people that, isn't that kind of a very minor standards and practices violation? Because you don't know what the contestant's winning.
Well, the premiere also was played differently early on, but I would imagine at some point it was explained on air, and of course, pretty much all of the early playings of this game are not available to us. So I wouldn't be surprised if it was explained on air at one point early in the game's run, and we didn't figure it out until someone. There was an episode from 1981 where a contestant won the showcase after winning It's Optional, and someone went back and did the math and figured it out what they won. But I mean, it is weird, and just again, probably not explained well, or just never explained because of all the playings that we have were several years into the game's run. But I understand why that's a concern.
I think Pick a Number is better than this game because It's Optional. It's
very sure.
Oh God, I hate Pick.
I do too, and I think It's Optional is worse. Not card game bad, but
no, I disagree with that. But go on.
While we mull that over, Safe Crackers is next. There's a big prize and a little prize. You got the combination of the safe is the price of the little prize. Unlock the safe and you win both.
C.
Simple game, but the spectacle brings it up to B for me.
Yeah,
this is a game where the set is a wall done way better than Lucky 7.
Right. I would say B just because the spectacle is better.
I mean, it's one of the best sets on the show. Bring back the Pink Panther theme, please.
That costs money.
That costs money.
Yeah, but it's so cool.
I like the second theme as well, and I don't think that was copyrighted. I don't know why they got rid of that, but
that was good too.
I have this as a low B. The one thing I think hurts this, I think the correct price reveal is very weak. It's a random envelope that's just kind of taped to the outside of the safe. That seems like an afterthought more than anything.
Games get upgraded all the time. I don't want to see Safe Crackers majorly updated because the set is one of the best on the show. But I could definitely see it instead of having thing have a screen on the side of the game where it like rolls and it rolls to the combination.
I liked what they did originally, which was they had the model that opened the safe come and dial in the correct combination and then open it. It would be a little silly now because it's essentially a 50-50. I would be fine if they brought that back.
I think that might be too much. It might be a little too long for a thing. I kind of like having the screen on the side where that envelope is. But again, it's the spectacle does bring it up to be. I think we're all kind of in consensus on that. So.
And you want to talk about a game that had spectacle or lack thereof when it first started? Let's talk about Let 'em Roll, card game where you have 5 dice and you have to roll a car on all of them to get the car. You start off with 1 free roll and you can win 2 more rolls with higher or lower pricing on 3 grocery products. I am not a huge fan of this game, but I will let somebody else speak first.
I'd say C. It's fine.
It's just Yahtzee.
From Trump's castle in Atlantic City, great shakes, it's Yahtzee!
I mean, it is, again, unique in the fact that a contestant is going to go home with no less than $500, which is cool, I guess, but...
I mean, they had to do that because it's Yahtzee. It's so random. It'd be kind of shitty if you're like, well, you go home with nothing.
This game is a D for me. I think I've made my hate of this game well known. I hate the automatic 500. It's a pricing game, yes, but it's only barely a pricing game because in reality, if you get one of the grocery pairs wrong, you're probably not winning. So that requires them to start set things up a certain way, and I don't love that. I also think it's just a little bit too similar to Plinko. You go up the stairs, you drop something down a ramp, and you hope you get lucky. It's just everything about it is knockoff. Also, the old set is terrible. It's one of the worst sets ever on the show. D.
I think it's a C. I do want to give it credit because yes, we said it was a higher or lower thing, but it's actually, higher or lower is a concept that's been kind of beat to death, I think, now on the show, and I don't really like games now that come out with it.
We'll get there. We'll get there.
At least the thing I credit with Let 'em Roll is the fact that it is a different concept. Instead, it takes the version of, if everyone watched the game show Card Sharks, it's not higher or lower than just a prize like Price does it most of the time. It's higher or lower than the item that precedes it, which is at least makes it a little more interesting of a concept.
I am tempted to have this as the highest of D. Because, like Kev said, it's barely a pricing game. Yes, they changed the set to make it a lot better, but the fact of the matter is, set is doing most of the work. The gameplay is relatively the same. Also, if a contestant doesn't dump the bucket correctly, you're kind of at the mercy of how the dice were put into the bucket in the first place. And there's way too many variables where even with perfect pricing, you can still get completely screwed over. Bob tried. He was always like, let him roll. I'm like, no.
Bob invented the game, though. He had to try.
Yeah, well, not every... I think that's a good place for it. I think it's better than Secret X. I'd rather watch and play Let 'em Roll than Secret X any day. But we've had some differences of opinions. I'm very curious where this one's going to go. Back to the vault. Double digits is the next one. No. It's essentially Temptation, but way harder. You need to price the car correctly, except every digit is given an option. One of the digits of a small prize. And then you can potentially get it. How many times was this game played?
Only 5, and it was one time.
F.
I think this game's insanely difficult.
It is.
It is.
But the concept is solid, and they used this concept to kind of bring on Temptation, which is a far superior game. So the fact that they were able to recycle it and make it a much better game, I can't put it in F. I think it's a D. Even though it's incredibly hard.
If it weren't one apart or all of them, I would agree that it's D. However, the fact that it's only either 2 or 3, 5 or 6, 7 or 8, etc. I think some of the way double digits works, they're always one apart. And
I believe so, yes. They were always one apart.
I would go so far as to say I think this is the 3rd worst game in Price is Right history.
I was going to rank this as a B because I think this is a better game than Temptation. Because again, excuse me.
No.
I thought I got disconnected there for a second. Thought somebody kicked me out. So worried. I feel like it's a better pure pricing game. You price the small prices, and that leads you to the price of the car. It's much better than Temptation, where it's just picking a number.
But Temptation is better because you can at least win something more substantial than you can in double digits.
I'm going to throw a point that Randy has brought up. Randy, may I ask why you like this game as a B, where you have to price the 1 digits more than any other game we've had to price the 1 digit of a car so far?
Well, maybe I'm confused then. I thought that the price. I thought that it was based on the small prize.
So the concept of the game was that you were given 4 small prizes, and you were given the last number in each of the small prizes, and then you'd have to guess what the first number was, which would correspond to that digit's position and that prize position and the price of the card. And that number was always either going to be one apart for each other. So let's say it's like some juicer and it ends in a 3, and it's the first number of the price of the card, so it was either a 2 or a 3 for the first number.
You're guessing the price of the small prize. You're not guessing the price of the car. You get the price of the car by guessing the price of the small prize.
Yeah, it helps with the 10s and the 1s digit, but so I get that point of it, but I just feel like it's still very difficult, and at least Temptation will give you something for your troubles.
Your options are not always X and X plus 1 in Temptation. I had this as my worst game in D when I was doing my rankings.
I think that's a fine spot for it. Because like I said, I feel like the fact that it was recycled into a much better game saves it from being an F.
I don't want to really rank it lower because it's difficult, but I think it's just needlessly difficult. Easily get it. A $10 range on every single item is not enough. And especially with a car on the line, I don't think it's enough. You want to talk about games that are up to chance? Let's get the last 4 digits in the price of a car by rolling a die from 1 to 6. There are no numbers higher than 6. There are no zeros. Get it correct? Great. If not, you got to say whether it's higher or lower. If you roll a 1 or a 6, you automatically get that one correct by default, so you can get some insta-wins in this game.
This game is such a pleasant game to watch. I have it in A.
Excuse me? This is a D?
I do.
This is a terrible game.
Ooh, no. I think the fact that if they didn't have the caveat that the numbers can only be 1 to 6, it'd be an extremely difficult game. But the fact that it is makes it a lot easier and more fun to play. It's fun to watch the contestants be active and rolling the dice. I know we don't know about set, but it is probably the best set on the show. Absolutely, 100%. And I always enjoy seeing it when it comes up. I feel like it's an A.
Derek, help me out here. Let's agree, please. This is a D. You've ranked everything a D. Please give this a D.
No, I was going to say C. Sorry.
Okay, well, at least the C is better than A. I'll give you C. I'll give C.
I think it's a B. I understand that it's a very chance-based game, but it is a very fun game to watch. That head-on shot, watching the dice roll, I think that's an iconic shot that not just in Price is Right, but I think in, media, people like watching a dice roll and seeing where the dice lands. And it can be exciting when it comes down to a 1 or a 6, or if it ends up being the exact number. So I would put it in B. It's a fun game to watch.
I think dice is exciting almost every single time it's played. Like, very rarely is it not suspenseful in some way. It has one of the best sets on the show. It's an A for me.
I had this at the very bottom of A when I was doing my rankings. The set is great. The game does not take up too much space on stage. It's exactly as big as it needs to be. The table is large enough where you get enough of a roll. This is one of the games that pivoted best from 4 to 5 digits, I think.
Absolutely.
And there's just something about it. Like, there's nothing wrong with it. It's not the most exciting because, yet some bad rolls can really screw you over, so I would never put this in S. Bottom of A is a good place for a dice game to live. I do think it's better than Pathfinder. We all have games that we hate individually. We are individuals. We have our own opinions. Next up is Shopping Spree. Here's 4 items. There's a spending limit. You have to be higher than that spending limit. So basically, pick the 3 most expensive items out of these 4. It's also a game show with Denise and Dennis Dujour, where you have to give prizes for a birthday party or whatever. Shopping Spree the show is worse than Shopping Spree the game, but I do not like Shopping Spree the game.
Are you going to hate me, Torgo, when I tell you this is B?
I'm not going to hate
B is that high?
Well, here's my case. Maybe I'm the minority of this. I actually really like the set. I'm not sure why. I find it looks like digital enough without overly digital. I think there's a decent amount of thought into it without too much thought. It doesn't break the budget, and I actually don't ever find it ever too difficult. I think I'm going to be the highest on this, but I think it's solidly B.
I think the set's really mid.
I think it's a C. I think I had the same opinion on the credit card, and because these games kind of coexisted, I feel like only really one of them should have survived because of how long they take. But Shopping Spree is one less prize, so it takes less time to play because they don't have less copy to go through. It inhibits prizes that are more expensive than prizes that are less expensive. I think kind of gives it a little edge of credit card, but it's still not going higher than a C.
I had this as a high D. I know it's very similar to credit card, and yes, it has one fewer prize than credit card does, but conceptually, credit card makes more sense. I know that there's something about picking less expensive items that comes off weird on camera. How can you have a shopping spree that has a limit that you have to be higher than? It's just something about the way the game is structured and the way it's presented never sat right with me. Especially when the whole point of the show is exorbitance and being lavish and all these prizes that you can win, you know, living in luxury. Shopping Spree has never really lived up to the ideal that it has. Because Shopping Spree has never been a high-ticket game. So I feel like it's promising more than it delivers. And I just find it kind of dull to watch. So that's why I have it as high D.
At the same time, it's like, I would rather watch a game that takes a full last minute to play.
I think it's C. I like the concept of credit card because it made sense back in the day because credit cards were big and it was like, don't go over your spending limit and it's fine. We're a capitalist society. We like to spend money. We have Amazon 24/7. And so I like Shopping Spree, the concept more to C.
I'll concede in putting it low C. I do think it's better than Step Up. I think it's better than Bump. I'm okay with putting it there.
What is this? The price is wrong? Lower! Lower! Hundreds of dollars lower, you idiot! What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, where does she shop for jukeboxes?
Next up is this garbage, more or less.
Oh, you all thought card game was bad?
And I don't care. Hey, is this price more or less? No, you lose, game over. Yes? Play the game 3 more times. Keep what you've won. This is F.
I hate this game, but again, I reserve F for games that are intrinsically broken, and the higher lower concept is not broken. It's been used so many times on the show, so obviously it works, but it's just boring at this point. And to make it an entire game that takes up a lot of time, and it's just 3 prizes in a car, and that's your spectacle, yeah. It's a D. I wouldn't put it in F. It's the worst car game that is still currently on the show.
Worst set of any pricing game at the moment?
Yeah, I like the set. All right. It's okay. Not much of a set, of course.
I hate the color scheme. It feels harder than it should be for just 4 coin flips. I agree with D.
For this game, I'd say a C.
Yeah, I would say D for this. I think we solidly agree.
Double digits is better than more.
At least Double Digits tried to do something interesting.
Creativity. Yeah, more or less is literally like, Bob was in his 80s when he made that game, and he just gave up, and you can tell.
Bob is clearly having dementia. It's like, we don't have a game like this, right? Yeah, no, Bob, we have like 6 other games that use a higher, lower concept.
One game that doesn't is our next game on the list, which is Checkout. You want to talk about pure pricing? Here's 5 grocery products. Tell us how much they are. If your total is within $2 of the correct price, you win. I think this is an S tier game.
Same.
Me too. I don't, because you can kind of manipulate a bit of the pure pricing and just kind of just go with the number that kind of works. So you can kind of correct yourself, which is nice, but then you can also kind of throw the game a little bit.
That's what makes the game
like, I don't know. I mean, I think it's an A. I would definitely not put it any lower than A, so I'm not gonna say it's a bad game. I think it's a great game, actually, but I just don't know if it's the best game.
I don't think it's the best game. I think it's the S tier game.
I think this is the 3rd best pricing game out of all of them. It's pure pricing. The set is simple but effective. I like both the old look and the modern look with the display. As Kev said, I think the correcting itself makes the game even better because you don't have to be a grocery product genius to do well at this game. Again, I just don't think I see anything wrong with it.
And I think that's the good part, because listen, people from around the country, even from other countries, come to the Price is Right to play, and maybe they do know the prices of the products where they live, but it turns out the Price is Right in California has different prices, and so that leeway helps you win the game, even if you do know the prices. Maybe to me a knock against that you don't know California prices.
You know, the set's fine for what it is. I do miss the giant calculator, but I'm not going to knock off points or taking it away because it did just kind of take up more time. But like I said, I don't think it's in like my top 5, but I think this is like a bottom of S pricing.
I was pretty exclusive of what I put in S, so it was, so it's a good game, but it was never gonna make it there for me.
Rounding out the end of the first half, we have
Danger, it's no stranger.
Here's a price that you should not pick a prize of. The other 3 prizes have prices that can be anything, but do not pick the prize with the danger price or else the game is over. Otherwise you win all 4.
I'm going to explain why this is S tier, and it'll be the absolute based opinion that everyone goes off of. Okay. Simple enough. 1, this game has had 2 themes that I think have really worked. The stop sign and the stupid pirate thing. I love the stupid pirate thing. 2, I think it is resoundingly the best 4 prize game. 3, I wouldn't say this pricing concept is super rare because One Wrong Price has it, but I think it's used a lot more contextually and with thought in Danger Price than it would with any other game that does have 4 prizes, and I think it's used conceptually better than any other game that has a one wrong price. It uses almost everybody on the show in a way that very few games does, and I think it's the right level of difficulty.
Danger Price is not even the second best 4 prize game that's currently on the show, but I still think it's a solid game. I would put it in B.
Listen, I know this keeps happening, but you can't spell Danger Price without D. I don't get it. And I know it keeps happening and it's not intentional, but like, what's the point? Why wouldn't you just then pick the prize and end the game and just say which prize is the prize? And I understand that's the concept of the game, but it's just like, why wouldn't you just say which one it is and then let's get the game over with?
Well, that's the fun part. Are you sure? Because, hey, we've got a cabinet here. But we've also got an oven here, and we've got a price of $670. And maybe you saw that oven at Sears for $700. But hey, I also saw this cabinet at Macy's for $600. I'm not sure which one is $670. So that's the fun of trying to figure out which prize you think is the price.
I want to put a point of clarification for our younger viewers. Sears is a chain of department stores that used to exist back in the day.
So if
you're lucky enough to still be in like Oklahoma somewhere, and you might find a Sears somewhere.
So I have this as an A. I think obviously it is better gas money. So I think this is a fun way to do. Don't pick this price. So
I do think it's better than gas money. I have this in the middle of a B personally.
I agree it's a B. Yeah.
The set does a lot. The sirens are fun.
I do like the set. I would agree. Maybe the set brings it up to a C, but I just don't get it.
I'm the only one who understands.
Yes, I think for that reason.
I have it as an A.
So we have an S.
I think we're maybe middling out to a high B, maybe.
It's going to be B. I think it's going to go here. Better than Cliffhangers.
I like it.
And also, for what it's worth, Danger Price is the last game on the list that is one of my S's. I have no more S tier games on any of the list.
Wow.
Great, so it's all downhill from here, right?
I have 3 or 4 more. I think I have 3 more. This is not one of them. That's Fortune Hunter. Fortune Hunter is a retired game. Here's 4 prizes. Eliminate the prize that is the most expensive. Eliminate the one that starts with a 1. It's like a weird trivia, but not really trivia. It's more pricing, and if you do it correctly, you pick up the box that has $5,000 in it in front of the remaining prize, and if it has the money, you win $5,000 and all 4 prizes. I think this game is kind of dumb.
It is. I won't put it in F because I appreciate what they were doing. I think it's a D. I agree.
I was about to say, I will give this game this. This is how you do trivia with pricing. Like, this is how Professor Price should have been done. It's still a D for me, but this is how it should have been done.
So you know how we give double digits credit for Inspiring Temptation? I give this credit for Inspiring Half Off. I do really like the final reveal. That puts it up to C for me.
This is an S game to me, and I know here comes the but I love the game. Like, this was my favorite game as a child. Thank you. This was my favorite game as a child. I loved the aspects of the clues. I felt like it was a mystery. I loved the box reveal. Like, this was my favorite game as a child. Well, that and Super Bowl, which we haven't gotten to yet.
We'll get to that.
I'm sorry. I think this is an S game. I love this game. I love everything about it.
I will die on the hill that the clues are the single bit of most wasted potential we've had on this show. Because what are the quote-unquote clues? The clues just say, eliminate a prize. That's not a clue. That's a fucking recipe. I don't want to follow a recipe for a game like this. I want fun stuff.
So what would you
like
prefer the clues be
like,
then? What would you prefer the clues be then, Jordan?
I will Randy, may I tell you exactly what I would want the clues to be?
Yes, you may, Jordan.
This is what I would want the clue to be. For example, if you want to have some fun, eliminate the prize that starts with 1. There, little rhyme actually expands it as a clue. Have some fun, dude. Boom.
Well, maybe we just won't call them clues.
You need to calm down over here.
Well, maybe we won't call them clues. We'll call them hints. Because I'm like, listen, Supermarket Sweep has the clue thing covered. So I'm fine not having a Supermarket Sweep style clue here. The hints are fine. And I understand the presentation was great. The game just wasn't that interesting to me, unfortunately.
They try to hype it up for something that's often not a lot of cash and a bunch of net prizes.
I also think it's not a huge reason why I have it an upper D. I think the set for this game was way too dark.
It was.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put this
at least low C, high D.
I'm gonna put it here. I do like it better than Secret X.
That's fine.
Next up is Switcheroo, and as much as I'm gonna turn into Randy for just a second because I'm Bam Margera and this is the Switcheroo, and I have this as an S tier game. I think this is one of the best games on the show.
I think you're the only one with that opinion. I find it as a B.
I want it to be S so badly. It's A. I like the set. I don't love the set. I, in good consciousness, cannot put any timed game in S tier, even though I think this is the best timed game by far. And I just think the small prize, while yes, it's good to help figure out the price of the car, it requires knowledge that's not impossible, but it's a little difficult. Again, I want it to be S. It's A. It's maybe A plus this A games.
Television product of how it plays on television brings it down to a B for me because unlike with a lot of the other time games, like with race game, it's fun to watch them racing around. With Switcheroo, they're kind of staying in one place and sometimes blocking the game too. So it's just like it's not fun. It's not as fun for the audience to kind of play along with it when you can't even see it. And then you spend a whole minute of that, and that's pretty much the game. So. But I think it is a very solid concept. It's just the presentation lacks a little bit for me, so it's a B.
This game is a C for me. Inflation has killed the game. Like, I feel like it's one of the games I would least want to play because it's like, how do I tell whether this small prize is $90 and this one's $80 versus the other way around? And also, the fact that it took 17 years of Drew Carey hosting for somebody to get 5 right, I think just explains like how much harder it's gotten. Like it feels like they're randomly guessing up there like 90% of the time, and that's just not enjoyable to watch for me.
Drew does outright tell them how they should play the game, and they still don't do it.
Randy didn't even do that correctly.
Randy, can we agree on this? This is the best instance of having to guess the tens digit of a car on the show.
Bar none, yes. Nobody, they plan on saying nobody's going to know what the tens digit is, but if you get the 4 small prizes right, then you're going to get the 10 digits right. The problem is, like you said, nobody's playing that way. They put it up in the car, even though Drew's saying it. And I think a little bit of it is the show nowadays is setting it up, so the 4th digit is usually either repeating or a 1 or a 2, which people tend not to guess. But listen, Jordan, if you want a clue, here's Switcheroo. I think this is a good game. I'm going with I'm going to go with B. Because
that doesn't rhyme.
Thanks, JJ.
Okay, well, you see, I'm ranking it a B. Is that better for you?
Yes.
Hey, game is Switcheroo, and I'm putting it in U.
I'll put this in A. I think this is. I'll put it here. I think it's better than 5 price tags, but people seem to be higher up on 5 price tags than me. Now we have a quickie. Flip flop. You can flip, or you can flop, or you can flip flop. Well, it's triple prices with a little bit of a twist. I think the set carries this super hard. It's John Kerry's favorite game, and I'm going to give it a C.
I think it's a C.
Burn flip flop. No, it's a C.
It's a C.
I'll give it a C.
Do we all agree it's C? Because
we
I also
all agree it's a C.
We all agree.
I think is it better or worse than Come Here Going?
It's worse than Coming or Going, but not by much.
I think Flip-Flop is a little better than Coming or Going because it's a better set. I think it offers a little more of a challenge.
I like the concept.
I don't think it offers that much of a challenge because flip-flop is never correct, so that kind of hurts it.
That's true, the way they set it up now.
Put it right there.
Listen, I was at a taping of this show, and Drew made it very clear. He goes, flip-flop is never the right answer, and the director waved him down and was like, you can't say that. And Drew's like, oh, well. He goes, it's a right on like 1 out of 30 times, I guess. He goes, like, I can't say that. And the director glared at him. So
yeah, that's funny. Also, we can see the end of the board here now.
We can. On the spots on the caboose stage, and we'll deal with that eventually. Next up is 10 chances. Pretty self-explanatory game. 10 chances to win 3 prizes. They give you the digits, 2-digit prize, 3 options. Guess the prize. If you're wrong, you get another chance. I want this to be
I would like to go first
so badly, but I think I have to concede to putting it in A.
I actually had this as a high B. And I had to kind of put the, away the, hey, we know all the rules of the games, know all the hidden rules of the games kind of aside for the,
I think
hey,
this game has the most well-known hidden rule out of all of them.
It does, but even then, an average viewer is still not going to know that necessarily, and so it can also come down to a lot of times of, you're watching a person kind of dawdling around with something, and they're never going to get there. And it can be a bit taxing to watch it sometimes. But I understand it can be exciting for some people. I have it as a B. I have it as a high B, but...
I have this as an S. Like, I'm sorry, like, this is a top game for me. It is, again, pure pricing. Like, and again, that's even taking out the 0 rule. Like, it's just, you should not lose this game. I think this is an S game. I really do. It's a pure pricing game.
One of the things I like most about it is this is one of the best audience interaction games.
It is. I guess that's kind of what the audience would say. I'm just going to say I also think it's a B. I think 0 rule aside. First of all, I don't love the fact that at least a decent amount of percentage success of the game depends on knowing this rule, and I don't know how you find out the rule if you're not part of any kind of communities, number 1. And number 2, I do think it can get a little difficult when you have to actually price the car, depending on the setup.
Well, I will say, first of all, this is a very taxing game to watch live. When you do deal with people...
I believe it.
When you do deal with people who don't know the 0 rule, it's very tough to try to convey, hey, look at us, we know what we're doing in studio, and the crowd wants to lead them astray. But also, when it comes to knowing the 0 rule, I will say we're getting to a point where maybe more people will know about it if they look it up. Drew has become very explicit on air about hinting at the 0 rule, and he has outright said it off the air, both to the audience in studio and in interviews. So I think more people are going to know about it if they start looking it up. But yes, for right now, it's tough.
It's an S tier for me. I mean, to me, 3 strikes full count's the most exciting thing on the show. For me, the second most exciting and sometimes aggravating thing on the show is watching contestants try and figure this game out. There's really nothing like it.
Watching idiots play 10 chances is the best hate watch of the show.
Right? But it almost kind of puts it into the cliffhanger thing of it's like, is it more interesting to watch this game be lost, or...
No, because it is exciting to watch someone kind of, all into a win.
It also may be part of the problem that more people might know this rule because it's never going to get down to the wire of like the 9th or 10th chance, which is where I think it can get the most exciting. It's either going to get lost and lost badly, or it's going to get won pretty quickly. So
I think
I don't know if that's
good. I think that balances out well.
It feels satisfying though, at least when someone does win it quickly. Like, that's how it's done.
Yeah.
Yes, but I did enjoy. You've used the 1 twice, Joy.
Now, what, please tell me, do you have here? 19,305 numbers. Now, you've used the 1 here twice. You've used the 1 twice, Joy. 0.
No, you're right.
Oh, boy.
Like, you stupid bitch.
Poor Joy. people might actually know who Joy is when we're talking about, because that clip that was one of those like viral YouTube clips, I feel like, of the show.
Joy that way, JJ.
Oh no, Bob, you know Bob wanted to call her a B word. You know he did. Like,
I think that's the most exasperated we've ever seen Bob on air.
Right.
Anyway, next up is Do the Math, a game that existed and never made it past the demo stage, and then it did. Here's 2 items and an add-end in the middle. You have to say whether the price of the first digit plus that number equals the price of the second one or minus. Thinking about this game more, I wasn't hot on it at first, but then I reconsidered and realized that the concept does work. I have this as a B.
Yeah.
I have it in B. It's a quickie plus. It's a good concept.
I don't know. I have it as a high C.
I think what I love is that you win the cash that is associated with
helps a lot.
Plus or minus. I really like that addition to it, and so I would put it in B.
I also like the chalkboard.
I also have it in B. It's probably the best presentation of guess which prize is more expensive than the other. I like the theme of the chalkboard and the actual chalk throughout. The fact that you can win the cash is nice. I almost want to put it in A, but I have to stick with B just because I feel like no 2-prize quickie is that interesting.
I don't like the fact that you win the cash. I feel like it's just an afterthought. Like it's an arbitrary number. Like I'd like it more if you won the cash in like magic number because it's a number that you chose.
Correct.
I'd still agree that it's probably a B game. It's one of the better quickies. I would agree. I don't like the fact that you win the cash. I disagree.
I'm sorry.
I'm going to put it right here. I like Double Cross a little more, but I think it's still high B. We have a bunch of 2-prizers coming in a row. Next is Bargain Game, formerly known as Barker's Bargain Bar. Here's 2 prizes with incorrect prices attached to them. Which one is more below the correct price? I feel like the show loves this game more than it deserves. I think this game is pretty solidly in the middle of C. Like, it's fine.
I agree.
You have to kind
I love
of
the
mental
concept.
gymnastics to win it, but I think it might be a bit much for people under the lights in the moment.
There's something a little weird about this. Barker's Bargain Bar is a B, Bargain Game is a C.
Oh, I agree. The presentation is way worse now.
I would go with a D on this, to be honest. Like I know earlier. Okay, fine. I'll go with the C on this. Peer pressure. Sorry.
I think we have 1B and 1D, so I feel, and everyone else is kind of at a C. So I think we're kind of.
It's fine.
That's where it's kind of landing.
It is cute how the game looks so cheap because of this bargain. I get what they were going for, but it sure exists.
Right.
I'm gonna put the rest of it.
The one credit I will give to the current bargain game set now is that you can actually play it for more interesting prizes than like a Shays Lounge and a thing, because you couldn't fit a bunch of stuff up on the top of the old set. Now you can play it for cars. Now you can play it for 2 ginormous rooms that they did recently. So that does help it, but. There's none of these games, even like Do the Math, are really going to ever hit higher than C, because it's, again, one decision. It's meant to be one decision to move on. It's never going to excite me and never going to depress me or to watch this. But
are you sure about that? Because from the top rope comes Magic Number. Another 2-prizer.
Another 2-prizer.
Pick any number between the price of those 2 prizes, and you win with the lever and the gizmo.
It's retired. Well, we don't know yet, but
it's retired. That thing is running on a hamster on a wheel.
My thing is that this would be longer, so I would have given this a little higher than C, so because you get a little more meat. Because watching it, the more I've watched it, the more it's aggravating it's become. I think it's a C now.
I think this is a B, as I kind of just stated. I think if you won the cash associated with it, I'd make it an A, because it would be less of an arbitrary. It would mean more the number that you pick, the magic number.
I mean, I had this as a low A. I think this set is fantastic, and they knew it too, because this is one of those reveals where they would just cut to magic number, and the set really got some camera time every time they played it, more so than a lot of other games, especially considering where it was staged.
Well, they had to get their bang for their buck, because I believe at the time it was the most expensive pricing game that was ever created, because the computer they had to use to generate was probably mega expensive. And I think it held that for like 20 years too, until Rat Race came into play. So
yeah.
Also, like Safecrackers, I love Magic Number because just of how the magic of television works and how they were able to make that spinning round circle around the number. Like I know it was like a mirror or something, and it still doesn't comprehend. And so it's kind of like how safe crackers, I can't comprehend how the numbers are still white behind the red backgrounds, even though I've been explained to me and I know it. It just the magic of television makes me love watching magic number.
I will concede to dropping it down to B. I'm gonna put it here.
Yeah, I like B.
I like more than those two. Next up is Walk of Fame. Walk of Fame is a game where you have different ranges that you have to guess the price of certain prizes, but if you're wrong, you could potentially win a second chance by picking the correct autograph book? They might have signatures in it? This game is blowing smoke up Bob Barker's ass. And it is ass. D.
Yep, D.
Very few games, even the ones named after Bob Barker, don't feel into Bob Barker's ego as much as this one, and that's always irked me. I hate the set for this.
Well, set's terrible.
That is just the gaudiest purple, the purple set, I mean, the gaudiest purple I've ever seen. And also, I just don't like the idea of, here's a range, pick a price, go.
I mean, that's in a lot of other games, though. So, I mean, it's in Spelling Bee, it's in Checkout, really. It's fine, it's a repeatable game. Didn't work for this game. I don't think it's an F for that reason, but...
I like this game. I think it's an A. I really like this game.
I wouldn't say get out. I just
not
don't
F
like it.
tier. It's just I like the game. Like it's basically just it's pure pricing, and if you miss one, you get another chance, maybe. And it's just it's the autograph books. It's the Walk of Fame. It's fun.
That's
like
part of why I didn't like it. They didn't know how to present the autograph books. I made it had like a stand or something to show the autograph books that we could flip through. It seemed that every time they played this game, they did not know how to shoot these autograph books. So you were looking at like Bob Barker's shoulder while he flips through a book, and you'd have to rely on him to say, "Oh, look, it's second chance." It wasn't like we could see it happen because the camera angles are always so bad. So I just didn't love the presentation of this game in that regard.
I don't love the presentation of the prizes too. I want to kind of point that out. I mean, I feel like it's a bit like Make Your Move, and it works there, but here it's like we also have like 4 to 5 decisions to go on afterwards, whereas Make Your Move is only 1 decision. And there's a lot more prizes to go through. It just takes for a game that the prizes normally it doesn't take that long to get through 4 prizes, but this presentation just dragged.
I will agree the camera shot of the autograph books was not good. I will agree on that, but I think that's something they could have worked out in time. And I'm curious, had the game made it past essentially Johnny's time, like what they would have done during like the guest announcers. I know they didn't show it during the one playing that he was sick, but I'm curious, would they have added the guest announcers, or would they just kind of what they would have done?
Yeah, that's interesting.
I don't think they would have ever gotten that much better. There's not really a lot you can do with the autograph book concept. I think there's not really much way to improve it.
You had to be there. We could have helped.
It's very 80s. It's one of the most 80s games ever. It's just excessive and celeb-based and...
It's like a tourist game. And I mean, it makes sense because the audience is full of tourists, so this is like the tourist game.
Real quick question. Did Bob Barker have a star in the Walk of Fame when this game was on the air?
Good question.
That's a good question.
Or was he doing this game to try and get himself one?
Right.
He's like, I don't need your Walk of Fame. I got my own. I don't have hookers or blackjack. I just have Hit Me and Diane.
Oh.
Womp womp.
Diane was a lovely lady.
It was a lovely lady, I think.
Oh, that Diane.
And now we have like our first research break during this video.
Yep, we're working on it. Hang on, I'm trying to find it.
Right? I was like, why can't I find it?
I find
the
Walk of
list.
Fame.
There's the list. It was 1976, so he still did have it.
Well, then why does he need this game?
May 5th, to remind everyone he has one.
I feel comfortable putting this at the bottom of it.
Yeah, I agree.
Make me have to zoom out again. You might not know what this game is on the nose. It's an interesting game to talk about because there's so many different ways it was played. The core concept of the game is there are 4 prices for a car, and you need to pick the one that is correct. If you do, you get 4 footballs or baseballs or some other sporting goods. If you have the next closest,
tennis, darts,
or it could be 3 of those items, or 2, or 1. And even if you price correctly, the game's not over, because then they reveal the rest of the game, and it's like one of those carnival things with you have to correctly throw a football into a playing area, or you have to make a good pitch. Or there's a lot of different things. Basically, this game was created because the Olympics was in Los Angeles in 1984. So the show wanted to capitalize on that fact. So they had a bunch of different sporting events combined into one game. This game is a mess.
So it was funny because someone was asking me earlier on what my F tier games were, and I remembered 3 of them and forgot the 4th, and it's because this game is so forgettable that this was the 4th game I had in F. It is, yes, it's an absolute mess. It's like, hey, let's do the concept of hole-in-one that everyone seems to like and do it with every sport and put it all in one game. No, doesn't work. F.
The existence of this game alone singularly dampens Super Bowl for me. The existence of this game singularly dampens hole-in-one and or 2 for me. Worse than trivia, worse than dumb luck. Someone in CBS television land decided that of all the things to do to actually win a pricing game, requires like actual quantifiable physical skill that, I'm sorry, just not everybody is going to have. There are people that just aren't going to throw a football or throw a baseball or throw a dart well. And maybe this is a strong opinion. I'm like slightly bothered by the fact that they would actually have a game with like not a huge amount of physical ability, but really demand any kind of sort of physical ability to that kind of dexterity. Like, there might be games that are considered my least favorite. This might be the worst game on the show. I'm sorry.
I disagree with it being the worst game on the show, but I think it's quite bad.
I think to kind of take Jordan's credit, so there are other games on the show with athletic ability. The difference is that, like the Super Bowl, skee ball doesn't require that much of athletic ability to do. Neither does putt-putting golf. And honestly, in the case of hole-in-one, doing better in that game in the pricing portion makes it almost a complete pushover to win. Pricing better in this game doesn't make it a complete pushover to win. It just gives you more chances to fail at the same thing potentially over and over.
Jordan was like, he doesn't like games that require like some kind of physical skill, and so I disagreed with him when it comes to hole-in-one. I disagree when it comes to like Super Bowl, because some physical skill people can just do. It's not too hard. This is a game where, yes, I absolutely agree that this is a game that should not require this level of skill that they required. And it's kind of carnival based, because there are carnival games where you got to, dunk tank, you got to throw a ball at a target, and they have games where you got to throw a football through a hoop, and then so it's like it fills that carnival thing. It's just too difficult. And the other thing about hole-in-one and Super Bowl are, again, going back to the carnival thing, people go putt-putt golfing. A lot of people go putt-putt golfing. A lot of people do skee ball. So it's something that they're familiar with doing, because normal people will do that.
Not they don't do skee ball, they've done bowling too, which is
yeah. They've done bowling. Not everybody throws darts. Not everybody throws footballs. Not everybody hits tennis balls.
And you get a lot of people from a lot of ages on the show too, and so you can see like someone who's in their 80s bowling or golfing.
Yep.
You're not going to see a lot of them throwing footballs.
Like that's why hole-in-one and Super Bowl. That's why hole-in-one still exists. That's why Super Bowl lasted for as long as it did. Those were leisure activities that a lot of people from a lot of varying ages could and did do. This game relied on people doing specialized sports and specialized targets that you really had to be really good at to really do on the spot like this.
Yeah, I will add also. I think one of the reasons this game was even invented was because Hole in One was like actually super popular at the time. It was getting played every week. People loved that, and they didn't even realize that it was because it was easy and that it wouldn't work for harder, more specialized games. Can we also talk about how some of these mini games are much harder than the others? Like, good luck throwing that balloon in the darts compared to throwing a football. Like, it's a different difficulty every time it's played. Like, that's part of the mess for me. It's an F.
By the
So
way,
I know.
if we're talking about this as a pricing game, who here actually remembers the pricing component of it at all? Because I don't. People don't think about the pricing portion of this as a pricing game. People only think about the athletic portion.
That's not really what things in because let's be honest. How many normal people, remember what the pricing portion of Plinko is? I get we do, but
more than on the nose.
Sure,
So
but that game
I
was
know
on the
you
show for
all-
like a year.
So I know you all are going to disagree with my ranking of this.
Boy.
As everybody. No, God, no! I'm ranking it a D. Calm down over there.
I can accept
I'm going with a D because I think it's a fun game to watch. I think it's interesting. It's a little cringeworthy, I think, but it is fun to watch. Would I want to play it? Oh, heck no. I have no athletic ability whatsoever. I was picked last in gym class. This is turning into a therapy session, so I'm going to stop talking. But it's enjoyable to watch. That being said, for pricing, because again, I am big on pure pricing. It's a D. The only redeeming quality to it is it is kind of fun to watch.
I also have to admit, the name of this game makes no sense.
The concept, I guess, was you're supposed to get the price of the car on the nose because you got the exact price car, you got the most options.
Yeah, but that describes so many other games. I originally had this at low D, but I'm kind of inclined to put this at the top of F.
That's where I had it.
You could watch the show every single day and get on the nose and still not know what you're doing. We've talked about a couple games that have had a couple rule changes over the years, but no game has had more changes than On the Nose.
That was kind of by design, but still.
On the Nose only lasted the 1 year, right?
It lasted 1 year and then like a couple months into the second season and then it died.
Because I know they were milking it during the Olympics.
Well, actually, it came out after the Olympics, because the Olympics in LA was 84. It came out like the month after, so.
Yeah, they were capitalizing on it. It was like, hey, remember the Olympics?
Yeah. Let's do it again.
Yeah, I think top of F is exactly where it needs to go. I think that's a great place for it. I understand Randy's merits of D, but I think On the Nose, just for sheer randomness and the skills required, I think top of F is a good place for it. And I think that's a good place for us to take pause.
The next day.
And welcome back. It's another day. It's the second day of recording. We couldn't get through this all in one day, even though it's the same for you. We lost a couple people, but we still have most of the crew. Thank you so much for still watching, and we're going to keep this party moving right along with our next game, Most Expensive. Sometimes these preambles go on quite a ways for games. This one will not. Here are 3 prizes. Which one's the most expensive? Are you correct? You get all 3. If this doesn't scream C-tier game for me, I don't know what does.
It's pretty essential. I mean, there's not that much special to it, but I mean, it's just a nice one that kind of breaks it up, and I think I could see it for being a B.
I would say low B, high C for me. I think it's a better game than Pick-a-Pair, which I think I said already that I really don't like Pick-a-Pair. But yeah, it's a B-C game. I think it's pretty hard to argue in any other direction.
Mm-hmm. Agreed. I mean, it's simple. I'm glad that, when they started out the show, they were like, what kind of games can we play? And they were like, what's the most expensive prize? And it's a nice, simple concept. Perfect for the show.
I have to agree with
the set currently is the best. So I say C. I think Pick-a-Pair is a little better. It's a little more interesting, but I think it's better. I think right here is going to be where it goes. I think that's a good spot for it. Next up is this the newest game on the show? One of them for sure.
Yeah, it is.
It is a cash game where we have 5 different grocery products, 5 different cash tiers, different numbers of options. You have to correctly price each grocery product. And you get to use some pennies that you are given to make up for some mistakes, or you can use the pennies to reveal some of the incorrect answers as you go along. I was torn on this one for a long time about how to rank it, and right now I have it in A. I love the concept of the pennies actually meaning something gameplay-wise and having multiple uses, where 2 of them nets you a second chance to play the game, and 1 of them can reveal an incorrect answer. So if you play perfectly, you can use all 5 pennies and guarantee yourself a win.
I would say it's the best game. It's my favorite game in the Drew era. Best is subjective, but it's my favorite game of the Drew era. I would say what's keeping it from an S is that I think it's often set up a little bit too difficult for the amount of cash that they're offering. And I also think contestants generally don't understand the strategy very well, and it can be frustrating to watch. But it's a game I enjoy every time I go out of my way to watch just that playing. I will watch nothing of an episode, but just to the penny if it's played. And it's a solid A for me.
I think it's one of the better newer games we have, although I don't know if I agree that it's an A, because contestants seem to have a hard time understanding it and exactly what 1 penny or 2 penny does, and it's also a really long game to watch. I mean, I enjoy it more than Hot Seat, which feels like it runs about the same length, and there's more uniqueness to it.
We'll get to Hot Seat.
But I don't know if I'd consider it an A game.
I would consider it an A game. One of the qualms I have is that Drew has been saying, and I don't know if this is true or not, that it's randomly they get rid of the wrong answer. But it just always seems like they pick either the cheapest one to get rid of or the most expensive option to get rid of. And again, I don't know if it's actually random.
I think it's random in the same way that 50-50 worked on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. They say that it's random, but no, the producers know what they want to get rid of first.
If I say, hey, I think it may be Madrid or Lisbon, the 50-50, it's not going to say Madrid or Lisbon, is it? You don't know. But there's not a dude in the back going like, no, these are locked in. 50-50.
I mean, I would still put it as A, but I agree with Tris that it's one of the things that definitely keeps it from being S is that it's a long game, and that, you know, it's part of the reason why it's such a long game is because the contestants perhaps don't understand the strategy as much. And having watched it in studio, when you get an indecisive contestant who doesn't exactly understand the game, it is a long watch.
I can imagine.
That being said, I still enjoy watching the game when it is played well, or when it's edited down at least. And it's a great spiritual successor to Penny Ante, including the use of the Penny Ante sound effect, which was nice after it didn't really work out in Vend-O-Price. It was nice that they found a place for it. So it's good to at least hear that every time they play the game. Well, not every time they play the game, but at least when someone eliminates a price, it's nice to hear that sound effect.
I feel comfortable that we should put To the Penny at the beginning of the second row of A. I think that's a good place for it. So it's A, but it's not like the top of A.
Yeah.
Right here. Next up is an ugly placard. Some of them I had a better time designing than others. Much like the Beatles when they used AI to design their most recent song, It's Now or Then. Here's 6 grocery products. 4 of them have a now price, the current price. 2 of them have a former price, and they give you the date, usually December of, or whatever month of 20 years ago, more or less. Sometimes that varies. You correctly pick whether a price is now or then for 3 adjoining grocery products, you win the prize. I like the concept of this game, but I feel like, and we mentioned this in a previous part of the video, that the skill of pricing items from yesteryear is completely at odds with the rest of the show. Personally, I could not put this any higher than B.
I would say C for me. I don't know. I feel like it hasn't aged well. I'm not saying the set. I think the set I like the set, but it's not aged well. But I just feel like the concept of the game is not great. Maybe with inflation having been high the last few years, it may make a little bit more sense, price gaps. But I feel like for a lot of the last 20 years or so, unless it's like a product that you definitely remember, it's kind of a difficult game if you don't know the hidden rule. I think the hidden rule, for most of us, makes it a layup pretty much every time. But
Would you like the game more if the then date was further back, like 40 years ago, 50 years ago?
Well, then I think it would be way too easy.
Yeah.
I would say C. I would say it's probably a high C for me. I think it's better than most of the games we have in C right now. But
So, Derek, you say it hasn't aged well. So, is that the now time, or is that then that it was much better way back in November of 1984?
well,
So,
I think
Like I could hear Randy's smirk at this comment.
it was better in a periods of high. When it was first created, it was in a period of high inflation. I think maybe not necessarily a little bit easier. Well, I guess I'd say it would be a little bit easier and just more interesting, and I think required a little bit more critical thinking. Whereas now, well, I mean, the last couple of years has made a difference, but I mean, for most of the 21st century, it was kind of a crapshoot for the average person. I mean, obviously, it wasn't for us because we know the 4-ounce 2 thens and also a lot of reusal of the sponsored prizes. But yeah, I don't know, just kind of a meh game for me in general. Of course, I'd love to play it, but
one thing I wish they do, and I know they never will, is put the now price on there of the items that are then and say this is what it actually is now.
Unlike a lot of people in here, I feel like I have a stronger opinion about Back to 72 than they do, and I think kind of the nostalgia of it is kind of nice. Something about now or then just seems really boring, though. Maybe it's the hidden rule that kind of, it's like, oh, it's always 4 now and 2 then, and it's just kind of... There's not a lot of ability to it. I don't think it's as tough to price as Derek kind of makes it out to be, but I feel like there is something about it that just keeps it from being kind of interesting, and I feel like it lacks that kind of wow factor to it.
I do like when it comes down to you've gotten 5 out of the 6, either correctly or incorrectly priced, and it comes down to that 6th grocery product. I do like the tension that the game provides at that point.
That's true, and I think I agree with. I probably have this high C, low B. I'm fine with it being C, and I agree with Derek. It might be interesting in the next few years, this game, because of the way that inflation has been taking over the last couple of months. Because eggs are not the same price they used to be. There's a lot of stuff that is not the same price as it used to be, and it'll be interesting to see if they have like a then date of January 2019 or January 2020 before things really changed. I think playings might start to get more interesting now.
I guess the question for ranking is it better than Pick a Pair?
Absolutely yes.
I think it is.
Yes. I would say yes.
Now or then is then going to go at the bottom of B.
Yeah, fine.
Keeping things moving with the fee games, Punch a Bunch, one of the cash games on the show. 4 small prizes. Is the price higher or lower? You earn some punches. You can punch out one of 50 holes on the board, and you can either keep the cash value on the slip inside the hole, or you can toss it back and try your luck at one of your other holes.
Excuse me?
You heard me.
So I have a very strong opinion of this game. It's an S for me. I think it's one of those games that works. I do think the current distribution is a little but I think it's one of those games that's exciting no matter how much it's played for. And, the big wins are kind of infrequent. I think even more so now than in the Bob era, which means anytime there is a big win, which I guess I would say in this game would be 5,000 or above, it's a really big deal, which you don't have that too often in other games. And it's one of those games that I think, at least for me, I'd love to play it even though the odds of me winning anything substantial are pretty low. But it's just one of those games that just is so much fun. And of course, the pricing element is kind of minimal and the small prizes are generally pretty easy. But yeah, I think it's just a game that is aged well. I think it's a pretty good ambassador for the show. I'm also one of the few people that probably thinks the original format is cooler than the current format, and I wish there was a lot more video of it out there, even though I'm sure it was probably a train wreck most of the time. But it's an absolute S for me.
I love it. It's definitely my favorite casher of the bunch, and I mean, yeah, you could argue that the small prizes are really easy, but we're not here to see if you can price small prizes. We're here to see if you can get to that punch board, and I really appreciate that. I mean, this is the first cash game we get in the show. Before Grand Game, before Plinko, and I really like that they felt that, hey, we can do cash. Let's do a cash game, and I appreciate that. Back then, cash was as much as a car, and I know that's not quite the case now, but I do appreciate that they did up it. I know Derek's like, I don't love it now, but It was a much better distribution than what they had for the longest time, because that old distribution held out for way longer than it really needed to. But I think where it's at now is a good kind of middle point, even if people miss those second chances. I feel you, but I'm pretty happy with where it's at now, and I think the old format's interesting. I don't know if I think it's cooler, but I definitely think it's more intriguing since we know so little about it that we want to figure out, did anybody win the 10,000, or how much were people winning in this original format?
I feel like the small prize portion does lack some excitement, and you're just kind of going through the motions before you get to actually punching the board. And that does keep it out of S for me. I do think this is A, but because there's so much lead up to the actual meat of the game, and you have to kind of wallow through the small prizes first, I think that keeps it out of S, personally.
I mean, it's
but
just...
couldn't you make that same comment about Plinko, though?
Plinko's not in S.
Plinko didn't make it to S.
Okay, well, good point. I think Punch a Bunch is an A game, and I know some people probably think that I think it's an S game. It is very exciting to win. It really is, and I try not to keep the current show's setups in mind, because I don't want that tainting my opinion of a game. But at this point, it's not as exciting to me as it was in the Bob era, because I don't know obviously, but there's a good chance the big money isn't going to be won, just because we know that it's probably being hidden in the very left column or in the bottom row in that kind of a spot. So because I know, it's just not gonna, it's gonna be 500, and I don't think there's a chance at even the 10 or the 25,000. I know it happens rarely, but it's not as exciting to me as it was in the Bob era.
Yeah, I will say for me, I would say this is probably a top 3 Bob game. Even now, Drew is nowhere near as good as Bob was in this game. Even though Bob would often telegraph that it was going to be a big win.
Like I said, Plinko was more of an iconic game for the show, even though Punch a Bunch has been around longer. But if you're taking away icon status of the show, I think Punch a Bunch is better than Plinko.
I would say it's a fun game to play, and it's so bizarre that it's like Plinko, where there's not much meat to get to the actual game, but the actual game is the fun part, and just like Plinko, the punching is the fun part, and this is what works for it. I would also put it in A. I completely understand S though, because it really is just such a really fun game, even though there's not a lot of return on it. But I would probably still have it in A, just because also the same thing. It's like, we know how they're setting it up. I wish there were 2 top prize envelopes in the board, but I know for budget reasons we can't do that anymore. But I think that would help the game probably. But
yeah,
I will say one other thing for Punch a Bunch is that it's telling that it has been the leadoff game for Price is Right Live for, I would say, probably close to a decade, if not longer. I think that really says something, that they put it as the leadoff game and that it's been a part of the lineup for a long time for Price is Right Live, maybe going all the way back to like the early 2000s when it started. So I think that says a lot, and I think it says a lot that the show values that game and knows that it's a great game to start off with people who may not be very familiar with the show.
Are we all in the same camp of Punch a Bunch is better than Plinko, or is there anyone here who thinks Plinko is better than Punch a Bunch?
I would say for me, it's Punch a Bunch is slightly better than Plinko. For me, I don't think that's me being totally free of bias, but I would say it is, but I would say just a little bit better.
I also think it's better than Plinko, but not by a lot. Again, yeah.
I also think we can agree that we missed the second chances, but I understand why they took them out for time purposes.
Yeah,
100%. I missed the second chances. 100%. It would improve the game.
Agreed. Next up on the docket, we have a quickie: one right price. We mentioned earlier in the video that Professor Price was only played 2 times. Davin referred to it as the least played pricing game ever, and I mentioned asterisk afterwards. Because there's a variation of one right price that technically counts, back in the Dennis James version of the show, there was the 3 Furs game. One of the models, I don't remember who.
It was played twice.
Oh, was it played twice? On
the 2nd and 7th nighttime episodes.
He lied to me and said it was once.
No, it was
false
twice.
Information. Well, I guess it ties then, where there were 3 different furs and 1 prize. It was a modification of this. Anyway, one right price. Here's a price. Here's 2 prizes. Correctly assign the price to one of the 2 prizes. If you're right, you get both of them. It's a quickie. There's nothing too extravagant about it. It sounds like a C to me.
I mean, I will say that I like Switch better than this game because you know both of the prices. So it makes it
Yes.
easier for me because you know both. And this one, well, you only know one, so you have to figure out. So it's basically a harder version of Switch to me.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. There's no way that you can say this is a better game than Switch.
It's there. I mean, I definitely would put it like somewhere smack dab in C.
I do think that One Right Price has some slight advantages over Switch. I think I like the One Right Price set a lot better, the current One Right Price set a lot better than I like
set?
Switch.
It's a TV.
Well, no, I'm just saying I like the podiums. I like the color scheme. And I also think they don't really do it anymore, but I like, the slight drama of, back in the day, usually it was always Janice walking out with the price tag. And I don't know, there's just something cool about that. But obviously they don't do that anymore. They have usually the two models holding the tag together in the middle, which is kind of cheesy. But yeah, I don't think those things make it better.
I think Bargain Game's a better game than One Right Price, to be completely honest with you.
I would agree with that. I think Bargain Game's more interesting than Right Price, but I don't think it's like...
I'm going to put One Right Price here. Master Key! Not Master Lock, Master Key. You have to win some keys based on a unique small prize pricing portion, and you can win up to 2 keys. 3 prizes you can win. One of each of 3 keys unlocks the lock for one of the prizes. One is a dud, doesn't open anything, and one is the master key and unlocks all of them. I think the current set is by far the best color scheme and set that the show has given this game. It looked very dated for a long time with the red and green palette that it had for a while.
I absolutely love this game, and I know I say that, and then I'll say I think it's an A, probably an A+. Again, I'm trying not to take the current setup into effect, but again, it's not as exciting to me as it was during the Bob era because we're pretty sure that a lot of the time the car and the master key are on the endpoints, which people don't pick as often, so then it's less interesting to me because there's a better chance they're not going to win the car or all 3 prizes. But I absolutely love this game. I think it's very unique. Obviously, the pricing portion is unique. I love this game very much.
It's a low C for me. It's a game that as an adult I like less than I did as a child. Part of it is, as Randy mentioned briefly, the current reveal is pretty boring compared to the original. And also, unfortunately, I think without bias, this game has generally always been played for pretty crappy prizes, usually pretty low-end cars. The smaller prizes generally aren't very good, and for most of the last decade of the Barker era, it was usually pretty crappy stuff. And even today, for most of the Drew era, they really haven't deviated from that much. I would guess, I know we're trying not to take into account setups too much, but I would say generally the prize packages are maybe less than 25,000 total, even now, which is pretty sad. And I also think we're overdue for a change in how they price the small prizes, because we're at the point where it's essentially a crapshoot every time. And it's not fun watching contestants wipe out way more than they should be, with general
but I
setup.
also feel like when you have games like 3 Strikes and Triple Play and Golden Road, which we'll get to, which are designated for much larger prizes, I don't see anything bad about having car games that less expensive cars tends to get used in more so than other games. I don't see any.
Well, I mean, it's just the fact that this game has been played for pretty crappy prize packages for its entire life. I mean, 40 plus years now. Oh, you can win usually decent prizes in addition to a car, and the excitement of the master key and the excitement of the reveal. And now I'm like, well, 2 of those 3 things we don't really have anymore, and the other one is. Yeah.
I mean, I think that was the point of, and this is the problem with the current show, but the point of it probably being crappy prize packages is that they were like, okay, we're going to make it so that the contestant always gets 2 keys. And that means that they're guaranteed. They're going to say, we're going to make it so the contestant wins 2 keys. That means they're going to be guaranteed to win something. So if we're going to guarantee that they're going to win something, we're going to make it so they don't win something expensive. And so that's probably why the prizes were crappy. It's a shame that they've nowadays are making these setups more difficult for the same kind of prizes. I'm like, well, if you're going to make the setups difficult, then at least make the prizes nice. It's still a B game for me because it's still a really fun game for me to watch when the actual reveal, not the reveal of the prizes, but when they were returning the keys, when that's done correctly, which Drew and the show have a problem currently doing correctly. But when it's done correctly, I love watching the anticipation of turning the key and seeing if it's going to open up the lock. And then if it does open up that lock, going to the car and then opening up that one. It's really exciting for me still. So I still love watching the game. It's a B game for me, but the show would do well currently if they would change something about it. Either offer nicer prizes, or let's make these small prizes easier, because there's no reason to make them. You should not have a wipeout in this game. It's a waste of time if you have a wipeout in this game, and you know what you're doing when you set the prizes up the way you do.
I mean, I think to be fair to the game, they have been offering the occasional trip and some items for a year more often, and so I feel like they've at least tried to get at least the second prize a little more nicer than it was. That being said, I know we don't like to talk about setups. I feel like you can't separate how they've been kind of setting it up more often to have either one key and no key. And let's face it, it's no fun when they don't even win a key, and it's been happening more often in the last few years than it ever did in the Bob era. And I feel like that definitely hampers when we get to play the game. We go through the small prizes, they don't get anything. It's just like, well, it's over. There's no reveal, no nothing, and it just kind of feels like a waste of time, feels like nothing. Like JJ, I could see it being a low A, but I would probably put it as a B as well.
I had this in A, but I believe it averages out, especially with Derek C in there. It's going to end up in B. Let's put it,
Yeah, nice mid-range B.
Yeah, right there. I think that's a good place for it.
That's fine. I see everyone else's point.
We have a split decision.
This placard looks pretty ugly, but it matches the set very well. I'm very proud of making this design for split decision. This game did not last very long. It's a 5-digit prize, a car, and a 3-digit prize, but all 8 digits are interspersed. They're in the correct order, but they're not necessarily adjacent. You have to pull down the digits of the 3-digit prize away from the 5 digits of the car. I have this game in F.
Oh.
I don't think it's that bad.
I hate split decision. Watching contestants play the game, I understand that they wanted to have a timed aspect, but this game did not look exciting actually watching clips of it. It just made contestants seem confused more than energized to try and win the car.
I mean, this is a tough game, because, I mean, you're trying to figure out a car and a small prize, and it's not like any number where you can kind of switch between them. You have all the numbers together, and you just have to figure it out.
I also think the set is hideous and completely at odds with the game. Why are the arrows in the set going left and right, and you're pulling the digits up and down? That doesn't make any sense at all.
I would say D. I really don't like saying that because I like split decision. I don't love it, but I like it. But I think the problem is that contestants seemed incredibly confused by it. And contestants, honestly, this is just my recollection and not based on any data, but contestants made some really awful guesses. I think just because they did not understand the game. But I mean, when you're consistently having contestants guess 1 or 2 as the first digit for the 3-digit prize, you can tell the contestants just do not understand this game. And I think that I don't think 3 guesses was enough. That was the non-timed portion. I think maybe 4 or 5 would have been better to give contestants at least a chance to win based on the average contestant's understanding of the game. But yeah, I just don't feel great about a game where contestants just universally did not understand. And I would have liked to play this game because generally I think it was pretty easy if you understood the game, because there generally weren't that many logical guesses for the 3-digit prize. And if you could move quickly enough, you could usually, I mean, just like with Bonkers, you could get enough guesses in that even if there were 5 or 6 logical guesses for the third 3-digit prize, you could usually win, even if you had to guess all 5 or 6.
Yeah.
You could argue the same thing about Hit Me, but split decision, it's a D. Sorry. Sorry, split decision.
It's a matter of, like, you've got a time clock on people, and they're just kind of like, oh, crud, there's time now, and I got to start doing stuff, and it's a lot to think about in a short time, and unlike Clock Game, where you can kind of at least work your way towards it. You're just kind of going off your own mind, and I feel like, yeah, people have a hard time with that, and that's why it might be a tough decision that they might have been too much to think on such short time. With Switcheroo, you're just putting blocks. With Race Game, you're just putting down numbers. I feel like Bonkers is honestly kind of a better version of this. I know they're quite different,
I
but
agree.
the idea of just having higher, lower, and just kind of putting the plungers
Paddles?
to the higher, lower, I think made it for a better game. I would probably put this as a D as well.
I mean, I put this as a B, but now you guys are doing a very good job convincing me. I can't go down to a D. I can't get the D. I feel like it would definitely be a C. I really do like the game. You guys convinced me because of the contestant aspect of them not understanding it, because I went back in my head. Yeah, they did seem confused, and why am I thinking this is such a great game? But I do enjoy watching it, and that's why I can't put it lower than a C.
I'm about to say I enjoy playing this game as well. I would enjoy playing this game. I do also like this game, but it's definitely super flawed. It's a C for me. I also think it'd be an interesting discussion to have, but among games that came out in like the 90s, especially the mid 90s when the show became enshrined as a national institution, Split Decision for a game that lasted a year and a half seems like one of the most forgotten games in Price is Right
Agreed.
history. Like nobody remembers
Yeah.
Split Decision. It's so weird.
I'll concede to putting it at the top of D. I think it's based on this. I'll put it. What is this pattern called? I had a very hard time finding a nice pattern for the side-by-side placard. It's not Art Deco, is it? It's kind of 60s style. Art Deco to me is very 50s, but regardless, side-by-side, another quickie. You have a 4-digit prize. The first 2 digits are on a moving, sliding piece, and the other 2 are stationary. You have to determine whether it's the first 2 digits go in the front or if they go on the back end of the prize. I would say, and this may be a very hot take, they spent a lot of time refurbishing this game recently. I think the old set looks better, but I'm also biased because I love that bathroom tile, double dare style of game, and now I feel like it's way too garish for what it is, and it's loud and it comes at odds with everything else on the set. But the gameplay itself, it's fine. Again, I don't like putting all the quickie games in C, but I have this in C.
I would say high D for me. I think it's better than Pick a Number. I don't like the set, as you said. I like the first set better. I also think it's long overdue for them playing it for a 5-digit prize, which would require no modification at all, but they refuse. It's just kind of a meh game for me. I will exclude the setups because I think it's set up very awfully most of the time now, but it's just another game. It's just very meh.
I mean, I had this originally as a B, and I know everybody's go, what? That's not possible. But again, I can't give myself to give all the quickies a C. And I loved this game as a kid, and I know that woohoo, here's side by side. But I think because I knew a quickie game was coming and it wasn't double prices, that it just excited me to see side by side, because it's basically a funner version of double prices. So I mean, I could agree with it.
So rare.
I mean, I felt the same way about Pick a Number, Randy, and I hate that game now. So that is just because it's a rare game does not mean it's a good game, and I can't see this game being better than a lot of the high C's right now.
I mean, I'm sorry, but Pick a Number sucks, and I agree with Randy that side by side. I mean, I still put it as a C, but I'm trying to think, and to me, side by side is like one of the most fun variants of double prices. Like, I appreciate this show for being like, look, double prices is a simple concept, and we're just gonna keep making variants of it and put different skins on it. And honestly, side by side is one of the best different skins that they've put on the game. So I like side by side a lot as well.
I would say side by side should go right before Flip Flop is the highest second C.
See, I think Coming or Going is not as good as side by side. I think they're also pretty much the same game.
Yeah, I think it's like I appreciate both sets. I mean, yes, I love the bathroom tile aesthetic of it and the 90s-ness of it, but I love the display. I wish we could get the Sorry with the current display, and honestly, I think it would look fine. I think the 50s kind of Holiday Inn style works for it. But at the same time, I also feel like if we have coming or going and flip flop as a C, I can't see putting it anywhere else besides C for this one. When it's another 50-50 game, a pretty one, but still a 50-50 game.
That's a good point in the sorry, Tris. I completely forgot, and that was another reason I loved it. Is it was so polite when you lost. It's like sorry, like it was so polite. Like I just love that aspect as opposed to just if you won, all you got was blinking. But if you lost, at least the game talked to you. It was fun for me. Again, this is when I was a child. I'm not saying that I'm enjoying the game talking to me now. I'm just saying like fun to see it apologize for making you lose.
The sorry, I think, is going to give it that much charm to put it ever so slightly ahead of coming or going.
That's fine.
In my mind, they're the same game, pretty much. Similar mechanics as well. It makes me kind of wonder why they felt coming or going was needed. Well, Bob made coming or going. Maybe that's why he forgot side by side existed. Senior moment. Another quickie. One Wrong Price. Now, I realize the official logo of One Wrong Price spells out one O-N-E, but I felt like just for this, the aesthetic of having one right price and one wrong price formatted the same looked a lot better. One wrong price. Here's 3 prizes, a price attached to each of them. One of the prices is wrong. Tell us the prize that has the wrong price attached to it, and you win all 3. Something about this game really bugs me, and I have it as a higher end of D.
I feel like of all the 3 prizes we have, I feel like it's the least interesting one because it's just kind of sterile.
So this game is hard as shit. It's a hard as shit game on its face, and they make it even harder on the show. I appreciate its purpose. It's not fun to watch just because it's so difficult.
Really, I think with the 1, 2, 3 setup that they often have, it's again that's kind of a hidden rule. But I'd say low C. I really have never had any affinity for this game. I don't think it's as difficult as JJ is saying it is, but it's pretty boring for a 3 prizer. And it doesn't have the history of most expensive.
I think nobody knows the hidden rule. I think that nowadays, again, we have TVs that range from $600 to $4,000. We have designer items that range from $800 to $5,000. So many varying prices that it's just you will see a price of $38.50 on a TV and think it might be right, and then surprise, it's $600. And
they love this game too.
Well, yeah, because it's an easy budget saver and it's quick, and so I appreciate its purpose. I just think that for the average contestant, it is a very difficult game because it's not obvious what's the wrong price anymore.
I do not enjoy this game. I would call this game a D. I'm not going to call it quite an F. I think it kind of, and again, I get it. It goes a little against the spirit of The Price is Right, which I get as the concept. Like, oh no, you're not looking for the right price. You're looking for the wrong price. I also am annoyed that when they pick the item, like the podium or whatever, the stand behind it is supposed to light up, and I know it does, but you can't see that on TV. I wish it were. I can never tell that it's lit up, and I never knew that for 20 years that they did that. I wish that was more prominent, that this is the one that is chosen. So again, I don't like any part of this game. I'm calling it a D.
And to that point, Randy, something that I thought about while we were discussing this, I hate the reveal. I hate that when you flip it down, it could be any number besides the one that you want. And I feel like just having it not match really takes away from the punchiness of having it be correct. I think what they should do is maybe do it let's make a deal style, where you choose a prize and then they reveal one that is correctly priced and then offer you the Switch.
See, I feel like dragging it out would make the game worse because this is already a game that's just, I don't think adding on time and making a decision out of it would improve it.
I thought this is where you're going with it, is you were going to say flip down the other 2 at the same time, even if they need a split screen. And then if the 2 prices match, then you win, which feels a little wrong to show the 2 that you didn't pick. But again, the game feels wrong anyway. It's against the concept of picking the right prices.
I do actually. I kind of like the idea of flipping over all 3 at the same time. Maybe having the one that you picked on the bottom part of the screen and the other 2 in the corners or whatever. But we don't have the models to pull that off now, unless they wheel George.
You'd have to have George.
You got George.
keep going, Tris. I'm just gonna.
No, I'm like, for the anticlimactic is clearance sale can get. I feel like it has a better set, and I feel like it's at least there's a little more to it. Yeah, I think it's better than, or I think clearance sale is better than One Wrong Price for his.
Yeah, I think
that game is.
And here comes Torgo's favorite game, Take-Two.
Yes, there are certain games that we all have as our favorites on the show. You probably have a favorite game that you have on the show if you're watching a video like this, if you're listening along. Take-Two is my favorite game. I think I may be the only person that loves Take-Two as much as I do. You have 4 prizes, and you have a price, but that price is the sum of 2 of the prices that are hidden. You have to pick the 2 prizes whose prices add up to that number at the top of the board. And if you get it wrong, you get another chance. So first off, if you're playing this game completely blindly, you still have a 1 in 3 shot at winning, just because of the way the permutations work, which I think is great. Second of all, it's one of the few games where the combinations, the sums of prices come into play, and most people shop for more than one thing at a time, so you can kind of look at it as a better version of shopping spree because you have like a budget, and you're like, okay, here's how much money I have, what 2 things can I buy? And third, it's quicker than most of, if not all, the other 4 prizes. I think Danger Price might be a little quicker overall. Granted, having this be my favorite game on the show, I would have this an A, not an S, because the set isn't great. It looks like a birdhouse.
I would call it a low A, high B for me. The thing is, I don't think it's a better game than Race Game, and because there's so many similarities with Race Game because of the kind of game and the staging, I think it's a great game, but it's not as good as Race Game.
I think I'd agree that Race seems better than it, but I still think it's an A. I think the idea of having 2 prices that add together is a novel concept, and I think it's something that people think about, and I think people are at least aware of, like, oh, so the target price is like 98, and this price is a 99, the other one's like a 35. They're at least aware enough to where prices go together. Like, I feel like people struggle with math, but I feel like this is one where they understand the math. They know what they're doing.
I think I would like this game better, and again, this is going to be an unpopular opinion, and you can boo me and say I'm an idiot, but I think I would like it better if you picked one prize to start and got to see that price. And I know everybody's going to say, well, that would make it too easy, but I think I would like the game better if they did that.
See, there are playings where I feel like both Bob and Drew would open up the first prize first, and then they would pick the second one. I don't know if that's me misremembering or if that's like a mistake they would make.
I
but
think you're right, Tris. I don't think they've been 100% consistent about that.
It has only happened a small number of times, and I don't know if Drew ever did it, but I know Bob did it once, and I think it was just a senior moment. It was, I think, during the early 2000s. It did happen, but it was not a rule inconsistency. It was just a host error to the contestants' benefit.
By the way, and I'm not going to mention, obviously, a fun moment from every single game, but this game has one of my most fun moments is when the 2 prizes the contestant picked at first were both over the total target price just by themselves. And then just the realization from Bob that, like, well, I think you know what the answer is. I wouldn't want the game set up like that probably any other time. It made for a fun moment for me.
Is anybody opposed to me putting this in A?
Low A.
Okay.
Low A. I probably would call it a B, but I'll give it a low A.
Yeah, low A.
I'll settle for here.
Yeah, I don't think it's better than To the Penny.
We have a couple of old schools coming up. Double Prices, one of the original games on the show. Here's a prize. Here's 2 prices. Pick the correct one. You win. The fastest game on the show. The simplest
Is it still the
on
game
the
that's
show.
been played the most?
I believe it's the game that has been played the most on the show. You cannot have the prices right without double prices. This is a C.
Yeah, there's just
How
the
can
only
it not
cool,
be?
the only exciting thing about this is the staging that they can if they want. I'm still waiting for them to play it on the turntable, which they have never done. But yeah, the staging
they put this
is
game
cool.
anywhere.
Yeah, the set
I
is.
know we're like it can't be everything can't be C, but I'm like, look at it. Just look at it.
I want them to have a contestant win in the row and be like, no, you stay there. We're going to wheel double prices down to the row. You just play right there.
I mean, I was going to say like the back of the audience or even outside just for a quick edit. Like that would be great.
I was thinking back of the audience too. Have like one of the models. We'll just have Devin lift up double prices onto the. Well, they don't have. Yeah, the disco platform. Have Devin lift it up there, or James.
Before the show starts, just hoist it up with some rigging, and then just have it drop down out of the rafters when they play this. So yeah, this is going in C. I will say the new set's hideous.
The day this game gets retired is the day Price is Right is over. This game cannot be retired.
They have no reason to retire.
It's got the history for it.
But again, where in C does this game go? That's the real question.
I would say it's better than Side by Side.
I would say put it right in the middle.
I would say just put it ahead of Pushover. It's the granddaddy. It deserves its place in history.
There we go. I think it's better than Most Expensive. There. We talked a little bit about these placements ahead of time, and everyone's like, if Double Prices doesn't go in C, this list is invalid. But we have one of the first games. We have the first game next. Any number. 10 digits, 3 prizes. One of them is a dummy prize to kind of just catch all those digits that aren't used. Pick numbers one at a time. Whatever price you fill in first, that's the prize you win.
It amazes me that even 50 years later, they're still able to do this. Be able to have a car, an individual prize, and a piggy bank so that they all have 10 numbers within them. Yes, we've got the extra digit for the car now, but it's still impressive that they're able to play it as often and regularly as they do.
I hate this game. I'm putting this as a D, and I know that that's not, I can't say that. It's the first game. It can never be retired. It's the first game. But I think the extra digit, which was a necessity, mind you, it was a necessity, that confused me as a child because before we got the used number board, which I'm sure people will chat about, it was like everybody would forget about the extra, normally 1 or maybe sometimes 2. People would forget about it. And I also hate the fact that you can't win all of the prizes. I'm not saying that you need to win the piggy bank. I get it. But I hate the fact that there's a prize up there that you're not going to win one. You're only winning one or the other.
For me, it's a D. I don't like saying that, but I think it's just such a crapshoot. And I think it's another game that inflation has not treated very well. I don't know what their initial intent is. I don't know if we've ever explicitly heard from Roger or whatever, but I mean, I think the 3-digit prize, originally back in the day was played for, appliance level, like something that would be like $3,000 to $5,000 in today's value. It's decent. And now it's just like they're just kind of throwing whatever in half for like the last 20 years or so for the 3-digit prize because there just aren't that many anymore. It just comes off as kind of crappy, and it's just so random. There's just not a lot of strategy, and it's just not that good of a game. I think it was to begin with. I think the fact that this was the very first game, like that requires some creativity, but it just has not aged well, and it's a game I absolutely would not want to play because it's just such a crapshoot.
Do you think, Derek, that there's a way to save it from inflation as far as the middle prize goes?
I don't know. This is the first thing that came to mind would be make the middle prize 4 digits and make the piggy bank 2 digits, like make it a 10 and a 1-digit amount.
A piggy bank, though.
Well, yeah, I know that's the problem. I don't have a good answer. I know they'll probably never retire it because it is the first game, but it's just not a very good game now.
I feel like there's some strategy because, cars still have a price to them, and I feel like they had set it up in a way, it's not always consistent of like 950 not being in the car. I feel like it's definitely tougher now than it used to be because you have to... The reveal's still got something unique to it. Like, here's a regular prize. Oh, you could win a PlayStation, or you can win a TV. That's nice, and then you get the nice car reveal, and I feel like that reveal still works and still sticks, and I feel like place it as a B. I know everybody's kind of like down on it, and that's fine, but I'm surprised. Maybe perhaps it is history to it.
And I'm not down on it. I would also place it as a B. I don't think it's any less of a crapshoot than Lucky 7. And I think the differences with Lucky 7 is, okay, Lucky 7, they give you a margin of error with the $7. But here in Any Number, they give you the numbers. So you have the numbers to choose. Like Lucky 7, You could have repeat digits if they want, and I'm sure they put repeat digits in Lucky 7 prices. Here in any number, no repeat digits. You know the numbers that are exactly in the prices of the prizes. I also think depending on the way that the game plays out, sometimes it doesn't become as much of a crapshoot. I mean, sometimes it's just common sense. If you see a computer that's just a plain old basic computer, that computer probably ends in 0 or 5. And if you have an option of 0 left and you see that the last space is taken in that computer, I'm not going to pick 0. Conversely, if you have maybe so say you have 0, 1, or 2 left, or have like 0, 6, or 7 or something like that left, and the piggy bank's first digit is open, well, they're not giving you cents. They're going to at least give you $1, so at least I know where the 0 doesn't go on the board. So there's many playings where it plays out where sometimes you can tell, okay, this is not going to go there, so I'm going to need to pick something else, or it helps tell you where things go. I think the game works well in that regard, and I like it better. I like it better than Lucky 7. So
should they one
waiting
time?
for the 7 aside.
Should they one time make the piggy bank start with 0 just to do it?
To have fun with it, honestly, the one playing where they did on the Jackpot January, where they multiplied the piggy bank by 10,000 or whatever, they should have made it start with 0.
I'm kind of leaning towards putting this where I had it on my individual rankings, which I know sounds kind of like me being a tyrant. I had this in B. I had this I'll put this right here, which kind of averages out for everybody. No other game plays like this, and I think that helps it a lot. I'm trying to disregard the historic value of it. I love the oval set that they introduced in, I think 86 was the year when they started doing nighttime stuff. I hate they use number board. I don't hate it as a concept. I hate where they put it.
Correct.
I mean, I don't mind it. I also, I guess, to close out on it, I feel like the we call it triple implication. The final count, I think, is still also really exciting. So I feel like that also helps with that. And it happens often enough that I think it still gives it a bang for its buck.
We talked about this briefly in the lead up to this session's recording. I'm going to make an executive decision and move a game up in the list because we're going to talk about Give or Keep and Finish Line pretty much simultaneously. Because guess what? They're the same game. One of them has a horse racing theme and the other one doesn't. If I remember correctly, JJ, Give or Keep is your favorite game that's ever been on the show. Or one of them for sure.
It definitely ranks as my favorite retired game.
Now, 2 prizes, and you have to keep for yourself the higher priced one. The idea is to give away the lower priced item. And after 3 pairs, if your sum is greater than the sum of the prices of the given away items, you win the bonus prize that was revealed at the very beginning. Dress it up however you want. I'm sorry, JJ. I find these boring. I think like these are right in C.
I would put it in C, though. And so I don't mind that, but I love the concept of the game. I love the idea of, can you average out keeping more than you've given away? And so I thought, I'm sorry that they thought the game was boring enough to retire and they haven't brought it back yet. And I'm like, well, you're sitting on other boring games as well. But I'm like, I thought the concept was a fun puzzle. I appreciated that part of it.
I think it's a game with a lot of play-along value, and I like watching the Barker area and pulling out a piece of paper and keeping track or trying to do it mentally. It's a little difficult mentally, but I don't know. It's interesting because I think Trader Bob is better than both of them, but that might be a controversial opinion, and we'll get to it later.
Yes, it is. We will get to that.
Yeah, I think it's an upper C. I think Give or Keep. I don't really understand why Finish Line was ever created. I think I like Give or Keep better. Yeah, I don't like the motif, or I don't know, it just seems really dumb. And I like Give or Keep because of the uniqueness of the staging and how it was played.
Let's be real. Finish Line was created for the same reason Shell Game was created, because obviously, just like Bonus Game, it's a bare bones thing, and they wanted to spice it up. So they said horse racing, I guess. I mean, listen, horse racing was big in the 70s. I think there were like 3 Triple Crown winners in the 70s.
True.
Which is insane. So that's probably why they settled on it. But yeah, they definitely made Finish Line just to dress it up like they made Shell Game to dress up Bonus Game.
Yeah, I mean, the interesting thing about that is, I don't want to get too far off topic, but the interesting thing about Bonus Game and Shell Game is that even though Bonus Game was retired on the daytime version, they played them both on the nighttime version. Whereas with Give or Keep and Finish Line, Give or Keep was not played on the nighttime version at the time, and they kept shuffling back and forth between Finish Line or Give or Keep. They would only play one at any given time, and eventually they retired Finish Line and kept Give or Keep permanently, which is, I just don't understand that at all, and I'd love to know the history of that.
The one qualm I have, and this is a very small qualm that means pretty much nothing, the concept feels a little selfish that you're trying to keep the most expensive things and not give it. I get it that you want to keep it for yourself. It just feels a little weird. It's not wrong, like you wouldn't want to give away the most. It just feels a little selfish.
I get that.
It's not called gift to charity or keep, you jerk. Give or keep.
I also think it was kind of stupid that a tie was a win.
I mean, they had to design something.
Not all games was
I like being nice. A tie being a loss just feels bad. So I appreciate them being like, you know what, let's just give it to them.
Was a tie a loss in buy or sell? I don't think it was ever really set up for that, but was a tie a loss in that game?
Yes, you needed to have
at least $1
positive amount in order to win buy or sell.
It was only set up like that once, and they confirmed it was by mistake that it happened. But it didn't end that way.
Can we
it's a pretty simple.
Give or Keep is better than Finish Line.
Yes.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I don't like Finish Line. I feel like was like an attempt to dress it up, but I feel like it was kind of a mess, and I feel like it's one of those, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, and it definitely.
I honestly, based off of what happened with other games, I would not be surprised if Finish Line's downfall was perhaps a technical problem, because that's what ended up doing in Hurdles, and there was another game that had a technical issue, and I feel like Finish Line probably used the same kind of technology as Hurdles. I would not be surprised if that did it in.
And it's worth mentioning, this is a point of trivia that we had mentioned earlier in the video, that Shower Game and Telephone Game were two of the three games that we didn't have any photos or video for a very long time. Finish Line was the third. That was one of the games that we just did not have any really existing footage of for many, many years.
Thanks, Bob.
Yeah.
Because of Bob's fur ban.
Mm-hmm.
So
And
I
Davin
would
is
give or
joining us
keep
again.
a B and then get like a D.
Like I said, it's like my favorite retired game. I absolutely love playing it. I love making up setups for it. Like, I really love it, but I absolutely understand it being a C. It's okay. I think it should still be on the show, but I understand it being a C.
And Finish Line's going to go in D.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be nice and put it after split decision.
You could say that they don't exist, but I feel like we get Give or Keep and Finish the Line, and then they become buy or sell, and then I think it becomes more or less, for better or worse. I know.
We'll
it's
get to
not
buy
small
or sell.
prizes.
I have thoughts about buy or sell.
Well, I thought we'd
But
gotten
next
there
up-
already.
Oh no, buy or sell's chilling down
Oh, there
here
it
in the
is.
second row of the unused right now. First, we have to get through Line 'em Up. Here are 3 prizes with 2 3-digit prices and a 2-digit price, and they are the second, third, and fourth digits in the price of a car. They give you the first and the fifth. You have to properly align. It's like the stone column in the observatory on Legends. You have to properly align everything so it fits in the slots and make it the price of the car. Then they tell you how many numbers you have right or wrong, and you get a second chance if you were incorrect the first time.
I'm amazed they win as often as they do, because I feel like this is a tough game. Yes, you get the hint in the middle, but you're still, in that way, it kind of feels like Temptation, although you get a second chance and you have more options, but the general idea of, here are some prizes, pick some numbers, and hope for the best. It's fine.
This is one of the few games on the show where I feel like even a layperson can see the first 3-digit prize set up as the second digit of the car. And if they see the price is like $5.67, I feel like anyone would be like, "Oh, what are you doing?"
Right.
This is a D for me. This is a game that I came very close to playing, and it was a playing that I would have absolutely never would have won.
Mm-hmm.
I just think it's a very mediocre game. I think and again, trying to not talk about the setups too much, but this was a game that for a very long time they would only play it for sub $20,000 cars, which thankfully they've moved past because they don't have much of a choice. Yeah, it's just too tough a game. Just like Master Key, it's too tough of a game for what they offer it as. I would not be sad if it was retired.
I appreciate the reveal for whether you do the prizes first or you do the car first, and I'm like, it could be a B, but if you put it as a C,
Oh,
yeah,
I don't like the car
part of it.
reveal
Just having
either.
a random tag? No. Built it into the set
There are other
somehow.
games. There are other games like this. I know that Switcheroo and Race Game. It does feel a little weird that if I were on there, I would hope that if I didn't get 3, I got 0 right, because I feel like if you get 1 or 2, it makes it much more difficult than if you get 0 right the first time.
If you get 0 right, though, you've got at least 1 digit correct.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Is that you want to get 0 right if you don't get 3, because then you know to switch the middle and the other 2. Whereas if you get 1 or 2, they ain't going to tell you which one. I feel like that makes it much, much more difficult.
Which I understand, and that's the point. But yeah, I don't have much strong feelings on it. I'm not a huge fan of it.
It's better than pick a number.
Well, of course. I mean,
a lot of things are better than pick a number.
I'm gonna say that it is just.
Yeah.
I like One Wrong Price better. Back when I used to do recaps on goldenroad.net, I felt obligated to have a Pokemon reference in there because there are overlaps among those fandoms. And this was the game that got it. Pass the Buck. Hello, Sawsbuck. How are you doing? You know of a moment. So we have a grocery product portion where you make one of the prices posted $1 more by passing the buck over to that price, and that nets you a chance to go to a much smaller variant of the punch board where you have numbers 1 through 6. One of them has a car, 3 of them have cash amounts, 2 of them have lose everything. You can bail out at any time. I like this game, but I don't love this game.
It's weird. I feel like there's a lot of games on the show where I feel like the pricing portion is secondary to the game portion of it, like your Punch a Punch and your Plinko. With Pass the Buck, it kind of feels like the opposite, where it feels like it's a genuinely interesting concept, which of these prizes is $1 more, and the second half is just pick a number, win a prize.
I love the grocery product portion of Pass the Buck. I think that's fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely. It's probably the best part about it. It's fine. It's B, I think, for me.
That's where I have it tentatively.
I would say high C for me.
I think it's the better games of the games that are revealed by lifting the giant race game curtain, and I think that's what I love about it. Is I love, and it was the first one to do that, and I love the idea of let's see your prize, and then this giant curtain lifts, and there it is, and so I really do like the reveal of it.
It definitely adds to the game, because I mean, if that doesn't exist, like, the game's kind of boring.
Yeah, like I love that the car's right there with you as you play the game.
You can hug it
if you want. You can. So I would put it in B.
My personal speculation is that they intended to have a Lucky 7 style reveal where the car gets driven on stage, but the problem is that Pass the Buck set is so small otherwise that having it behind a door didn't look right on camera, so I think that they may have repositioned it to be what it is now. But that's, again, just theory crafting.
I don't get the point of like Pass the Buck. I understand the grocery product portion is that, but then it feels like then pick a number. What happened to Pass the Buck? Like, I just wish there was more of a Pass the Buck kind of element in the main portion. And you didn't mention the original format, right? I didn't hear you say that.
I did not mention the original format where they had 8 numbers to pick from.
Yes. I don't know. I feel like, again, because you used to not get any free picks. You had to earn all 3. I feel like 6 is much better. I do, and again, I keep saying that I'm not going to bring up the current setups, but it really does taint my opinion when 1 and 6, again, the endpoints is usually where the car is. So then it makes it anticlimactic for us at home when they pick 4. Well, you're either getting cash or lose everything. On occasion, those surprises. But it does kind of ruin the game a little bit for me as far as that goes.
In the same vein, though, that's pure Carney setup. They want it to be a carnival. That's how they do it.
But sometimes they'll reverse that. Sometimes 1 and 6 will lose everything, and then they'll put the car in
Yeah, they're not afraid to mix it up.
I'm sure that if we got the original format and it somehow survived into the early Drew era, I'm pretty sure we would have seen playings of it where no picks were ever won, and I don't think that was something that ever happened, and I would love to be just like, oh, that was the game.
Randy does bring up a good point, how the whole portion of the game and the title kind of gets lost once the grocery product portion is done. So I had it higher in B. I'm still going to put it in B, but I'm going to put it here between Bonkers and
lower in B. Yeah.
JJ had touched upon this game earlier. Hurdles. This hurdler represents a price. pick the grocery product that is lower in price, and then that grocery product will act as a hurdle for the hurdler to hop over. If you do that with all 3 pairs, you win. Plus, let's give the contestant a gun. What could go wrong?
I mean, to be fair, Bob usually kept it. Bob was the handler of the gun.
So horse racing is not okay, but human racing is just dandy under the Barker regime.
I mean, Barker was used to handling his gun.
I don't get that. Can you explain that to me?
No. So I don't know how to think about this game objectively, because I just realized that it's essentially the same as Trader Bob. I've never really liked hurdles.
This is another one of those games where I think the set is way too big for what it is.
Yeah, it's a huge set. I mean, it's an interesting design and theme, but it's always been very meh to me. And I'm never like, oh, I really wish hurdles was still around.
No one is.
No
one is like that.
Listen, JJ, I haven't given my opinion yet, so you better hold on a second.
I would say high D for me.
This wants to be the grocery product equivalent to cliffhangers. I mean, you've got the guy, and you've got him, instead of climbing a mountain, climbing over the hurdles, and I think it's an interesting concept. I like the idea
that is an apt comparison. I never thought about that.
I mean, yes, it's like Trader Bob, I guess, and I didn't even think about it as that. I was thinking about
it's
like you're going over
the Midwest where they don't have mountains.
Which is funny because hurdles actually predates cliffhangers by like 2 months, so the hurdles actually came first.
Listen, we'll get to Trader Bob, but this game, I enjoy this game. I don't know if I can call this an S game, but I would definitely call this game an A game. This game is fun. And that's what The Price is Right is fun. I love this game.
I feel like they did make this game a lot later and using better technology. It probably would have been a more fun, but as it stood in the 70s, where the game was constantly breaking down, it just kind of became less fun. And it's not that
it's too big for its britches.
Very much so. And it's not really that interesting of a concept. It's a fine concept. It's not a broken concept. It's just the game itself was broken. I feel like it's a C.
I'd also have high C.
I tentatively had
And you love high C.
No, but
it's averaging out.
We tried.
Make Your Mark. A game that was once Barker's Markers, and then it was Make Your Mark on the nighttime version, and then it was Barker's Markers again, and then it was Make Your Mark, and then it was gone. It's also one of 2 pricing games that has the same name as an event from Nickelodeon Guts.
And our players are going to get a chance to make their mark on our wall on a vertical leap with some help from an elastic cord. Let's talk to Mo for the rules. Mo.
We'll get to the other one a little bit later.
Markers.
Here are 3 prizes and 4 prices. Put a marker next to the prices that you think are correct, where we will reveal 2 of them, Monty Hall style. You're also given a $500 voucher. You can keep it and try to say that you got them all right the first time, or you can give in the $500 to allow you to change it. The fact that it's pretty much the Monty Hall problem, I know I had said that would make one wrong price maybe a little better. I'm going to sound like a complete hypocrite because I hate this game.
I feel like this game, and by the way, I feel like one wrong price is just perfectly average, but I think this game is a lot of the cousin to Step Up. In that it would be a lot more interesting game if the stakes were a lot higher. But as it stands, you're just playing for 3 pretty mediocre prizes and $500 in cash. Woo.
I mean, I don't like that it's another 50-50 game, but somehow longer and with 3 prizes.
We should mention that we're talking about the rules of the game when it was played 99% of the time, not the surprise new rules that Drew decided to exclaim right before the game got retired.
That's because he forgot how to host the game.
Well, there is a very well laid out theory on that, which I won't go into, but I think someone discovered the reason why that occurred. For me, it's another one of those games where as a child, I was like, oh boy, it's exciting because it was a rarely played game. And I really liked the pink, purple, and blue set, but it's just not a very good game. It's a D.
I thought the newer set, when it became Make Your Mark on the daytime version, was garish.
Yeah, I don't feel at all.
And I can't speak for everybody else, but my thought whenever I saw this game was, oh great, another game named after Bob Barker. We don't need that.
Right?
I mean, there was only 2. Well, 3.
Yeah, that's one too many.
I wouldn't call this an S, and I wouldn't go up to an A, but I'm going to give this game a B. Like, it was a different concept, and yes, okay, Monty Hall problem, but I really did like this game.
from what I said, it belongs pretty much right next to Step Up. They both suffer the same problems, I feel like.
I get why you want to do it. You want to tempt the person with it. And I know why we just talked about it. I feel weird that it's like, here's $500 if you want to keep it. If you want to keep it there, but you have to give it back. But if you lose, you don't get the $500 anyways. And with Derek, I would also probably put this as a D.
I mean, it's a risk reward kind of thing, and $500 did mean a lot more, 30 years ago than it means now. Maybe if they still played this game and made it like $1,500, something like substantial, maybe that would make it a little bit better. But I do appreciate the concept. I also would say it's a C. I do think it's better than Step Up.
I don't know. I've always been of the mindset that once they reveal the first two prices being correct, which by the way there always has to be two, just by the nature of the game, it's essentially double prices, but you chose what the two options are. So I guess I never let it. It just seemed like a game that took way too long for what it was. I had it in D.
Yeah.
I will, especially with Randy pulling it up, that'll average us out near the bottom of C. I do think it's better than Make Your Mark. Or rather, it's better than itself. No, it's better than Step Up. Were you going to say something, Randy? I'm sorry.
Oh, I was just going to say, I feel like I've been ranking games higher. Don't you worry. I see what game's coming up there next. And don't you worry.
See, I feel like I'm going to have to be the one trying to prop this game up.
Let's talk about, everybody get your index fingers and point them to the sky, because it's the phone home game.
Oh, now you're f***ing dead.
7 grocery products. And a caller from home is going to call and tell you the price that you have to pick. F. I hate this game. It's way too long.
No.
Because here's the thing. I think it's a D. And I think it's for the same reason it's a D that I said double digits was a D. Is the game bad? Yes. But there was a salvageable concept, and they made it into a much better game like 13 years later. So it essentially became it's in the bag. So I think because of that, I can't put it in F.
I really like them embracing the play along aspect of it, people playing along at home and wanting to get them more involved. And I honestly do like this concept of have the contestant at home, try to help this contestant in studio win. And honestly, I prefer it over bag, and I know that's probably sacrilegious to everyone else. I know we'll get to bag eventually, but I honestly, yes, it's flawed. It's a really long game, and I feel like a lot of the contestants we get at home were kind of dull. But I appreciate them. I appreciate the grocery product portion of it. I appreciate that there was a fanfare that if they actually won big, and it seemed like they won it quite a bit more often than you'd expect. I mean, I'd go like a B or C. I'll be the one like it should be a B, even if I'm the only one.
Not only do
I do think it was probably
long.
It takes way too long. No,
it does.
Mm-hmm.
But I this is just a me thing. I hate the wrestling term. I hate the kayfabe of it all, because you know full well that there's a bunch of people who are sitting at home next to the phone, waiting, hoping that Bob Barker is going to call them and allow them to participate in the phone home game. Not realizing
they take that shit.
They don't need to know.
I know that, but how many people today still thinks that The Price is Right is taped live? It's a non-zero amount.
I mean, they played it so often for a while that at least they were like, if people wanted to play it, you
up
just
ahead of time.
stuff.
Like, phone home game's coming up soon. Make sure you're sitting by your phones, because we may be calling you. And I hate that.
Yeah.
It's lying to the viewers. I hate it.
Well, listen, they might be calling them if
that was very, very different from any Bob voice I've ever heard.
they might be calling them if they were taping the show the next day in the actual Studio 33. They might be calling you. It just wouldn't be the show you'd be seeing on air. Listen, I enjoy the game as far as like the nostalgia factor of it, because again, I wasn't alive when the show was on. But again, like somebody else said, the contestants were a little dull. You can't screen them, which again, Bob had to kind of get a little out of them, which again, they're just hearing their voice. How are you doing? Good. oh, well, that's good, kind of a thing, you know. And again, I feel like it's a little weird. The money like was random, and I get it that you don't know where the money's at, and I feel like that's bad. You get all three right, and I get that that's the point of the game. I know I ranked Punch a Bunch a little higher, but again, it just it something feels, I guess, just. I get the ratings was the whole reason that game existed.
I missed a Punch Bunch just put all the way out that high up in A, and I think it should be a B. But no, I digress. Its biggest problem was, yes, it took too long, but also because it took too long, it ate up so much showtime. Everything kind of had to revolve around it. And the show, any show that has it on there kind of suffers as a result. And they played this game a ton. There's a lot of just shows that just kind of feel like every time you see it. I think it's also funny worth mentioning too that they could only play this game second or third because they didn't want to have the at-home contestants waiting too long because they called them right at the top of the show. So if you called them third, you probably had a contestant who was probably very low on energy by that point. So that's also potentially a problem as well.
Just one quick note that I didn't like is if you said a product name, you lost your turn if you were the at-home contestant. Even if you just said a name, I want the Colgate, that counted as a lost turn, and I didn't understand that.
Well, because after that point,
at home giving.
Well, if the contestant said the product name, then who's to say? I mean, the show would know, but if they said a product name, then who's to say if they would say the price of the product afterwards? Like, okay, I'll make sure I pick a different price, and then they end up still saying the price of the Colgate. Yeah. That's why I was eliminated.
It'd make an unfair advantage, yeah.
And one of the things I didn't love about this game is that the players had to split the prize. I know it was a budget thing and it made sense money-wise, but I'm like, screw you, Ethel from T-Neck. I don't know you, and I have to split my prize money with you? And all you did was read out some prices? Like, you didn't even, there is strategy for the at-home contestant. You want to pick out a price for a product that you think that the person in studio would know. So if you like, if everybody knows that, a bag of Tootsie Roll Midgies is $1.05 and you see that on the sheet, then yeah, you want to pick that because you want to at least get some money out of the board. But I'm like, in the end, I still feel weird about saying, okay, this random person that you've never met and you will probably never meet gets to have half the money that you've earned in this game. And I was like,
it's like the IRS.
I always didn't love that.
I mean, JJ, if they're on the phone home game, then they're considered a contestant. They've had their moment in the spotlight. You can't let the contestant have it all for themselves.
That's not the point. I wasn't saying the contestant could have it all for themselves. If they had the money, they would duplicate the money. But they don't have the money, obviously.
Would you think it'd be better if they had said if they called it a matching amount instead of a shared amount?
Maybe. Yeah, I also think that this game should have come back during the pandemic. I think this would have been perfect to use with Skype or Zoom or whatever. Because I think it would have been a lot better that way. I think that you would have had time to screen the contestants beforehand and pick people to come on Zoom or Skype or whatever and play the game. So it would have been fun.
And then you could actually that pick the contestant, but I don't think they would have bothered to make. They already had to do enough. They already had to do enough to make sure the show was still going. So I don't think they wanted to add.
So I understand why they didn't do it.
To bounce off something that Triss had said really quickly before we finish up on this game, someone that calls in and acts as the phoning contestant, does that make them ineligible?
Yes.
Well, I think it did if they went to the show. Obviously, now they're not ineligible.
Yeah, they were until they changed the rules for the 10 year.
They won. They did play. I mean, like I said, they still strategy. They played the game and they won money from playing the game. So yeah.
But they never also got a chance to, win a prize, come on down or
go to the showcase. Yeah,
that's a problem with it too. I think the salvageable parts make it enough to be a D, but
I'll put it in D. It's a race. It's a race. I'm weaning. The last movie that Big John 06 ever showed on Blog TV, Rat Race. The first game that Blue invented. Yes. Big John 06 showed Rat Race, the last day of Blog TV's existence back in March of 2013. Some of you know what I'm talking about. Most of you have no idea what I'm talking about. This, for a while, was the most expensive game on the show in terms of the set. You have a grocery product. Guess the price within $1. Here's a prize. Guess it within $10. Here's another prize. Guess it within $100. For each of those you get right, you get to choose a rat out of the 5 mechanical rats that they have on the board. And then they have them all race, and win gets you the car, place gets you the smaller prize, show gets you the even smaller prize. If you win combinations of win, place, and show, you get combinations of those 3 prizes. I used to be higher up on this game than I am now.
In terms of how the gameplay actually works, it's not the best constructed game of the Drew Carey era, but it is definitely the most recognizable game of the Drew Carey era.
Definitely.
So I think that
More than
gives
Pay the
it
Rent?
a lot. Yes.
Will they still play?
For sure. I think most people recognize Pay the Rent as just a game you win $100,000. They recognize more of the actual element of what you're doing in Rat Race rather than what you're doing in Pay the Rent.
I don't really like Rat Races. I don't like Master Key, but Rat Race is essentially the same game as Master Key, other than it's easier to win a rat because usually the 3-digit prize is very easy to win.
Well, they usually make the keys easy to win, except for certain playings, but you know.
I'm not
We
really a
talked about
fan.
that.
I've never really been a fan of Rat Race. It's a D for me. It just doesn't bring anything to the table that a Master Key does better.
See, I think I think it's the best Drew one to come out of it because I feel like it's a well constructed one. Sure, it's got elements of Spelling Bee and Master Key, but I do appreciate that. Hey, we got a nice big card game with 3 different prizes. The pricing element's unique to it that you have to price it within a certain range, and then that rat race is fun. I mean, sometimes yes, you get the one rat that doesn't even. But I appreciate that. I feel like the races can get exciting, and I appreciate that they. Yeah, I feel like it all just kind of works together, and I feel like it's a pretty compelling game. I'd give it an A or B.
I put it in A. I think I think also they understand the grandiosity of the set, so they film that race very well, and then they also when they go into break, every time they go into break, they always do the stop. They do the slow mo of it too, which is always really fun to watch.
I think Master Key is the better game, but I do think that Rat Race is more exciting when you can have a race and when it runs properly. I do think that's what it brings to the show, is that it's very exciting watching the rats race, especially if the rat that the person chose is in first or second or close. It's very exciting. And the times when all 3 prizes have been won is also very exciting. I feel like that's very more exciting than finding the Master Key, is when someone wins all 3 rats and wins all 3 prizes in Rat Race. One of the things that I do wish they would do at least one time for the sake of transparency is I wish they would show them winding the rats up, show how that process works. They give the disclaimer that they might not finish the race, and some rats don't finish and say tucker out, and I would just like to see them winding up the rats, the process that goes into which rats get wound up, how much. I would love to see more transparency in that regard.
Well, the next socially awesome week, maybe we'll get to see that video on YouTube. This is my not my favorite game, but this is my mother's favorite game, and I say that because I don't know if Jane Plinko as opposed to Joe Plinko, but she just loves it because it's a fun game, again because of the rats. So for your average viewer, it's fun, and I have to agree with that. It's not my favorite game on the show, but it's Rat Race. Oh, we get to see a rat race. Hopefully, if they don't lose all 3.
Well, they still run the race now. I think they.
Yeah, one of the things I appreciate about this game from a technical aspect, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe this game has more unique camera angles than any other game.
It's definitely very up there.
It has the most justified crane usage in the show.
One thing I wish they would do is if somebody did miss all 3, and I know that they didn't earn it, but I wish they would just say, pick a rat. If it gets first, you get $500 or something. I do think the only problem with that is then, if you'd picked that rat, you would have won the car, but since you didn't win all 3, you get nothing. I just think it would make the last race more mean something.
Mm-hmm.
I remember interviews when Drew made this game. He said he tried to make like the greatest hits of pricing games, where he had like the active aspect with the race and the pricing portion. So considering it was his first game on the show, is it his only? Is this the only?
I think it's his only.
It's his only.
I think it's only.
I think. Yeah.
I mean, if you're gonna make one, this is a good one to do.
Yeah.
I have this in
yeah.
a lower B. There's
I
too
don't
many
hate
things that
that.
can go wrong with it to put it in S or A, but I think a lower B is good.
Yeah, all 5 rats didn't finish the race. Sorry, you lose. Get off the stage.
I think if
I don't think
all
that-
five rats didn't
Well, again, that's
I think
why
if
I
all
want the.
5 rats
That's what I
crashed, they
want
would
the.
redo it.
Well, that's why I want the transparency. I feel like, again, maybe they make sure that they wind the rat up enough that they know it'll definitely finish the race. So I'd like to see transparency about that.
Scott Robinson, who is a former PA on the show, and he posts around on game show websites. He did say that there is a contingency plan where if 3 or more fat rats fail to finish the race, thus making at least one of the prizes impossible to win, there is some sort of contingency plan. Unfortunately, we've never actually figured out what that contingency plan is, but I still think it's an A, but I think everyone else is going to B. That's fine.
Props to Drew, by the way, for coming up with such a. I mean, yes, he created it, and it really is like his baby, and I appreciate that they kind of give it the pomp that it's like it's his game. And I know Bob had made a few, but that this is like Drew's game. Like he loves the game, he's behind the game, and
this game that Drew made is probably better than any game that Bob ever made.
I'd have to remember what Bob made to assess that.
Coming or going.
You can look that
more or
up later.
less.
Hey, certainly better than the last game Bob made. So,
A lot of people love this game. It's also got the same name as an obstacle on Double Dare.
The person will be waiting over here for you to come out the other side. Grab the flag and go over here to the beanbag. Open it up as quickly as possible. It's full of little chips, styrofoam chips. Let me show you. And there's a flag in there as well. Dump that thing out or go wading through it. Pull out the flag. Pass it to your partner, and this prize will be yours.
$16,000. 6 grocery products, 5 prizes. Slot them accordingly. You can bail out after the first one with $1,000, then 2, then 4, then 8, then 16. A lot of people really love It's in the Bag. And I see why, but this is, again, one of those games that doesn't really do anything for me. And I think it's because I've watched the show long enough to... I've seen so many poor playings of this game, and so few good playings of this game, that I can't help but have that tarnish my view of it, which is why I have it in C.
I have it as an A. I appreciate games that don't seem like they're going to get very suspenseful, but when they do get down toward the line, they can get super suspenseful and intense. And I feel like there's a lot of the games that use the same element, because Bag is really the first one to have the game to have the progressive bailout. Then a lot of other cash games kind of followed. And I think a lot of the other games, they try to make it seem a lot more grandiose than it is. Bag doesn't try to make it grandiose, but then it becomes more than what it is. And I think that's something that's really understated about that game. So I would give it an A.
I guess part of it, I don't want to be like it's a long game, especially when we've got longer games now with Hot Seat. But I feel like
we'll get there.
I don't know. It's very much a slow kind of roll to get to the big prize, and it can get exciting. And I feel like, at least with the show now, I feel like we're getting to the point now where most people are at least getting to 8 or 16,000. But I don't know. I can't rate it very high. I'd give it a C as well.
I'm
I'd
also
say
on the C column.
Low C,
sorry.
high D for me. It just, I don't think it's aged well either. Another game, as with most of the cash games, it's a game that Bob hosted a lot better than Drew. And I will say, I do think the current reveals, I like it. I'm very much in the minority. I don't like it as much as a sign, but I do like how the screens are set up. It does something for me, but I know I'm in the minority.
I have to give it a C. I really don't have much opinions on this game other than, and I know that kind of takes out from it being the odd one out. I wish that we could find out what the price of the odd grocery product out was. I don't think there's a good way of doing that, but I just wish that was something. Well, okay, what was the bread, you know?
It would be cool if they could make it so that they could flip down all of the label price description labels and have all the prices behind those. But that would probably never be done. But that would be my solution.
See, I feel like after you've won all the $16,000, it's like, oh yeah, let's now go all the way over to this wagon wall and take the thing away from the contestant. But, you know, I guess they do that in Grand Game. Yeah, but the host is already still there, like already flipping down the product things anyway. They're not anywhere near the thing. Gosh, they're all only been in C? Jeez. It's like I'm the defender? Wow. All right.
Next up on the cash train, we have Grand Game. for $10,000 usually. Here's a target price. 4 of these 6 grocery items are lower than that. You pick all 4 one by one, you get $10,000. We'll move the decimal point over 1 space to the right after each one. You can bail out after the 1,000 if you are so inclined.
Why hasn't this game been adjusted for inflation? This game still has the same top prize. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead. I'll refute you. Go ahead.
because it's the easiest cash game on the show.
No.
Oh, yes. I mean,
no, it's
all
not.
you have to do is win. What do you think is the easiest cash game on the show?
Well, if we're just saying to win $10,000, it's a lot easier to win $10,000 and pay the rent.
Well, we're not talking about winning $10,000 and pay the rent of Plinko. We're talking about winning the game, and the top prize in Grand Game is $10,000, and it is the easiest top prize to win of all the cash games.
Absolutely.
I don't like that because generally for like the last 10 years or so, it seems like they do not want contestants to win 80% of the time.
Yeah, contestants aren't going to decline the cash. They might decline trips that are $20,000. They're not going to decline a free $10,000.
Think about every other cash game that's on the show. It is much harder to win the top prize than in Grand Game. Maybe not so much half off, and that's why it's the same, but that's why it stayed the same. Back when they originally debuted it, it was one of the few cash games on the show, and $10,000 was kind of a big prize then. But they also knew that, and they made the game setups much harder. Now I know that they said that they made the setups harder, but the game is still easier than anything else. You telling me that you're going to try to win $50,000 in Plinko? You're telling me you're going to win $100,000 and pay the rent when they don't set the game up stupid easy?
Listen, I could easily win $10,000 and pay the rent in Plinko and.
Listen,
I get where he's coming from.
Prizes of the game.
Listen, I think the easiest cash to win is the $9 in the piggy bank sitting in any number, but that's just me.
I mean, I feel like it could stand a raise. I don't hate that it's 10,000. I do kind of wish the bailout kind of meant something other than if you go on you lose, because nobody ever stops at $1,000 anymore, and it's kind of a not a foregone conclusion, but it's kind of like, well, they're gonna go for it, so it's either 10,000 or bust.
When was the last time we had a bailout in this game?
God, it's been like a decade.
Oh God,
it's been a long time.
I love this game. I think it's a B.
2018.
I like the concept.
I think it's
a B. I really like the concept of the game. And then you know what? If it is so easy, I mean, like I said, I do agree with Derek about the setups. I mean, they will have. I mean, I'm just going to throw out a random example that may show up on a future program at some point, but they had a box of like the target price was like $10, and they had a box of 4. They had a box of 4 protein bars. It was like literally like 4 protein bars. That box of 4 protein bars was $13. I'm like, no one's gonna think 4 protein bars cost more than $10. So. And then they do this all the time. They will have deceptively expensive products put in this game that you think are cheap just so that you pick them and lose the game. And so if they're going to do that, then yes, they need to raise the price that they need to raise the amount that they're playing for. But on its face, if you are telling me all I have to do is pick these 4 products that are less than this price, that's easy. That is a lot easier than arrange this puzzle arrange this house puzzle of grocery products and drop a chip and hope that it lands in the right spot.
In the space 5 times, right?
Remember when? I mean, I know this isn't quite Price is Right related, but I feel like I have to bring it up. Remember when they brought some Let's Make a Deal games over to the show, and one of the games was Smash for Cash, and they literally just did like Grand Game style. Yeah, like here's $7, pick the 4 that underneath. I mean, it was a little different, but it was almost exactly. It was the same pricing game, and a little bit of different skin. And
speaking of other game shows, I do enjoy the Family Feud theme at the beginning. I don't know if anyone else does, but that's just a unique cue that's on this game.
We should. I mean, talking about Price is Right music would be a little more unwieldy because it's just so much to go through. But yes, they use the Family Feud theme. Before Family Feud, they used it as a card cue on Price,
it was
and
part
they
of,
use it at the
it
same
was
time
part of
as
the Price
Family
is Right.
Feud.
Yeah.
So they used the feud for The Price is Right, and that's why they were like, "Hey, the end of this sounds like it could be a tag for something." And so I'm glad they found a purpose for it, and I'm glad they still use it to this day.
And the raised GPT, although they do that for 2 the penny as well, so it's no longer unique to Grand Game.
A couple games. I
I
feel
do
like
like the reveal.
I feel like B is a solid rank for it. Like it's a good one.
Yeah, it's a B.
I do want to mention, because Trish brought it up briefly, some of you may ask this just to refute everybody in the comments. No, we will not be talking about the Let's Make a Deal games that appeared as pricing games on the show, because they had to actually change those games to make them pricing games. I feel like judging them would be talking more about Let's Make a Deal stuff, and I don't want to compare a game based on how it appeared on 2 different shows. I didn't think that was fair. They were treated more as Let's Make a Deal games coming over rather than pricing games out of their own volition, so I felt that they were not worth appearing on this list.
But it's okay, because we'll deal with a Let's Make a Deal as game later, so.
Yeah, me and JJ are going to make our own call, and we're going to talk about accelerators. So come on, JJ, let's get going.
Let's go scream at some telephone poles, shall we? It's Golden Road. Remember Pick a Number? Let's play Pick a Number 3 times, except it's for a really expensive prize at the end. But if you screw up at all, you don't get to keep going down the Golden Road.
But you do keep what you won.
You do keep what you've won. I do believe it's a hot take when I say this is a C.
Oh.
The excitement of the game is not the game. The excitement of the game is the prize at the end of the Golden Road. No one's like, hot damn, look at that second prize.
Well, we definitely have ranked things higher because of their grandiosity, and it certainly has grandiosity. I slightly agree with you, but I think it should be in B, not C.
Well, Torgo, this is another game where inflation has not helped, because back in the early days, the second prize would often be pretty nice. They often had, they played it for boats a couple of times. It would probably be in the $25,000 to $30,000 range with inflation. I mean, even more recently, they had late in the Bob era, jet skis, nice pianos. It just hasn't kept up with inflation.
Would you rather have them make it so the first prize was a low 4-digit prize than like a low 5-digit and then the expensive car at the end?
I don't think they have the budget for it. That's what I would do, but they don't have the budget for that.
Then you'd almost kind of have to make the car be 6 digits, and they're not going to do that, you know.
Well, I
every
mean,
time.
This game, again, has not kept up with inflation. Most of the cars that they're offering today would be like low 30 to early 40s, 20 years ago.
I mean, that's the show in general. Like, please do not get me started, but
yeah,
the show in general has not kept up with inflation. Again, we're still offering cars in the teens when they were offering cars in the 20s in the 90s. So this show is, in general, not kept up with inflation.
We were just arguing about Grand Game if they should increase the inflation or the prize or not when it's been the same for 40 years. Like, yeah, there are plenty of games that can make that argument work.
Yeah, I think Golden Road really should be a permanent 6-digit card game, but that won't happen for a while. I would say it's a low B for me. I think it's another game where, for me, as a child, it was super cool, and I think as an adult, I'm like, well, I don't want that car. I don't want to pay, $25,000, $30,000, $40,000 worth of taxes on a car. I still think it has a lot of this is a game that I've seen in studio, and it was still incredibly exciting, and I think that says a lot. And then again, I think this is one that the average Joe would know. Probably not as common as Cliffhangers or Plinko, but it still has a positive reputation outside of the fan base. And even though at the heart of it, it's not a very good game, the fact that it has historically been the biggest game on the show and, has a long history and the excitement, I would feel very uncomfortable listing it as anything lower than a B.
Again, I know I've mentioned it before, like the last digits and the next to last digits. Again, I do get that we're playing for a $70,000 car, but I just hate that it's all riding on the hundreds digit. It doesn't matter if you know that that's a 78,000 versus 73,000. You better know that's a 78,800 versus 78,200.
And there's ways I think you can kind of figure out their ideology with that. But I feel like I appreciate that they have a game that always is played for a big prize, and this game's been around for almost 50 years now, and I feel like yes, there's not much to the game, but if we're also comparing it to like Pick a Number and like Balance Game, those came after this one, and this is kind of the first time that we saw this. Okay, here's 3 numbers. Which number is the 100th digit? That's not something that it wasn't a thing then.
Because if you take away the grand prize, you have Pick a Number, and Pick a Number's boring. So everything is kind of riding on what you're playing for rather than the game itself.
Well, it's also about the dressing. I mean, a lot of games are boring on their face, and it's about how you dress them up. And Golden Road does that really, really well. Like, yeah, it's Pick a Number 3 times. No one cares that it's Pick a Number 3 times because it uses. Well, it used to use maybe the coves, but it was expansive of the stage. The dots were all over the floor. You walk to door 3, you walk to door 1, you walk to door 2. It dressed up that well that I don't care that it's Pick a Number.
I think that
I thought this game had is I missed the audience entrance.
You've got the rainbow and you've got like the firework cauldrons, and they still do a good job of setting up the grandioseness of it, even if it's a car that's like $60,000-$70,000, which is still a nice car, but not as nice as like your Corvettes or your giant motorhomes that you had back in the day. But they still do a good job of at least trying to keep it as a big prize, and they're not just offering
I appreciate their expensive prize too. I'm just like. And that's why I'd rather play 3 Strikes. I know it's still like an expensive car, the tax burden. Golden Road would be sometimes so random, like, okay, it's a nice Corvette, or it's a motorhome, and I'm like, I'm 25. What do I need with a motorhome? Or if you're in prime time, it's a cabin. It's a cabin cruiser. It's a cabin cruiser. What am I going to do with a cabin cruiser? Like,
right. Sometimes its grandiosity can get the better of itself. Frankly, I'd rather play triple play for the final product. I mean, like it's 3 reasonably priced cars. I can choose the one I want. You know.
I mean, at least a car is more useful than a game. I know that people boat, people can find a marina. I live in Baltimore. I can rent some marina space. Still, what do I need with a cabin cruiser?
But here's another point. Even if Golden Road is for an expensive car, okay, if I have a triple play, I can get a reasonably priced car that no one's going to try to scratch or steal and stuff like that. If I'm driving a Corvette around downtown Baltimore,
no one's going to touch it. Perfectly fine. Okay.
I give it an A. I'd be fine with a B. I don't think it could be more than a B.
I think
it's a B.
There. I like Grand Game more than Golden Road. Back to the well of the original games, the original 5. We'll deal with the other one very soon. But right now we have Grocery Game. Here's 5 grocery products. Buy as many of each one as you want. Get between $20 and $22 of your sum, and then you win.
Where should we put checkout? Or have we talked about checkout yet?
Checkout was an S because it's
yes, that's right.
And I'm close. I mean, Grocery Game's close to that for me. It's
definitely everything except for 3 Strikes.
Say Grocery Game's close to that for me. It's Grocery Game's definitely an A. I absolutely love the idea of hey, you're on a budget, so make it work. I love it.
I think it is a little tough for the contestants. We've talked about games that involve multiplication. I think it is somewhat getting tougher for the contestants, but it's still such a solid enough concept and people can understand the idea of the concept. But that it's an A. You gotta love the old school cash register, right?
I hate the old school cash.
Say Manuela hates that Manuela does not want to play grocery games. She hates when she's assigned grocery games.
It's most sissies because Amber has commented on Instagram multiple times that she hates it.
Yeah.
This is why Rachel always gets it then. Okay, that's fine.
Listen, grocery game's an F. And I'm going to tell you. No, I actually don't think it's an F. I was just expecting JJ to. I do think it does confuse contestants a little bit. Maybe not even confuse, but I feel like they just go for it a lot more often on the first try. I feel like instead of trying to build up,
the slam dunk strategy.
Yeah, or else they'll use the cheapy item first, and even if they're not trying to quite get up there, they'll use their $1.50 or $2 one. And then they'll get up there, and then whoops! Well, you've got your Citrical left. Good luck. You're at $19, kind of a thing. But I feel like it does confuse them a little bit. I don't know that I'd call it an A. I'd probably call it a B because again, it is pure pricing, but it does confuse contestants. It seems to me.
I was I was trying to think of a reason why I felt that checkout can belong in S, but grocery game would belong in A. Even though I have it as a B personally, but I have no problem moving it to A. And you mentioned it perfectly because you can easily lock yourself out of a win in grocery game. Whereas with checkout, it's a little more open and you can adjust on the fly as you play it. Whereas with grocery game, it can be, you can lock yourself out and you can make it where it's pretty obvious that you've lost, and it makes it a little anticlimactic in certain situations.
Yep.
Do you like the theming of the 5 grocery products? I think that gimmick has worn itself out by this point.
They do a good job of making it not like too on the head at times. And then sometimes when they do need to make it very, very, very themed, they do a very, very good job with it, especially when they did it on the 50th anniversary special, and they did all sorts of golden things. That was kind of fun.
I wouldn't mind if they didn't do it every time, but I do like them doing it. I do like them doing it, but I wouldn't mind if they didn't do it every time.
Yeah, I'm gonna put grocery game.
I feel like it's in the same vein as the cover-up gag. I think that, again, I enjoy cover-up strictly for the gag. I don't enjoy grocery game simply because of the theme.
But the thing, at least with cover-up, is that cover-up is played nowadays it's played twice as much as grocery game, which means you have to come up with twice as many gags. At least with grocery game, it's now kind of a one a month, maybe a little bit more game, so at least you can kind of have a little bit of time to kind of fresh and come up with the original idea, whereas a cover-up, it could come up on back-to-back weeks. So, it's like, sometimes it feels like, why are you doing that?
Yes, but the gimmick of cover-up, you can literally put anything in there, whereas with grocery game, not only do you have to find a theme, but you have to find grocery products that A, fit the theme, and B, make it so the game is somewhat playable.
Yep.
I want to go back to just grocery game for a sec about how I appreciate that they've upped the range over the years, how it used to be 675 to 7, and then for the longest time it was 20 to 21, and that they've added in the extra $1 just to help make it easier. And it seems like now it's at a point where it's getting one regularly enough. And to Randy's point, Al, yeah, sometimes you can like try to slam dunk or lock yourself in, but if you do it on the first one, at least now they have it so that there's usually like one cheap item that you can buy like one of and find yourself right in the sweet spot of.
Well, at least even before then, they still did have that, but the problem was because it was only a $1 range to win, is that it's hard to find something that's going to be, let's say if you're like within less than $1, to find something that's less than $1 and then you're able to win. It sometimes it'd be like $1.49, and then you went over. So now that the range is $2, it makes it a little easier and opens up the idea of what you can put in there.
JG, why do I picture the I Love Lucy? Speed it up a little, and now the conveyor belt's gonna go nuts.
Well, we want to speed it up a little bit. We're actually going to have a triple right here. We're going to put all 3 of these up here at the same time. And the reason for that is because, similar to Balance Game before, we have multiple games that have the same name, referring to the 2 Bullseyes, even though Bullseye, I think it was only internally called Bullseye. And similarly, we have Double Bullseye, which is a variation of that, which was never actually called Double Bullseye. Sometimes it was called 2-player Bullseye,
internally,
which is just sloppy. Yeah, we're going to talk about all of them one by one, but I'm going to have them all up on current discussion at the same time. Bullseye 1, as it will heretofore be referred to, one of the original 5 games. You get 7 shots. Guess the price of a car. We'll tell you if it's higher or lower. It's so hard.
Oh, it's so hard. No one ever won there. So let's create a game that everybody can win.
We'll talk about in a second. The reason I don't have Bullseye 1 in F is because if we're going to give double digits credit for inspiring temptation, and that's going to prevent double digits from going in F, I think that we have to give Bullseye 1 the same credits for what it did to a game that we will be talking about a little later on. And I feel like Bullseye 1 should also go into D for that reason.
I would agree with that.
I appreciate.
But the thing is, the only thing I have to say about that is that Bullseye and Clock Game coexisted, whereas Double Digits and Temptation did not.
This is for like a week. Still came first.
I understand that, but I feel like you can't argue that Bullseye 1 didn't inspire the Clock Game.
Bullseye had like 3 different rules they tried where they said, "Oh, we're going to round it to the nearest $10," and
they did the range first, then they abandoned the range, and then they did the round to the nearest $10.
But the only time they tried the round of the $10, which I believe was the last play, the contestant, I think they said did like they screwed up like 3 times. They did guesses that their the previous ones had ruled out. I think they might have eventually gotten it. I understand you could say, well, they got it with clock game, but I think that they would have eventually found a way to get Bullseye closer. I think the $10 was getting a little closer to that. I don't know how I feel about rounding it off to the nearest $10. Something doesn't feel right about that. But I don't. I think
people got
Bullseye never
close.
had a chance.
This is the game. I mean, the closest ever, the contestant missed by $1. That's about the closest anyone ever got. But they figured out what they wanted to do with it, and then they were able to finally come up with other card games later on. Like, it's an underrated thing, and I think maybe why people kind of maybe give it more credit. But 5 price tags really kind of helped save the show, because it was like, finally we have another card game that works that isn't any number.
Any number of 5 price tags ad nauseum.
But at least because the game is salvageable, it's still a D.
Yeah.
I mean, yes,
How about
it's super hard, but you can't really argue. Like, yeah, you could. Again, the whole carnival thing. It's like guess your weight, except it's guess the price of a car, and I think that was the intent that they were going for.
Right.
So I really can't give it an F.
Right, and they perfected it later, so
They did. If you want to talk about an F game, there's no debate.
Yeah.
Boom! Worst game the show ever had.
Yeah.
I mean, they overcorrected.
Yes, you're guaranteed a winner.
That's an understatement.
You're also guaranteed a loser in this game.
All right.
It's a huge problem. It was the only 2 contestant pricing game, and it's essentially Bullseye 1, but you ping pong back and forth where players get to guess on alternating turns. In theory, the first contestant could ace the price of a car. As unlikely as it is, it's still feasible. It is possible that you can lose this pricing game and not do a thing, and have it not be your fault at all. There is no possible way, and this is the only pricing game where that is true.
I think that basically the only reason that this game existed was, again, because they did not have, because they clearly could tell they couldn't keep going on with regular old Bullseye, but they didn't have enough pricing in car games to keep going. So it's like, we have to keep going with this. So let's try this. And then I think once they had 5 price tags, I think they tried to do it like one more time. Like, we're done. we have 2 games now. We're good.
Does anybody not have this an F?
No.
That's what I thought.
I had it a little higher, and you can still put in an F, and that's fine. I just again, it's an original concept, and I think it's just more the nostalgia factor for me, kind of a thing. So I don't hate it putting an F. I did have it a little higher, but would the game have been improved if the contestant who didn't win, if they played it first or second, got to go back in the row and try again?
What I'm curious about is if it had survived into the hour era, I wonder would both contestants have been able to spin the wheel, or would it have just been like a buy or done situation? I know that's.
This is a good reason to say is why it's great that this thing only lasted 4 playings. It died and they never tried a 2-player game again. Well, I guess phone home game kind of counts, but not really. Yeah, no, this belongs in the annals of never do this again.
I agree. Unrelated, but a similarly named game is Bullseye, the game that's still on the show.
Which takes archery to new heights. How else can you hit a target 11 feet high in the air? Only with some help from an elastic cord. We call it Bullseye because the more you do it, the more you win.
5 grocery products. You have to guess the quantity of them to get between $10 and $12. If you are less than that, you get an arrow on the bullseye itself. If you don't get it in 3 tries, then one of the 5 grocery products has a hidden bullseye hidden behind it. And if one of the ones you picked has the hidden bullseye, then you still win the prize at the end. I had this in A.
It's funny. We talked about how people sometimes will do the bullseye strategy in grocery game, and sometimes people try the grocery game strategy in bullseye, not realizing you need to get to $10 to $12 with one item, not all 3 items. And I think it's interesting. It's really easy. I feel like out of all the grocery product games on the show, this is probably the easiest to win because there's just so many chances you get, not just with your 3 items, but also the extra Hidden
You could just say
Bullseye.
two of any of these items, and you still have a 60% chance of winning the game.
I feel like I would
I feel like it's almost too easy.
I feel like I would like this game better with the original rules, where you only got it with the item that was closest to the bullseye.
I would agree. Now they're never going to change that back now because it's been like that
They
for so
can't.
long. But
Yeah,
right.
they can't. They said, well, we're going to make the game harder. I know they did that with 3 strikes, but they can't at this point. It wouldn't come off. It would come off as cheap.
I think that the fact that the game is almost bewilderingly easy, it's just like, I think it makes it kind of a low B for me.
Also, unrelated, this is one of the games I felt did not need a revamp of its set, but I love the revamp of its set.
It kind of did. It was kind of a little bit.
I do love that Drew makes more of a point of the arrows in your quiver more so than Bob did. I feel like Drew kind of goes more for the bullseye and the arrow things than Bob ever really did too much.
While I agree, I hate the physical arrow sticking off the target.
Someone still likes just poker chips with the grocery products on it and just stick it on the board.
It's mostly because in most archery that I've did back when I was in Boy Scouts, we didn't have the hay bales for everything. It was just kind of up. So when you shot the arrow, all that was left in the target was the hole.
Okay.
It's a little more visible to the audience what's going on there, rather than just putting a little bit dot marker on there.
But I think this is, I think it's a grocery game, honestly.
I would agree. I think Bullseye is a very accessible game. What's not to love?
I wouldn't have it as an A. I'd have it as lower because I think it's too easy. But I mean,
I think it's a B. Yeah.
I agree with B, but
I'll move it down a couple, or rather lower than 10 chances. Now, you may wonder why Time is Money is only on here once, because there have been 2 games called Time is Money. This was an executive decision
Not really.
on my part. Exactly. I felt like the rules are pretty much the same, and the gameplay is essentially the same. You're doing the same thing. So, for all intents and purposes, I think we should count both iterations of the game as the same game, although we will obviously be favoring the current rule set more than the former rule set. You have 5 grocery products, 10 seconds to place them on one of 3 different tables, $0 to $3, $3 to $6, and $6 or more. Obviously, $5.99, whatever. If you're right, you get $20,000. If not, the timer ticks down, and I don't remember the exact rate, but the more time you take, the less money you win. You have to keep running back and forth, hitting the buzzer.
40 seconds.
It's a 40-second timer, so it's $500 a second.
I have a bias toward this game, so I will withhold for right now and reveal that later if you don't know. So if someone else wants to kick things off for what you think about Time is Money.
I think this is a B game. I think the refresh that they did on this game by making it a cash game it was a much better concept. The one thing that I think had it holding it back for me from A is the fact that it is a little awkward that the more interesting part of the game, the second part of the game, comes after the contestant has already lost the top prize. Even then, sometimes them winning the top prize can also be just as exciting. So I think it kind of rounds out to B for me.
See, I feel like it's also a B, but for a different reason, because I feel like the cash move was a great idea, and I appreciate I think it can be just as fun even if they don't win the top prize, because it's exciting. Seeing if they'll win anything as the money keeps ticking down, and that's exciting. That being said, the original format's not great, because you get 2 shots, it's 30 seconds, it's shot really clunky.
The set was garish.
And
oh, yes.
It's not a good
Nothing
set.
goes together like red and brown. Oh boy.
And yeah, I feel like the concept works a lot better here.
I will say, though, as much as I just ripped on the old set for being garish, at least it had a set. Have you actually taken a look at how minimalist the set for Time is Money is? It's 2 tables and a monitor coming down from the ceiling. That's it.
2 monitors coming from the ceiling, actually.
Well, yeah, the one just has the name of the game, and the other has the timer. Yeah, Kev is here as well. He's having some connectivity issues, but he says he has this game as a D.
I like the game. I just, it's similar to Plinko, that I hate the fact that the top prize, again, not as often as it has been won, unlike Plinko. I just hate the fact that the top prize is very, very rarely won, and that kind of rubs me the wrong way.
Kevin pointed out that he has it as D because it's very hard to play along and follow along with what's going on. I feel like that could easily be remedied with a change in the camera angle. If they have like a camera cropped in close to the table, and maybe like in one of the corners you could have a different camera shot of the contestant running back to the podium, and maybe have like a digital readout, similar like when they have like $10,000 one in Grand Game, how they have just the graphic. If they have the graphic with the clock ticking down on the screen as well, I feel like there's a way to shoot it that would be better that they don't do. I think the game itself is fine. Again, my bias is I was actually in the studio audience, and the episode that I appeared as a contestant on, it happened to be the same episode that Time is Money new version was won for the very first time. So I will always have some sort of affection for this game just because I was there, and I was one of maybe 3 people in the audience that knew that the game was won when the horn started going off, because the game had not been won at that point. It was on the air for quite a while before it had actually been won.
You got it! $20,000!
To Kev's point, it's a little hard to keep track of because the items are, rolling around and on their side and stuff. I wish there was a way, kind of like you said, to, to show us what items we'll wear, because it's hard to tell. Oh, there's the Johnson & Johnson body lotion because it's an oval shape on its side or something. I wish there was a better way to stick the grocery items or have a tracker somehow of that regard.
Do you think 20 seconds is enough time? Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, 40 seconds. 40 seconds. Sorry.
Yes. I feel like the game's already long enough as it is. I feel like that would just be dragging it. And I feel like if you're don't look at the audience, as in, same thing as race game and bonkers, you can get enough chances in that if you aren't going to get it in that 40 seconds, you're not getting it.
Kind of to counter a little bit to the that's hard to play along with, at least you can have a initial idea of where you think that the grocery products are going to go, and you only the first time you play it, they only get 10 seconds to put the items on in the first place, and so there's enough of a pause in there that you can kind of see where the thing is, and then once the game kind of kicks up into gear, if you're playing it right, they should only be moving like one item at a time, so it can be a little bit easier to follow than I think is given credit for.
And to Kev's point, he mentioned the original Time is Money. The voucher is dumb. But that was the whole point of calling the game Time is Money. Once that voucher was gone, why was it Time is Money? So I agree. Once the voucher was dumb, but that's the whole reason it was called Time is Money.
I had this in B originally. I thought Davin brought up some very good points about how most of the game is played when the contestants already lost. Kev brings up how hard it is to play online. I will concede to dropping it to C. I'll put it between Double Prices and Most Expensive.
Can you really separate Double Prices and Most Expensive, though? I think they belong together.
Okay, fine. I'll put it right here.
Thank you.
We just talked about Bullseye 1 and how much of a failed experiment that was, especially the 2-player mode. Rising from the ashes, we have Clock Game. Infinite chances! But you have 30 seconds and you gotta do it with 2 prizes. I think Clock Game is an S-tier game.
I agree. It's an S-tier game. It's pure pricing at its finest, and I love the fact that nowadays that they got rid of the $1,000 bonus, because again, you only had $3,000 max. I love the bonus prize. I really do. It was a necessity. It was a good time when they got the new set, when they got rid of the $1,000 bonus, so it wasn't noticed as much. The $1,000 bonus was gone, because for a while when they were offering the bonus prize and $1,000, it was too much. It was just get rid of the $1,000 bonus. The prize is the bonus. But I agree that this is an S-tier game.
There's the elephant in the room. No, I want to be in presentation mode. It's one of those games that feels like the host could potentially sabotage it. Yes, Drew had trouble with it when he started up. He learned very quickly how it works. Contestants understand how to play Clock Game. Sometimes they're bad at it. We've seen that. But everyone understands how Clock Game works. It's a far easier concept to understand than a lot of other games. It has one of the greatest shots in the show, which is the clock ticking down with the contestant guessing, and the price that they're going for as the graphic underneath them. It's very tense to watch, especially when you get to those last couple seconds. We've seen some great wins. I will say, again, primetime specials and slight rule changes doesn't change too much. But the $1 million win on Clock Game is a fantastic moment from this show.
Yeah,
and
definitely.
Drew played it beautifully. That was one of the moments I knew Drew was going to be a fantastic host of this game and the show in general. The only thing I don't like about Clock Game, I don't like the new set. I love the shape of it. I understand that it's a stopwatch. I hate that it's translucent. I felt that if it was more of a solid color body, I just think it would look better on camera. Right now, it's kind of hard to make out the shape of it, but that is a big nitpick.
I hate the fact that they also put the logo up on a screen for no reason whatsoever. Like, what is the point of that screen?
It makes, I mean, to be fair, it's just as logical as the old logo was, which didn't need to be there, really. It's got a clock on it. You don't have to have it say Clock Game. Kev brings up the sound cue. The audience has to be dead silent during Clock Game. And it's probably the quietest game on the show, so it stands out in that regard as well. So it actually adds to the tension because you have that constant cacophony of the audience going on throughout the entire show most of the time. But the fact that the audience has to be dead silent during the game, I think adds to the atmosphere and adds to the tension.
See, and I would almost disagree to that point, that kind of almost makes me want to put it as an A, because now you're taking an audience participation show and taking out the audience participation. Now I'm kind of wondering if I should make it an A.
That's kind of where I'm kind of leaning into that towards too, because there was a reason I was like, why am I like not wanting to put this in S and wanting to put it in A, even though I think it's definitely a game that you could show to a Joe Plinko and they would get hooked on the show. But I think the fact that you're not allowed to participate in the audience, even though that does make it unique, I think that does get some marks against it. And I think the fact that for so long that they they finally figured out what to do to make the game not feel so cheap. But the fact that the game was so cheap for so long maybe kind of hampered it just a tad in my eyes. So
this is one game that is, the Joe Plinko, like you said, higher and lower is the quintessential Price is Right. You see shows, that are from the 90s and whatnot, higher, lower, higher, because that's what the Price is Right is known for, obviously $1 and all that stuff, but higher and lower, and that's the pure part of the game, is higher or lower.
I mean,
also
yes,
feel
it's
like
had some
Clock
bumpy...
Game is a great ambassador for the show. It's one of the... I know it's not top two. Plinko and Cliffhangers are obviously the two most well-known games on the show. I would argue Clock Game is in the top 5.
This is one I could question might still be in the top 5 because they don't play the game as much anymore. Back in the day when they still played it like every other week, yes, I would absolutely agree with it. But the fact that it's like a once-a-month game now, it's like, I don't know.
Well, there's also 80 games now.
That is true. Well, also, I think the fact that the Clock Game doesn't get played as much is because it is longer now, because there is a bonus prize to be presented, which takes time.
I feel like where we're at now is the best version of it because, I mean, for digital racing variants, whether it was 1,000, like, we'll give you it's $6,000, between $6,000 and $7,000, or the ones when they would like, here's a motorcycle, do your best to price it. And I feel like it's really at they figured out that two cheaper prizes and the nicer prize makes it work. And I feel like, yes, Drew may not have gotten it as quickly as people would have liked, but it's a tough game to host. You really got to be listening carefully and just being able to go higher, lower, and it really is, I think, the host and the contestant working together the most out of any game on the show. I feel like it's the right dynamic, and I feel like not having that audience participation there, because it's like focusing on them, it's like, will they get it? And I feel like that excitement kind of overrides the need for audience participation in it. And because of that, I feel like it's still an S, because I feel like it's pure pricing. I feel like it all works. And given how few games we have in the S tier, I feel like we could afford to have another one up there.
I think I have, including Clock Game with the remaining games, on my personal list, there's 2 games I have in S. Clock Game is one of them. I feel more confident that it's going to make it. I think Checkout is better, but I do think Clock Game does deserve to be on top of it.
Listen, you can't spell Clock Game without a C. Oh, I'm going to get kicked out.
Don't even start. Don't you even.
You can't spell Clock Game without A. Oh.
I also think it's a better game than Punch-a-Punch, because Punch-a-Punch you can wipe out and then the game's kind of, but Clock Game, you're going to play the game no matter what. And even there's some enjoyment in watching a failure playing of Clock Game. There's no enjoyment in watching a failing of Punch-a-Punch.
You know how many times Punch-a-Punch has been wiped out? I think once.
Yeah.
Yeah. Once, I think it was like early on.
Another newer game on the show, Gridlock. It's pretty much money game, except they give you the first digit free instead of the third digit for free. but they have the dressing of cars, and they slide side to side and go in bumper to bumper traffic, and you have to guess the numbers of the price of the car, and you get one mistake for free. They needed a game like this because they needed another quick car game. I don't know if this is what I would have done. I have Gridlock and C.
Yeah, I feel like that it was like a nice quick game that people would win often, and I feel like over time my opinions just kind of softened on it because I feel like because they've made it tougher, it's a little less fun to watch. And I know there's a certain point of contention that I know JJ definitely doesn't like that.
This is actually a game that makes me feel like we still have card game way too low, because if they still didn't have enough games and card games still in the rotation, then, just saying. But even then, I kind of agree with that's a C. It's a fine game. It was needed, and it does help that we're not seeing a lot of the more common games getting played as like 30 to 35 times a year now, and it's now like 25 to 30, which I think is right. It's still not a great game. I think it's a C.
It's a D for me. I'd much rather have Money Game. It's a much harder version of Money Game, and it's not. I don't feel like it's that fast, so it doesn't really fill that quick game niche either.
Random nitpick for me. I don't like that in this game when you're wrong. When you play the game, they drop the cars down that you have picked to make the price. And when you're wrong, the cars have to go back up to the other lane that they were in. I don't like the fact that we didn't have the technology to move the cars back automatically, so a model has to do it. And I don't like the fact that they don't show the model doing it on camera. They make it seem like it moves automatically, and it doesn't. A model does it. And I'm like, why don't you show that? And because they don't show that, the model just ends up standing by the game. And I'm like, well, what's the point of having the model there? You don't show why the model's there. The model's just standing there. I'm like, I don't like that about the game.
Thank you, JJ, because that was going to be my nitpick, and I thought, nope, not going to bring it up. That's a nitpick. Everybody can say, oh, who cares? But yes, if two of us in the call, well, by golly, it must be true then, because that is a nitpick of mine. I am curious, just a quick question. Has Money Game and Gridlock ever been played in the same show?
No, I don't believe so.
It doesn't even show up in the same week, let alone...
Oh, I didn't know they hadn't shown up in the same week. But again, I like the fact I don't like again when you have to decide the last and the next to last digits of the car. But I do enjoy if you know the second and the third number, at least you have a 2 out of 3 shot at the last two numbers in this game.
Like Gridlock. That's saying something coming from me.
All right, next up is Penny Ante. This is a game
hold on. I got to shake this off. It was out in the rain for too long. I got to shake this game off and dry it out. Now we can talk about Penny Ante. Penny Ante's most famous rules involved 2 grocery products, 4 possible prices. You have 3 pennies. You have to give a penny if you make an incorrect choice. You get both of the grocery products priced correctly. You win the game. As a kid, I loved this game. As a kid, I had no idea what this game was called because I just couldn't read the Penny Ante letters for whatever reason, especially the ante, just because of the angle that they shot the game at. A lot of fans love this game. I do have as an A.
My problem with this game is because I love this game. I really do, but I feel like when the original format, which I'll talk about in a second, when that changed, the pennies became useless. Like, what I understand, like, you get 3 pennies. Well, why are they pennies? They could just be tokens or whatever. Because in the original format of this game, it was that if your wrong guesses totaled $1 or more, I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, then you lost the game. And the answers could be on anywhere on the board and belong to either of the 2 grocery products. The pennies at least made sense at that point. But then once pennies
it's also
went
the
away,
one format I believe that we don't of a game that we have never seen. Like, we've never had a video of it surface. We only have pictures of it too. So
yeah,
not to kind of get an idea of the thing, but
I would love to see video of the original format.
I would love to see it too, because I think it's yet another game where inflation would have made it very difficult for it to continue in that format, because $1 was not that much in 1978. It's like $5 now. Can you imagine having a grocery product game now where you have 2 products you're trying to price under $5? Like, you would probably have 1, maybe 2 wrong guesses before you lost. So that's not a very large margin for error. So I can see why they changed the game that quickly unless you're trying to price like 2 different candy bars every playing. You're going to run out of usable products. For me, I would say this is a C. Calling in the Barker era because the Pluto channel, because when I started watching the show, Penny Ante was retired pretty quickly after that point. And I would say I'm usually pretty disappointed when it's Penny Ante because it's not hit me, and B, it's just kind of a meh game. I can see why people, especially kids, would like it because it's a very distinctive game. It's very child friendly with, just the general setup. It fills a niche great. It's a super quick GP game, but it's just not that exciting. There's not any strategy, and it's just like it's just disappointing.
This is a game that was fine, and there are a lot of other games that have taken elements now from it, and they're better games. Especially, we're talking about To the Penny, which is basically kind of very much a sister game to it. Even taking the sound effect, but also kind of the element of here's various prices of a grocery item. What is the price? They made it a lot more interesting, and this game doesn't scream as much of the interest to me, other than the kind of the somewhat cool set, but. I kind of am in that same spot with Derek. It's like it's in a C for me, and I can't quite exactly place it why I have that low. But
I mean, it's a quick grocery product game. I feel like I agree that it kind of fills the niche. It might not be the most exciting game, but I do think the Wub was, and being able to
The
just
what?
price.
Can you say that again? The Wub
The Wub
Wubs? Is this the dubstep
Wub
game?
Wub.
Did I miss something?
She believes that it is $1.89. Let's see.
I feel like it's got enough set dressing, and I feel like there's enough interesting things to it that I feel like it's better than Pick-a-Pair. I would give it a B. Maybe not a high B, but I feel like it's a good solid game.
We have Swap Meet, the game that everybody played once COVID hit and they lost all their jobs and they had to get rid of all their stuff.
Hey, look, it's what most DJs did this year.
We're playing a game called Swap Meet, Andrea.
Okay.
We have a wonderful prize here for you.
4 prizes. 2 of them have the same price. We tell you one of them. Tell me what the other one is. You win all 4 prizes. I hate using the word all the time. This game is mid as hell. But it's okay that it's mid as hell. And I have it in C.
yeah, I agree.
There's better 4 prizers. I like the idea of having Pick-a-Pair as a 4 prize game. Like you have your one, you pair it up, and I like the set. I think it works.
The set's the best part about it.
I feel like this game would be better because I believe when it first came out, there were 4 models. I think it would be better if there were at least 3 models, if not 4, because it just feels weird having 2 and one has to stand by the prize, and then you have to have George in there. I've always been curious on a 1 model day what they would do with it, if they would make Drew turn the original one, or how they would handle that on a 1 model day. But
hey, you in the audience, come out here.
Yes, that would be nice. Get the contestant to do it. All right, here you go. You get to flip it over. But
could you imagine most expensive on a day they only had 1 model available?
I am impressed, and I know that, line them up, you have to find prizes and temptation to match. I am impressed. I feel like it would be more difficult to find items that cost the same price up in the thousands and 2000s that would still make the game challenging. I'm impressed that they're able to still do that. I agree with Torgo. It's just, it exists. It's a C for me.
I feel like there's enough interesting things to give it a B, but if it must be a C, that wouldn't be the worst thing in the world.
I'm a C as well. Sorry, Tris.
I put it in B, but I'm fine with it being in C. I do like the concept.
It's near the
as well.
top of C.
Pick-a-Pair.
All right, I'm gonna pull this lever real quick, and we're gonna see what happens. All right, we got geography, history, Joker.
Thank you.
I feel like Joker is a forgotten game, especially now, and it was on the show for quite a while too. 4 small prizes. You got, if the price is 25, you gotta say whether it's 25 or 52. Kind of a coming or going kind of reveal there. And then you get to remove one of the 5 playing cards that they have showing. If you have removed the Joker, you win. But this is one of those games where you can play it perfectly and you can still lose.
And it's a low C for me. I think that
I have it as a D.
I think what really saved Joker for me, going from D, was the fact that the small prize portion of it is a great concept and should be salvaged and reused somewhere.
I thought they did reuse that in the Let's Make a Deal game.
Well,
go for a spin.
It should be used in a regular pricing game.
Similar.
It should be used in a regular pricing game. Anyway, the reason I have it in C and not some of the other games that had salvageable things like in D, because I think it wasn't a bad game. It was the fact that you could do everything and start and still lose made it kind of it's a harder bonus game and shell game, and do we really need that?
It's a genuinely interesting pricing game to it. I feel like it's better than Secret X. The problem is that the second half of it is not great. I wish there was a better way to do it than here's 5 cards, avoid the Joker. I feel like all the other ones have a better kind of theme towards what we're trying to hit or what we're trying to avoid, and I feel like this one, I wish they'd put a little more into it.
I think also part of the reason it was forgotten, even though it was shown for a while, yes, it was on the show for 13 years, but literally most of those years it was played like 2 or 3 times a year. I think they knew that this game didn't garner a whole lot of interest, and it was also long too, and I think that's the reason why Secret X survives and Joker does not. So
I'm going to be contrarian slightly. I'm going to say this is an F game for me. It just seems very stupid. Like, the concept is stupid. I feel like the card aspect of it was very downplayed. I don't have a suggestion on as to how to make it better, but I just don't really see the point of this game. It didn't fill a niche that really needed to be filled. It's not that creative. We already have several other games that are very much the same, and it was just ugly set. So I don't miss this game.
There's no reason for this game to have playing cards involved in it at all.
I like that aspect because I do like the playing cards in general. I just don't think it was utilized. It just seems very kind of like an afterthought. I think I wouldn't say there's a way to make this game higher than like maybe a low C, but just the execution was kind of crappy. And
I think what definitely saves it is the pricing portion. It's very unique. I really do like the pricing portion.
But again, the same thing. Inflation, I think, would have made it very difficult for it to last today. It would have been pretty much a layup every time.
I wouldn't agree. I mean, it's only been 30. It was only been 30 years. I mean, you could still do stuff like, is it $67 or $76? There's still plenty of items.
But I don't want it. But then it's just pick a number. Pick a number pick 1 or 2 every time. Pick heads or tails. I mean, to be real, most of the time it was pick the prize that ends in 5, like 3 or 4 out of 4 times. So there wasn't that much actual pricing to begin with when the game actually existed. But
I feel like it's better than Secret X, but I can't give it better than a D.
Well, I had both of them in C. I had Secret X and C, but yeah, I would also agree it is not a better game than Secret X.
I think Joker is better than Pick a Number, but just barely. We're coming down to the tail end of things. By the way, Kev wanted to mention Mark Breslow had created this game, but it just hung around for a long time on the back burner until someone decided, hey, we can actually use this game. And it was originally called Old Maid. That's some pricing game trivia for the 3 of you that care about that kind of thing.
And just for the people to kind of do clarification, Mark Breslow was the original director of The Price is Right, and he's kind of, along with Paul Alter, who was the next director, kind of one of the, if you watch the game show in the 70s, these guys' footprints were all over game shows in the 1970s, especially from the Mark Vincent, Bill Todd and collection. And Mark Breslow was let go from the show in 1986 due to Bob's ego, and this game came out in 1994, so it sat around for 8 years.
Another retired game on the docket.
What are you buying? What are you selling?
It's a 3-prizer. Every price attached to each of the prizes is wrong. You gotta say whether the price you buy the item, which means the price listed is lower, or sell, which means you think it's too high. If you've correctly analyzed that, the difference goes in your bank, and you would win that cash. If your bank amount is greater than 0, you would win all 3 prizes, and however much money is in your bank. It's hard to explain. It's one of those games you do need to see in practice. It's one of those things where the buy or sell placards help a lot. Having the gigantic bank display is cool. I love this game. I thought I was an economics genius playing this game when I was a really little kid. I have this in A, but I realize I am extremely biased towards that.
It's an A for me too.
I have it as a C. A lot of these games came around the same time. This game, Swap Meet and Shopping Spree, where they tried to kind of shoehorn the concept of it where it doesn't exactly work. Like in Swap Meet, you're not exactly swapping the prize, but it's still easy to figure out, just take the prize with the same value. In Shopping Spree, you're not actually like buying the prizes or anything like that, but it's still, the concept is still simple, pick the 3 most expensive. With buy or sell, you're not really buying or selling the prizes, And again, I think the fact that it's hard to see and you kind of have to see it in practice does not actually make that a good watchable game for The Price is Right. I get to know a lot of people like it, but I think the fact that I think for the Joe Plinko, it's going to be a hard game for them to kind of figure out right from the get-go. That is a problem for me. So I think it cannot be higher in the C for me, personally.
I don't think it's that hard to understand. I know that's like it's Wall Street, but I think it's simple to say if you think if you think this price is more, then you want to sell it. If you think this product is less, you want to buy. I think explaining it well is fine. I have it as a B.
Buy high, sell low. He explained it pretty well.
I'm about to say buy low, sell high, take a piece of the pie. That's the Wall Street way.
Like Trish, you got it all discombobulated and backwards.
Oh, they put it on the buy low, sell high. See, I'm thinking of the stocks.
Buy low, sell high. Take a piece of the
Chris
pie.
is going to take those rules to the moon.
I don't think it's simple, but I do think it's easy enough to understand, and I have absolutely no idea why this game was ever retired.
It's because we don't need to spend 5 minutes for a game with 3 mediocre prizes. So
Yeah, I like it to be. I just like the presentation of it. It's just this big grand game. It really has that old classic style of presentation that I like, and I like that it's pure pricing. It's just a basic pricing concept you see all the time, buy or sell. I mean, I see how it can be a bit confusing to some, but like once you watch, I don't know, it just really stood out to me as a kid. It's a B.
Also, it's mediocre prizes, perhaps, but it's 3 of them. They're going to total at least a good amount, and you win the cash if you play this game well enough. I think that helps it a lot.
I will say, as much as I love this game, I cannot put it in S for 2 reasons, and both of those reasons are involved with the set. Number 1, I feel like like I said, the placards help a lot. I love the triple pullout when they reveal it. I think the reveals are super cool on this. Number 1, Buy or Sell has the worst pricing game logo of any logo the show has ever had. Have you actually looked at the font and the colors? It's like orange and then light blue and surrounded by pink. There's a reason I made this as garish as it is, because it is extremely hard to read the name of the game. And number 2, which they ended up fixing eventually, do you remember the original big display that they had for your bank with the pink on blue? Oh my goodness, you could not read it. You could not read it to save your life. They eventually changed it to black background.
Yeah.
I think bottom of A. The bottom of A. I think Dice Game is a better game, but I think Buy or Sell. Again, we don't even know why that was retired.
Roger retired it because he thought that Drew was bad at explaining the rules, and he didn't really feel like salvaging the game. So he's just like, wasn't worth keeping around. So
it was the kickoff of the greater 3-prize purge.
You know, I don't think it's a show that was a game that would have survived much in the show now, because again, I think they don't really want to spend that much time for a game that has not that many prizes. They'll spend it on Race Game because Race Game is an iconic game, and that's about as far as they'll go.
I mean, they can change the game isn't beholden to its prizes. They can make the prizes whatever they want. They can play for 3 trips if they want.
5 minutes.
We're almost down to the last 10.
We're discussing freeze frame, right?
We're just about to discuss freeze frame. We got to get our Jay Giles on. Freeze frame! Da 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 da.
Oh, he fade down away. Limo driver, don't talk to me. Don't look at me. Don't speak to me.
Is that the lyrics to freeze frame?
Yes.
I'm going to put this here, and you're all going to try to get me to change my mind.
Oh.
Nope. I was thinking D too. Let's just put hot seat in F and move on.
There's better 1-prizers. I feel like it's not super necessary, and yeah.
It's octuple prices, and it's not exactly my favorite skin of the double prices clone, so I also would have it in D. Other minor nitpick, it's completely coincidental. I don't know how it keeps happening, but like 95% of the time when this game is played, whenever Drew or the host explains the rules, when they're finished explaining the rules, that's just when the correct answer happens to be in the frame and passes by. And so now the contestant, if they know the price, has to wait for it to come all the way around to click it again, and usually they're too afraid to let it go all the way around, and that's how they get losses in this game sometimes. But it seems to be purely coincidental. I don't know how it keeps happening that way. The host finishes explaining just as the correct answer passes by, but I hate that about this game.
Well, they want to make sure that there is enough time for them to actually like watch, because the interesting thing is watching the things going around. Not the most interesting thing in the world, but at least it's a little more interesting than, you know, someone
Listen,
waiting to
JJ
look up the audience. I don't have it as high as a C, and it's a low C for me, so I'm probably not going to salvage it from going to D, but whatever, and on that case. But I mean, I don't think it's as that bad as...
Listen, JJ, you say it's purely coincidental. I disagree. I think that's 100% intentional. I think that's it didn't happen to my knowledge, and I didn't study the games as much as during the Bob era. It didn't happen as much during the Bob era. I'm pretty sure it's not purely coincidental. They know what they're doing. My one thing we mentioned earlier was side by side that we wish they played for a 5-digit prize. I wish they do freeze frame the same way as the side by side with the 3 digits and then a 2-digit and then 3-digit. And even if it was just a very rare occasion, kind of like how 5 or 6-digit, however you want to call it, squeeze play used to be more rare than it is now, I think it'd be kind of fun to do once in a while for a car, because it hasn't been played for a car since the 90s. So,
fun fact, it was actually the last game ever played for a 4-digit car.
It was played after Make Your Move?
Yeah. I thought I got played for a 4-digit car in like 97.
Anyways, let's move on to Hot Seat.
Oh, we want to talk about Hot Seat.
No, we don't. It's an F.
This is the worst active game on the show. Its set and its dressing and how they've kind of present the game does not make it feel like a game for The Price is Right.
I feel like this is a game where they made the prop first and they just kind of grafted a pricing game onto it.
Yes,
like they had the chair and they had the sliding and they're like, cool, what can we do with this? Oh, I know what's a good idea. Let's do higher or lower with small prizes. Let's have 5 of them and have tiers and cash and bailouts. Gee, what a novel concept. This game also takes forever.
Right. But unfortunately, nothing about it can make me put it in an F. Look at the 4 games that we have in F. Those games were either broken, don't work, not pricing games. The concept is completely broken. Nothing is particularly broken about Hot Seat. It's just bad.
Yeah, I don't think it's the worst game on the show. I would say it's the most derivative game, though.
I will say that it goes to D for me because at least there is a little pricing portion, but Davin said it, it's been my prevailing thought. This is a let's make a deal game on The Price is Right. It's even more of a let's make a deal game since they dropped the original reveal, which they had to do because the original reveal involved showing the back of the audience and showing door 4 and showing the prize amount. And of course, during the pandemic, there was no audience. So they had to change it because it would look awkward. But now there is an audience and they haven't changed it back, and they just walk right up to the game. It is the only cash game where the top prize is not announced by George. They just walk up to the game and start, and then say, hey, you're playing Hot Seat. And I'm like, what kind of reveal is that for this game? It doesn't make any sense. It's
and I think part of the reason they kept doing that was because it is a very long game. It's like, let's just keep doing this. It is saving us some time.
But it is a let's make a deal game.
Refuses.
The cue that was used to introduce it is exactly like what they would use in Let's Make a Deal. The flourishes that they use to go from amount to amount are the exact same flourishes that Cat Gray would play on Let's Make a Deal. It is a Let's Make a Deal game that they have on The Price is Right. I do not like it. I don't often say I want a game to be retired and I don't want to see it, because even if I don't like the game, I get that it serves a purpose. This is like the one game where I wish they would retire it.
It's worth mentioning Mike Richards invented it.
This game is a D for me. I hate seeing it, like everybody else has said. It's way too long. I will say that the clock feels... It feels weird that nobody has ran out of time yet. And I understand I don't want somebody to run out of time, but it just feels like, is it too much time that nobody has ran out of time yet?
Because it's such a long game, we need to have a clock.
We've gotten close a couple times, but yeah.
We've gotten close. I wish that the clock would matter.
Yeah, it's the most needless use of a clock. I understand why they needed to try to fit the aspect of the game and try to make it seem like more of the Hot Seat thing, but it serves game-wise almost no point. But like I feel like, and like I said, a lot of the games in most eras of The Price is Right, they have introduced pricing games based on what kind of games that they need, but that has never been more prevalent than in the current era. But I understand why they wanted this game in there, because they want to have more games played for cash. Fine. That's what you want. That's fine. I would be thinking of other small prize games to play for cash and trying to find a way to get this game out of here. But even then, it's not broken enough to put an F. It's a D. And a low D.
Low D.
The bottom of D.
Low
Bullseye
D?
1 is a better game than Hot Seat.
Well,
Bullseye 1 is a better game than Hot Seat.
I would agree, and it doesn't take much. It's not a high bar to clear.
okay. Well, okay.
Well, we've gone from one of the longest games to one of the quickest games. Squeeze Play, another quickie. Let's imagine in most cases it's a 4-digit prize, but they give you 5 digits. You gotta pull out one of the middle ones, and then they squeeze the numbers together. That's why the game is shaped like a vice, and if you do that correctly, you win. It's triple prices or quadruple prices. I hate this game when they play it for a 5-digit prize.
I hate this game, period. If Hot Seat can't be an F, this game can't be an F either, I guess. But man, I really hate this game. It's not a pricing game. It's yet another game that inflation has pretty much made it a crapshoot. I mean, it's essentially pick a number between 1 and 3. Well, actually, that's not the case anymore because the fourth digit is never wrong anymore.
Yeah,
but it's just a stupid game. It's a D.
I agree with you. It's a D. Oh, you thought it was 58.63? Sorry, it's 58.43. You lose because you didn't know the $20 difference. And I know I keep bringing that up, and everybody says, "Okay, it's the Price is Right," but I don't like this game. It comes down to that.
I don't think any of us have ever refuted that point. All the times you've brought it up, you refute it yourself as you're pretending to be us. We've never disagreed with you on that.
Listen.
Listen, he's talking to the people out there.
I'm talking to the people out there that are commenting on me, unless you want me to record a second thing. You know, Randy, that's a bad point there. Well, wait a minute. So, but I just don't. It's a D. It's a D.
I thought this was just going to be a return to where we were at, like, towards the beginning of this part of it, where it's just like, yeah, it's another one prizer, it's fine. It's like a middle C, it's a mid game, it's got a nice set.
It's literally one of the hardest one prizers. At least other one prizes, you perhaps have a shot at guessing roundabout. Even with freeze frame, you'd have a better shot of guessing roundabout what this might cost, because freeze frame involves knowing the first 2 digits of a prize. This does not. Most of the time, and like Randy said, you might have to know a $10 difference in a prize in the hundreds digit to win this game. Like, that's what makes it hard. Like, okay, double prices is like a 50-50 shot, but again, here's 2 whole prices that you can pick from. One of these is definitely right, and it's usually enough of a gap where it's like, okay, is it the $8,000 price or the $10,000 price? That makes sense. It's tough when you're like, oh, is it the $8,400 price, the $8,400 price, or the $300 price with the 4 removed? Like, that's hard.
I don't know. It's still a 1 in 3 shot.
It's not that bad.
I don't think it's that bad.
Feelings about this.
Really weird feelings about. Yeah, I mean, it's a game.
I would argue that this is worse than Pick a Number.
See, I would argue this is better than Freeze Frame.
No.
You guys have strong feelings.
If we're talking about
I know freeze frame is octuple prices. I know that it sucks, but again, at least I have a better chance of figuring out what the price could be in freeze frame than I can in squeeze play. I know squeeze play is 1 in 3, but I don't have to price the hundreds digit in freeze frame.
But you don't have to wait to pick a number in freeze frame either.
How can we say this game is better than Pick a Number? Because at least in Pick a Number, you're pricing the thousands digit.
Well, now you are.
At least Squeeze Play has a pretty set.
I'm gonna say, what saves Squeeze Play is the set is good, the theming is good. The theming in Squeeze Play is good. The set is great. Pick a Number
Drew has a bit now with it half the time.
Pick a Number is an ugly POS, and it deserves its placement.
10 games left. We've gone through 102 games already.
Yay.
First of the last, Trader Bob. Is this the last game that's named after Bob Barker? Yes, it is. We have 1 prize, then you have to guess. They wheel out 2 small prizes. Guess which one is just a little bit over the price of the one that you have already. And then you have to do it again 2 more times. So you are left with, hopefully, a sequence of 4 prizes with prices in increasing order. If you don't do that, you lose.
Did you watch Give or Keep? If so, congratulations. You've already watched Trader Bob, except in Trader Bob, you don't have any room for error.
Listen, you want to know strong feelings? This game is an F. I don't care. You all are wrong if you don't rank this game as an F. This is a terrible game, and I'll tell
Randy,
you why.
I also have
Why,
this,
Randy?
I also have this in F.
Okay, well, I'll tell you why, Randy, in case somebody's wanting to refute me. The ending of it is anticlimactic, and I mentioned that with clearance sale. You already know whether you've won or lost based on what you've already revealed. It's just anticlimactic, and it's done even worse than clearance sale. I'm sorry. This game's an F. It is terrible.
I would rank it higher than Give or Keep. And
Nope.
it's only because how it was executed. I obviously know on paper it is harder than Give or Keep, but in practice, generally it was easier than Give or Keep. I like the set. I fully understand why people don't like this game, but I would rank it a little bit above Give or Keep. I'm not saying it's the greatest game ever, but I like the set, and I think the execution, it's not a cliffhangers level easy, but I think in execution it was often a fairly easy game.
Well, they had to make it easy because there was no room for error, and that's why I like Give or Keep, because there's room for error. You don't know if they've won. It is a D. I do like the set, but it's a D. I understand that they made it easy. They had to make it easy because otherwise you probably have people lose all the time. And again, I'm sorry, the reveal is such a huge knock against it. It's really bad that you can figure out whether or not someone's won or lost by like the third prize. Like that should not be a thing.
The Give or Keep format's sturdy enough that I feel like this is not enough. I give it a D. Because it's a hard game. I mean, yes, they have to set up easy, but the reveal's not great. I don't think it's like F bad, but I don't think it's better than a D.
It's better than Hot Seat.
Is it better than Bullseye 1?
Yes.
It's not better than Walk of Fame.
I don't think it's better than Walk of Fame.
I'm sad I missed Walk of Fame because Walk of Fame is an A game for me.
Okay, I would have ranked Walk of Fame higher too.
You were there for that.
Maybe if I was better at producing, I would have had Bonus Game and Shell Game together, because we talked about Shell Game for a fair amount during Bonus Game. I think the Shell Game is just a better version of Bonus Game. It's got a better set. It has the opportunity for the bonus now at the end of the game. I have Shell Game
Where's Bonus Game? I'm trying to see it.
I hate the current Shell Game set, and I hate the current Shell Game staging. It's just it's very Hot Seat-esque for me with how it is. I also think the bonus idea was a really bad idea because they really don't want anyone, because it's such a large opportunity, they don't want people to get it. I think that was a major mistake that they obviously feel like they can't undo or don't want to undo. So that's a kind of a high strike for me. I would say it's definitely better than Bonus Game, even though I hate saying that. Where's Bonus Game? I'm trying to look forward to.
Middle C.
I don't know what my irrational thing, but I always like Bonus Game better than Shell Game, and I don't know why.
Yeah, I do too, but Shell Game is a better game.
The thing that I think hurts it the most is even before they had this giant bonus, I feel like they always had a hard time figuring out how to reveal the bonus, because it's like, sure, you can do the bonus, but it's like, it still kind of deflates a little bit. Like, hey, you won this nice prize, but you didn't win the $500.
The bonus feels like, yeah, it's cool. It also feels very tacked on. It's like, hey, you've already won. Like all the relief of winning the game has already kind of been let out.
I think it's a miracle that Shell Game is still around, because I think Shell Game, as far as I know, is the only pricing game to exist for an entire season from start to finish and only get played one time.
Well, I know I mentioned this point, I believe, when we talked about Bonus Game, but Bonus Game is definitely able to be set up by the producers more so for a win or loss than Shell Game.
Yes.
I also
Shell
think
Game, if you get one right, the fate is in your hands, because you get to pick where you're putting your.
Oh, it's in Drew's or Bob's hands.
I'm about to say
know where
the bonus prize and the presentation of the bonus maybe feel tacked on. The point of the bonus, though, again, and it's the reason why Shell Game is stuck around. It's a classic street game. People love picking. People love that, being able to predict if they can keep up with the ball and if they can find the shell that has it. And so that's what the point of the bonus is it's taking it back to its street roots, pick the shell, win something extra. I wish it was a way to do it better, but I completely understand why they were like, we have to add this bonus in, because that's how the game was played in the street. You would, this was like, oh, we're letting you pick among the shells, but now here's the original game. pick the shell with the ball under it. And so that's why I do like the bonus in the shell game. I wish it was done better. I also agree that the current bonus is too much, and it does affect the setups. I also think it means that the game's not. I mean, they do still play the game for a car, but it's very rare, and of course they're not going to set it up for the bonus to be won.
After a few years, I'm like, I actually don't mind it where the bonus is now, which, by the way, for everybody wondering, the bonus for a long time used to be an extra $500 if you could guess what the shell was after you won all four, if you won all four. Now it's just the cash equivalent of the prize. But also, I kind of feel like nowadays, because it's a rare game, it's like, yeah, I don't mind as much. And also now, given the fact it's like hot seats now in the mix, it's like, well, we could keep playing hot seat, or you could just play shell game for a nice prize and have a really nice bonus tacked onto it.
I will say one more bonus thing. I think it's an absolute travesty that shell games bonus is as large as it is. They still have an increased hole-in-ones bonus when hole-in-ones pricing is much, 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 much harder.
Yep.
And
I honestly think they should both be 5,000. I think shell and hole should have like $5,000 bonuses. And that's
yeah, I don't know. I was thinking 2,500 for hole, because at least with shell there's an extra step. It's not a guarantee.
Should at least be $1,000, but
yeah. Hole, I'm fine with 2,500 for hole and 5,000 for shell. But
So where are we putting shell game?
I think
I put it in S. A or B. I feel like I can go in either one.
Yeah, I had both bonus and shell and B, so it's...
Yeah, I would say B. It's better than bonus, but I don't think it's an A tier.
I know some of you guys really like it, though, so maybe...
No, I get the preference, though. I also like bonus. Prefer to shell.
I will concede and drop my S opinion down to A.
Low A.
Low A, okay. It's better. Yeah, it's not better than Take Two. There we go. Am I covering anything? I am covering. I gotta zoom out again. Bonk. There we go. Ooh, that's really tiny. We're really small. You get to see all this fun stuff on the bottom, all the tier maker stuff.
Discover your new power with Super Ball. Under $1 wherever toys are sold.
I've got my Super Ball.
Buy Whammo.
Door number 1, a fidget spinner. Door number 2, a corn popper from Fisher-Price. Door number 3, a lawnmower. It's Super Ball. We're gonna have the small prizes on the turntables. This game uses the entire set.
If we can talk about just set and presentation, this is an S tier presented game. Absolutely S tier in terms of presentation.
This game takes an eternity to play. However, it's entertaining the whole way through. You have the pricing portion, then you have the practice rolls, then you have the actual rolls. 2 prices for a small prize. Guess which one is correct. You win 1 of 3 balls. You get 3 chances. Then you go to play some skee ball with some practice rolls, and then you get to roll them in. And then you have a bonus that you could go for, where you get all the prizes that you did not get rolled in properly. And then you have another physical portion. It goes back and forth, and not many games do that. However, this was my favorite game as a child. It was ornate. It was elaborate. It was the perfect amount of spectacle for the show. I have it as a low A.
Agreed.
The biggest issues I have with it is an issue that we talked about with both Master Key and Rat Race, where it's like they always seem like they rarely seem to have like really nice stuff in it. So it would be like Baker's Rack, and then like a mid-range trip, and then like maybe a couple of like cheaper motorcycles. After a while, they just stopped trying to make it big, and it was just like 3 random prizes, and I feel like that really kind of hurts the game when you're spending so much time on using so much of the set.
That's part of the reason why I got retired. No, I'm about to say, you know what helps Master Key and Rat Race? Cars.
Yeah.
They're playing for cars, yes.
Well, I wouldn't even say cars necessarily, but they deliberately made the prize packages much cheaper about 5 years into this game's run, and they never improved, and it wasn't worth it for what they were offering.
I'm about to say, even the mid-range prizes in Master Key and Rat Race were better than the mid-range prizes they'd offer in Super Bowl.
Torgo mentioned it earlier. This was my favorite game as a child. I think I mentioned that earlier. I liked Fortune Honor and Punchboard and all that, but this game I would go out to the backyard and do my little skee ball ramp thing out there and pretend I was playing Super Bowl. This is just a fun game.
I mean,
is.
everyone loves skee ball. Everybody loves doing it.
I don't know, because it seems like it's been cool for people in the game show community to hate on this game.
Look,
which
I love Super Bowl.
Obviously, we're not part of that group.
I'm voting S, but if it goes into A, I'll be okay. I won't fight for an S, but S is my pick.
I really feel like the what they were offering this game for really hampers it, and that's why I had it in B. I think I've told people in here before, but I feel like this would be a much better big money cash game than what they've tried to do with a different game.
We've talked about this a lot, like off the air, about like how we would revive it, whether it's like some big car game or some big cash game. But it is all the opinions are it needed to be bigger than what they were offering, and
yes,
I feel like I would still give it an A because I mean, yes, the prizes and it kind of stank, but I feel like the game was good. It was a lot of fun, and it is definitely something that's missed, even if it took forever and it was kind of cheap.
It has the exact opposite problem that Golden Road does for me. Whereas Golden Road is entirely carried by the huge prize at the end, Super Ball is hindered by the prizes that it offers.
Yes.
I'm gonna put Super Ball, for that reason, at the bottom of A.
Yep.
Gallery game. This game did not last very long. This game, you're shown a painting of the prize, but a painting of the prize, and the price is painted on there. But one of the digits is missing. Well, there's a little swatch of color, a little swatch of black, and you have to paint in the rest of the number. Are you ready for a really hot take? I have this in B.
I don't think that's a hot take because I also have it in B.
Randy, you know what's
It's a
up.
D for me.
What's wrong with gallery game? Yes, it's
not a
number, but you
pricing game.
It's kind of cheesy.
Yes,
It's very
Price is
cheesy.
Right is kind
It
of
is
cheesy.
It's tough. It's a hard game because you're only given a little part of it, and it could still be like 4 or 5 different numbers with it.
This is pick a number, but with some very, very forced.
I mean, I like the
with very
theme
poor
for it,
setup.
but
Feels
yeah,
like
I feel like I hate pick a number, but I feel like pick a number is at least quicker, and
Just pick a number with
color
character.
kind of pains me too. I hate saying that it's better than pick a number is better because I don't like pick.
I would say high C.
I'd also
Yeah, I
put
feel
it
like
in high C.
Fine.
Because I do think it's unique and it's
There's
fun.
not a.
It's very
There's
unique.
not a lot of this one out there too. Maybe it'd
Fine,
be
a
something where
fourth row for C's is coming apparently.
Yeah.
if we saw more of it, I feel like we'd have a more concrete opinion or more, just more thoughts about it. There's not
What,
much
last,
out of
just
that
the one
one.
season?
Yep, just
Yeah,
one
just
season.
one season.
Yeah.
Season 19.
And I feel like from the production perspective, they're probably much happier that they have pick a number because it's probably a lot easier to set pick a number than
But,
set a gallery
yep.
game. Like
And they don't need to make paintings for every single prize.
exactly, yeah. Pick a number is the ultimate substitute game, so that's why it's like that's worth keeping
Oh
around for them.
boy.
6
Okay,
games
this
to go.
pair
Let's
in
talk
general.
about Stack the Deck. Another card-themed game. You have to guess all 5 digits of the price of the card. All 5. However, you get 3 freebies if you can correctly identify the correct price that belongs to one of a pair of grocery products.
And then
Some
you'll
people-
stack the deck in your favor.
Some people hate this game, and I do understand why, because it goes through very long droughts of being won. I have this game as a B.
We've said it many times before on here that like how producers are setting up this game on the show shouldn't necessarily have an effect on what our opinions of the games are. And some people, it's like it's not always been like that. But I mean, I feel like we sometimes have to set that aside. This is a solid game. If it wasn't for the fact that Hole in One had is iconic, I think this is probably the best card game on the show that uses grocery products. Because it's just a very, very solid very, very solid concept. I like the fact that the grocery items make the game easier to win, and I feel like the fact that you still have to price the car. It's a lot of straight pricing, and it's fun. I get it's hard, but I think it's a B.
I know you shouldn't put setups into account. However, if a game has to have the grocery products easy to be winnable, then it's inherently too hard a game. I like the concept of this game a lot. It's an A-level concept, but it falls to B for me because it's inherently just a bit too hard.
I feel like unless they set up really easy, it's always going to be a tough game because it is just numbers where you have to price, and these cards are all over the place. It used to be that you could end on like a 5 or a 9, but since the last number and even the first number sometimes can be kind of a crapshoot. If your host doesn't enjoy playing the game and other people on the crew don't like playing the game, I don't think it's as strong of a concept as people may think it is. I don't think it's the worst game ever. There's worse games than it, but I feel like I'd give it a C.
I think it's a high B. I mean, the fact that I think myself definitely and others enjoy this game despite how awful it is set up and played says a lot for this game.
I
E
believe
for me
the
as
best-
well.
Yeah, I was gonna say I think the best placement for it is between C and Switch. Right there. I think that's good. The time has come to say fair is fair.
Oh
To pay the
boy.
rent. To pay our share.
Instant F.
That's the only time I'm gonna hear him this whole time.
Is that Wayo coming out of the woodwork specifically?
Yes.
Instant
Hey.
F.
Yes. Yes, it is.
That's Wayoshi, everybody. Joining the call, who's been here just kind of lurking the whole time. Coming on microphone specifically to bash pay the rent and throw it in F. Would you like to explain why you have it in F?
It is a game where you have six items to order from least to most expensive, except you add the second and third on the first. So you start, well, let's say you start in the mailbox, one item. Then you add up the next two items on the first floor. Then you add up the next two items on the second floor. And then that needs to all be less than the attic. And the deceptive part of the game, and why I say it's an instant F, is that it's very dependent on the spread of the grocery products that are used. And on the only wins the game has, there's a stupidly expensive item. It's hard. It's kind of hard to explain, but I'll just leave it there. But some others chime in.
When they first came out with this game, they only made it so that one solution worked, and that was incredibly difficult, and no one could win. One guy got the correct solution, and he failed, and that was about as close as anyone ever got
he was
to it.
wrong. That was a memorable playing. I thought he was wrong.
Yeah,
but that was the one time it was actually played correctly in quotes. But
yes,
I guess the real deceptive part is you want to put the cheapest in the mailbox. That's your tendency. But in order to actually win the game, almost all the time, you cannot do that. For the expert player like me, expert watcher, it turns into 7 minutes of wasted time. On the other hand, as I think was mentioned by maybe Derek earlier, you can easily win $10,000 and then bail instead of $100,000.
I have to agree with Whale. It's an F for me because it is a deceptive game, and just from that alone, it makes it an F.
You can make the argument it's a C if you want to win easy 10,000.
I don't think it's a deceptive game. I don't think it's a deceptive game because am I not mistaken? Doesn't Drew mention on air that it's not necessarily least and most expensive?
Yes.
Now.
That hasn't helped, but yes,
Well,
they do everything on their end.
It doesn't help, perhaps, but it's still not being as deceptive to tell them, hey, it's not necessarily least and most expensive. It's a fun puzzle game. I understand that most people don't get it, and the reason that they
This was played on a Genius's show, and the Genius got it wrong.
Well, yeah, because it's a fun puzzle for geniuses, but it's more of a show for the super fans, and we couldn't play it on the super fan show.
Yeah, the genius would have lost the tire shoes pricing game too. That doesn't mean anything.
I understand that it's wasted time because we see most contestants not play it correctly, and so that does hinder it from being a higher game for me, but I still enjoy trying to figure out the puzzle myself at home. I still would definitely put it in a high C, low B.
I do think it is a problem, like Will mentioned. The only times this game has been won is when they made the setup for the game is almost stupid easy.
It was twice on Christmas week when they notoriously make big games easier.
And they've only ever done it on special. They've only ever done it on special.
Once on Big Money Week where they just gave away $200,000 for who knows why.
Yeah, twice on Big Money Week it got one. And then so it's only ever won on special. It's only ever won with special shows. And it's always made stupid easy. So that does give me a problem. But like I said, it is a free $10,000. There is an inherent thing of being fun to watch. It, for a while, felt like it was going to end up in the original balance game. Sort of feel like really seems like a fun game on paper, but bad in practice. I think it's kind of saved itself a little bit from that because I think people at least understand that the concept is, you don't necessarily need to price it from least to most expensive. at home, even if it is still very hard. That being said, all this to say, I think it's a low C for me.
So in recent years, they have lined it up so that the second least expensive can go in the mailbox, or the third least, but you still have to say the cheapest item until the second half of ordering them, and people just don't do that. So it just becomes mostly a waste of time.
When I went on the show,
For me.
My show taped Veterans Day 2014. And usually when you go for an interview, or at least this is when Stan was there, he would, Stan Blitz, contestant coordinator, he would line up, groups of 30 and, hi, how are you? What's your name? Where do you come from? What's your favorite pricing game on the show? At the time, I was just like, I need to think of something. I didn't love Take-Two as much. I'm like, I'm not going to say Take-Two. That's going to out me as like a super fan or whatever, and I don't want that. So I said 10 Chances. I said 10 Chances was my favorite game on the show, just because, easy to explain the zero rule, fun, interactive, and the zero rule makes it pretty easy to play. And then Stan was like, oh, well, thanks for telling everybody how to win the game. And he was like, oh, yeah, you're welcome. And then Stan immediately counters with, well, have you figured out how to win Pay the Rent yet? And he's got like this evil twinkle in his eye. They know how difficult Pay the Rent is, and I understand it's I kind of like that it's difficult, because $100,000 being the baseline top prize of that game, it should be hard. And I think the fact that you can bail out at $10,000, I think the fact that it isn't easy 10,000 or a difficult 100,000 is the best part about the game, because that's one of the best risk rewards offered on the show.
What about when they had to force a win and make it that impossible to lose?
Understandable, but that's the same thing as like, they've set up games for wins before. That's like saying one time with cliffhangers, if they make it not 20, 30, 40.
You can try to make Golden
loses.
Road or Triple Play or Free Strikes as easy as you want. They're still not as brain dead winnable.
Or it's like Lucky 7 when you put 1s and 9s everywhere instead of all 5s win. They can manipulate other games to be as easy or as difficult as you want. Pay the Rent has a fun play-at-home factor. It is hard, but because
people
they
recognize
say, look,
the game,
and people know that it's difficult.
At least it does give away a lot of money.
I think Pay the Rent should go in C.
Gav, do you have this as an F?
I have this as an F. It's my highest game in F. I think C is way too high.
I mean, I understand. Again, I completely understand. It is really hard, and they can. I think, unlike you brought up Lucky 7 and cliffhangers. I understand that this is the most manipulative game that they have. They can pretty much determine the outcome of this game the way they want to with any setup. I still think the concept is good enough to keep it out of F. I think it's a good concept. It is not executed as well as it could be. And that's why it's in C.
I think we can agree to meet in the middle, top of D.
Fine.
Yeah, I don't think this is an F game.
I would rather watch Pay the Rent than
it's not
Freeze
an F.
Frame any day. I'd rather watch
At the
Pay
same
the Rent
time,
than
I wouldn't
any
be-
of these games.
At the same time, I would not be sad if this game
I'm
is
saying it's
permanently
noticed because
retired.
of the studio move. The game is currently out of rotation, and
we haven't
I
seen
think
it
they're going to
this
bring
season.
it back with a whole new set next season. It's my guess, but right, it's
They're
not.
gonna-
Gonna
bring it back.
We'll see.
They'll bring it back in a house the size of the Trader Bob set.
If it's entirely
Downsizing.
gone, I will not shed a single tear. That's for
I don't
sure.
think anybody will.
Stay on for the finale here. I had to
I was about to say,
I had to say it. I
Craig
made a whole
Botts-
video about it. I had to say it.
Craig Bot's sitting there, and Craig Bot's like, "Who the fuck was that?" Like, wait a minute, I gotta click on the audio.
It got me.
I feel confident in saying that I think this is the most underrated game on the show, 2 for the price of 1. You have a 3-digit prize and a larger prize. Usually a trip, could be a car when they're feeling, particularly saucy. You have a pair of options for each of the digits of the price of the 3 prize item, and you get 1 digit for free. You correctly price the smaller item, you get both. I think this game is an A. I love how late 80s the set is. I hope they never change it. They should. It's dated as all hell, but I love the charm of it. I love that you get the 1 digit for free. I understand that it's harder than Safecrackers because of all the options that you have, and takes up the same role that Safecrackers does in terms of prizes offered on the show. But I love the interactivity. It's a 1 in 4, no matter how you swing it. There is a little bit of strategy determining on what digit you get for free. and I can't think of anything to change about it, and no other game on the show really plays quite like it, so I have it as an A.
B, low B, I don't know. It's fine.
Yeah, I think I agree with you. It's a very underrated game. I just don't think there's enough meat on it to really call it an A, but I think it's a B.
I have it as a C. To me, you say it's not derivative. I think it mainly exists because they wanted to have a game that was like Safecrackers, but it didn't have to have the prices in zero. So like, hey, 80 set, 2 for 1. Let's go. It exists. It fills a purpose.
It ends in zero all the time now. I don't remember the last time it didn't end in zero.
I mean, this game is fine. I would call it a B. I pretty much win it every time because it always ends in 0, and then you pick the free digit as the second, and then that just leaves you the first
Usually
digit
it's
pretty
the higher
much.
digit.
Right, and then you know they're never going to bring all 3 numbers from the bottom or all 3 numbers from the top. It's fine, but it's kind of predictable and to win, so I'll give it a B.
I'd say low A, high B.
I'll drop it to high B.
I appreciate that. I mean, yes, it's like Safecrackers, but I mean, it's always kind of a breath of fresh air when it shows up because it's like, oh, hey, it's not one of the few prizes that they show up all the time.
I would much rather play 2 for 1 than Safecrackers.
I would rather play 2 for 1 as well, especially since now it's basically a 50-50 if you pick one of the.
2 for the price
Well, it's
of
not
1 is
even
the
that.
game.
Most of the time, there's only one possible choice if you choose the second digit.
One
as
last way to
your-
win Safecrackers on a.
I also feel like the bigger prize on 2 for 1 is better than the bigger prize on Safecrackers, and they play 2 for 1 for a car more often than they do Safecrackers for a car.
They do. 2 for 1 is the one game I'm surprised has not been retired, because I feel like the show does kind of forget about it.
It's actually been a very popular third taping leftover. Easy game to store.
Yeah.
For the longest time, I would agree, but it seems like they do love it a little more now than they did.
I think they realize it's short enough to kind of it's short enough but long enough. It's kind of it's quick enough that it's a meatier game than playing like a one right price or a Switch.
Yeah, it's a
long mid-tier
quickie. Double Cross is a long quickie. Magic Number was a long quickie. That's the kind of vein, like those 4.5 minute game. Bonkers is a long quickie. They're all kind of in that same mold. If you're watching this video, do you know what Mystery Price is? This game is
Maybe even Big John's game they do.
Maybe. Let me describe to you how to play Mystery Price. Follow along at home. All right, here we go. So you have a prize.
Pencils out.
You have a prize that you are playing for. For the sake of argument, let's say it's a car. We're also going to have a prize that's like low 4 digits. That is going to be your target. You also have 4 small prizes on top of that. You have to correctly price those 4 items as close as you can to the correct price without going over. If you do, whatever you thought the price was goes into your bank. Not the price of the item, what you thought the price was goes in your bank. After the 4 small prizes, if your bank total is greater than the price of that small 4-digit item, you win the big prize at the end. Confused yet? Me too. F.
Okay.
D?
S? I
What
love
crash
this
den did
game.
you come out of?
I thought everybody loved this game, but apparently
Hate
not.
this game.
It's complicated.
It's fun.
It's unique, but it's too complicated and difficult.
It's
See,
fun.
it is fun.
I love it.
I enjoy playing this game in the fan games. For the average contestant, this is way too complicated.
I mean, I
you do
guess
realize that its win-loss record was like 11-6, right?
Yes.
That's
it's
not
still
bad.
very complicated.
Like nothing is broken about it, but it is very, very, very hard to explain and understand, and that makes it not very fun to watch. It's a D.
I'll go A, I guess, but it's a pure pricing game.
I like the idea of having pricing prizes into another prize, but yeah, it's so much. I feel like I would give it a D as well. I mean, it's a fun watch. I don't hate it, but it's too complicated for me to rate it anything besides a D.
Just because contestants could trip and fall their way into a win doesn't make it a great game. This is just too confusing. It's a D because I still think it's a little fun to play. So I still think it's a D. But yeah, it just, on its face, it's weird. It felt to me that it did work a little bit better in practice than on paper, because once you kind of started playing, if you followed Bob's directions, that's why the game was 11 and 6. You follow Bob's directions, price this, and do well at pricing it. It doesn't matter if you understand the game, you'll just end up winning it. A head scratcher, and so it's a D.
If Hot Seat is not an F, this game cannot be an F.
Correct.
Okay, I will agree to that. I'll put it in D. Is Hot Seat better than Mystery Price?
No, Mystery Price is definitely better than Hot Seat.
Yeah.
I would say we have two people that have Mystery Price as an A.
Yeah, and you're putting it as a D? How are you putting that as a D?
Because
What
we have
law of
people who rated
averages
it
are
as
you
an F
following?
too. I think majority has it as a D, so majority.
I would say mid D based on our averages.
Yes, I think it's averaging to C, but
I put it right below Shower Game.
I was gonna put it here to account for the A.
That's fine.
Two A's.
Can we just say these last two are Fs and call it a night?
Oh no!
Yes.
Oh, we have to. No, we're not doing that. The last long quickie, range game. One of the most known games.
I know what Derek's gonna rate this one.
Yeah, you don't even have
With
to
range
ask me.
game, you're given a range of prices, and a $150 range. It's a red see-through window, and slowly but surely, that range is going to climb up the prices. And when you think that the price of the prize is within that window, you stop the machine. And then if it is in that $150 window, you win.
Great game,
I
but
think
it's
it's
turned
fine.
into a C or worse now because of inflation.
Is this game ever actually really a quote-unquote pricing game? I get, like,
I'd say early on it
most
was.
games...
Yeah, early
Yeah.
on, but I mean, it should have been adjusted for inflation in like 1976, and the fact that it still hasn't been is pretty upsetting.
I mean, but it still gets one though, so it's like, does it really mean that bad? I mean, it's like,
but it's not pricing. It's not pricing. It's let the scale go to the middle.
Okay.
It's not a pricing game.
It is still pricing, but I think also it's pricing almost in the sense of trying to price the last digit of a car is pricing too. Who the hell is going to know the last digit of the price of a car, for God's sake? Like,
listen, I got some strong opinions about that.
Some pricing is just so esoteric that it almost doesn't even matter. It is most. There are so many things in the price where there really could just be a literally random number generator, and you would never have noticed. They don't do that. Full disclosure. I get it, but I think this is just kind of the quintessential reason why it's like it's all it is. It's just kind of this is a mind game for the contestant, and I think there's some fun to that. It's not going any higher than a C, but the watching the range kind of slowly go up and the kind of the creepy music of it, there's fun to that. It's still not higher than a C.
Bob also had a good joke with this one about 37 hours.
37 hours.
I think that it is still a pricing game. I know that I do definitely think that this game should have been adjusted for inflation a long time ago. I wouldn't say as long as 1976. I mean, they still had cars under $10,000. I think range game was fine, still being what it was in 1976. But I do think it should have been adjusted for inflation, but I don't think it's a problem to have a game where you have to guess the price within a range and guess it within a few $100s. It doesn't work as well again nowadays because the prizes don't fit the range and the range doesn't fit the prizes, but I still think that's there and people still lose this game. I mean, I think I'd like it if, like, for example, if it was like high 8,000 or low 9,000. I think that it makes it a pricing game because now you have to decide whether or not you're going to stop it low on the range or you're going to stop it high on the range. Do you think this is a cheaper prize or a more expensive prize? Its range needs to be changed so badly. I still want to put it as a C because I like watching the game. The way it plays, I don't know, maybe the sound effects, the presentation helps it, but it would be a low C or a high D.
Do you think this game would be better
I'm like C or D.
if it was like what they started with Clock Game, where it's a portion of the prize? So like it's a living room set and you're doing the range based on headphones or something in that price.
That would be that would be fun, depending, yeah.
That would be miles better than what they have now.
I don't
feel
mind.
like it
I
would
mean,
still be hit the button.
I mean, it doesn't have to be. Well, it doesn't have to be necessarily, attached to the prize you're playing for. But I kind of like the idea of a smaller prize that you do the range for to win a bigger prize.
I don't, because the point of the range game is to kind of be not quick, but quick enough to get everyone to move on, and that's just adding time to it. I think if you're going to make it for more expensive prizes, get a bigger range. That's all it needs to happen. That's not a very hard fix either.
Range game is already not. Range game is not the shortest of the quickies anyway. But if you add an extra prize to range game, I'm like, would it make it that much longer than safe crackers? It wouldn't.
Nowadays, on The Price is Right, they don't have as much time to play games and stuff like that. So if you're going to try to make a game longer, it's not going to get played as much, and they do need range game to be played a decent amount. So I do not think adding a prize, maybe in the 70s or 80s when you had a little more time, you could have gotten away with it. But look at Clock Game. Clock Game has now gone down a lot in playings because they had to add the extra prize, which is desperately needed, and there really wasn't any other way to fix it. But there is another way to fix range without making it go longer, which is just make the range bigger. So I don't think that adding a prize is the right way to go about it, because again,
I agree, but they do have. I agree, but they do have plenty of one prizes that if range game took a hit in playings, I don't think they'd be that hurt. If you got 6 1 prizes and 5 2 prizes, it's okay if you take a hit in the 1 prizes. You've got plenty of other games that'll save time.
2 things as I drop this to the bottom of C. Number 1, I will say that I'm going to put it right here. Number 1, I will say I love the audience shot as it's going up the rangefinder. I think that's the best actual shot the audience gets over the course of the whole show. Seeing a bunch of people go, "Stop it now!" is just kind of a nice treat to see. And number 2, I will say this game did not need a yellow paint job. I think the white looked a lot better on camera than the yellow did. And the worst paint job was when they threw a boa on it for no good reason. That Halloween episode where it's like, let's put shag carpet on it. Why not? It'd be great. This is On the Spot. I would make an argument that On the Spot is one of the most obscure games the show has ever had.
I will say yes and no, only because I thought there was like YouTube poop of an On the Spot playing that's like viral. So I would say
yes, the ice bucket.
Yeah.
One person making a YouTube video does not help it with its
back in the day when YouTube was young, anything could be viral, and that was viral.
Also true. It's very difficult to explain how to play On the Spot without actually looking at the set. So the way On the Spot works is you have 3 paths that you can pick: the pink path, the yellow path, and the blue path. Each of the paths has 3 prices on it. You choose a path, and you have to get to your first prize, and you have to pick from one of 6 small prizes what prize that prize belongs to. If correct, you move on to the next one.
Yes.
If you're wrong, you must move to one of the other 2 paths. Now, that can help you out because maybe the price that you've gotten correct is already on one of the other paths, so that can help you along your way. Which doesn't sound too bad if you don't know what the game looks like. However, once you see the set for On the Spot, you understand the main problem, and that this game is hideous. We've come across games, Hurdles as an example of this, Shower Game is an example of this, Hot Seat is an example of this, where the set is way too big for what you're trying to do. On the Spot set is way, way, way too small for what it's trying to do.
And too gaudy.
There's a reason why I made the card look like that, because that's what the logo looks like.
And also it feels redundant because we already have a game with a similar set of cars and small prizes that involves walking along a path, and it's a much, much better game, and it's called Pathfinder. This was not needed. It's not broken beyond repair. Well, other than it was hard, but it's a D.
It is really ugly. It's not pretty. I feel like it had a lot to explain it. It could be a D, but honestly, it could be an F, and I'd be like, yeah.
I did enjoy this game. Nothing to write home about, but I enjoyed this game. It was a fun concept. I'd give it a C.
I have nothing else to say other than I think this is a terrible game, and it deserves an F.
Man, what a fizzle out to this video.
It's Dear F. I think it's just the worst version of Pathfinder. I'm like, hey, we're going to play Pathfinder, but instead of guessing the numbers, here are these small prizes, and not all of them are used. It didn't help that the set was hideous and small, so I appreciated the concept, which is why I put it in D, but I just wasn't a fan of this game from the start.
This is also a
It's not
great game to teach an 80-year-old how to host, right? Super straightforward.
It's not a good sign when I think the most memorable thing about the game is how hideous its set looks.
Right.
I'm gonna put it at the top of F. The two on this can be next to each other. Now.
Yay.
So basically, we have 112 games correctly placed. However, what I want you to do, and I knew this going in, I haven't told any of you this. At the end of this video, which is now, each of you gets to move one game. You get to move one game, one slot. You can't like on the spot. You can't move it to an A, for example. The most you can move it to is a D. If you wanted to move like time is money, it could either be a B or a D. You all get one game, and I will say, once you move a game, no one else can move it.
Okay, that was my question.
So I'm going to open up random.org and put all your names in. I have the order in
I have
random.
a question.
Yes.
Isn't F to A, wouldn't that be 1 because you're just going all the way around?
No.
Okay, Mr. Lucky 7, how does 0 count in the game? All right.
That's the one away rule. Thank you.
All right.
Stuff. There's two games in particular that I'm torn between because I like both of them and I feel like both of them are pretty low rated, even though I feel like people are going to be like, no, it's not that great.
Actually, going to move my face off the video so you can see the whole rank for people watching at home.
Just because I do feel like it's a significant game, and I do feel like the grandeur of it is important enough that I feel like it deserves to be rated better than what you guys have rated it. I think I'm going to move its optional up to a C.
Its optional is going to a C. Okay.
Mm.
There we go. It's going to C. Next up on the randomizer is Davin.
I will probably make a ton of people mad, and I don't care. It is the most recognizable in the game that everyone's going to show to a Joe Plinko. It's why it's in the name Joe Plinko. Move Plinko up to S, please.
Okay, Plinko's going up to S. Next up is Wayo.
Davin, I'm going to need you to be a little more hotter with your takes. Ooh, Plinko is an S or an A. Real tough call. I don't think anybody's going to be too mad that Plinko's an
I
F.
think so. I don't have a hot take either here. 10 chances to S.
Okay.
That's a good move. I thought Pay the Rent was going to somehow jump down.
I could have done that, but...
All right. Fourth on the randomizer is JJ. JJ, now you get to move one game.
Now, if someone else wants to move Rent to F, I won't complain. But...
I don't think there's anything I really felt that strongly on that we didn't really end up going with the consensus on. I think I'm going to move Hole in One up to A.
Okay. I can respect that. Don't respect that now it makes another row. Hooray! There we go. Fifth is Derek.
I'm having a really hard decision. I'm trying to decide whether I want to move 5 price tags to S or move Hot Seat to F.
I agree with either of those decisions.
I'm going to move Hot Seat to F because I think there needs to be one current game on the F list and we don't have any. So I'm going to move it to F.
I like it.
Kev, you are next.
I'm sorry, Torgo, but I am moving Switcheroo from A to B.
Oh.
Inflation has killed it. It's a low C game for me. I'm moving it.
That hurts me a little bit.
Oh.
Seventh on the list is Jordan.
Can I only move the game up or down one tier?
Correct.
Okay, this is not hard. Clock game to A. What the hell are you all thinking?
Wow.
I wasn't here when you did clock game. Clock game might be a B- for me.
See, here's my thing. You can do that, obviously. I'm not saying you can't, but you weren't here for the discussion of it, so you don't know why we ranked it that. Maybe you should listen to the video first, and then you can move it.
I mean, to be fair...
Randy, you were agreeing with me to put it in an A.
Oh, well, yeah,
Weren't you agreeing with me to put it
Randy, I just moved it the way you wanted because I'm.
Randy's like, I hate that decision that I agree with, but I hate it.
Speaking of decisions for Randy, you are 8th on the list.
Son of a gun! I'm almost to my stop. Edit that out. Don't get arrested. I'm trying to remember what game me and Derek were saying was
I said something about how, I think that's too. What? We said B, and we put that as a D, and I said, how did that average, or F or something? And I don't remember what game that was.
Oh, I was thinking maybe 3 strikes because I had 3 strikes really low.
No, yeah, I know that was
Mystery
the
Price because you had that.
last.
Yeah.
It was tonight that we said that, because I said, how does that average? And I said, what is the world of averages doing? And I'm trying to remember what game that was.
I think that was Mystery Price because you guys
It
were like,
was
"Hey,
Mystery Price.
We've forgotten already.
It was. I feel like I shouldn't move it because I forgot about it. But I considered moving 3 strikes down, but I don't want to move. And I know Jordan just did it, but I don't want to move something everybody else determined as an S down. Like, I don't necessarily think that it's an S, but I don't want to touch the S games. What did we have Mystery Price at?
Mystery Price
D.
is currently at a D.
Oh.
So meaningful, so hurtful.
Thank you.
people care about these things way out."
The other one I was considering about, and I wanted to move games up because for a while everybody was moving games up, and I'm like, look at this positivity. I wanted to move Dice Game down, but I really want to stay positive. I'm sorry, get Mystery Price up there.
Mystery Price is going to C.
Get that up to a C.
Okay.
There we go.
And that leaves me. What game do I want to move? I have options. I could move card game.
Or you
to
could
F.
move none of them.
I could move none of them, but I'm going to.
Rent D to F. Rent D to F.
Rent is not going to F. I have to stick with my guns. When I made this list, I was extremely confident in this. I have to do it. Make Your Move is going back up to S. I have to. We've done it. This is our tier list of all 112 pricing games on The Price is Right. It took us 9 hours of recording in real time to do it over the course of 2 sessions, but we finally got it done. Do you agree? Do you disagree? Make sure you let us know in the comments section below how much you hate this list or how much you like this list or what changes you would make. If you like these types of videos, let us know. We will do some more of them, although not with as many people and not with as many options to pick from. But thank you so much for tuning in, and we will see you around next time. Take care. Have a good night.
Bye.
Give us some ideas for other tier lists.
Screw pay to rent. Bye.